let's see how the players are going to be going through the next couple of days. This is going to be a 2-day event, where on day 1, we're going to have 32 players, some of the best in the world, competing in 6 games. Lobbies will then be reseeded every 2 games, and the top 8 are only going to be moving on to day 2. So a lot of people going to be cut after day 1. Day 2, though, we'll have the top 8 players compete in 6 games once again, and the winner is crowned Chief Dragonmancer. And just for a little bit of trivia, the last person who won the PBE Clash is participating today, and that is Dasic. We'll talk about players here in just a second. Let's talk about what we're playing for as well. 5,000 total dollars, and look at this, a little bit different than usual. Day 1 bonus. The winner of each game is awarded $75. So if you get to lobby 5 or 6 and you might not be able to make top 8, you can still definitely win that $75. $1,000 going to number 1, as well as the most important thing, the title of Chief Dragonmancer. We know what we're playing for. We know how we're doing it. Now let's see who is playing today. And Admirable, if you look at these lobbies, they're pretty good.
Pretty good, I think, is a tremendous understatement when you look across this board. You know, it's already pretty rare that we get international TFT competition, but the PBE Clash here today for Dragonlands, it is definitely one of them. And look across these lobbies, Crowan. I mean, every single one of these you look at, I'm seeing some extremely powerful players. But on top of that, I'm also just seeing some lovely players here as well. There are so many different strategies that come from across the world, and we have so many different metagames that develop region to region, and we're getting to see that here at the start of the Dragonlands set that's coming out.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I mean, you talked about it. So many regions coming together. Literal world champion Lilu coming back from a fantastic set 6 finish in the same lobby as Dasic, who is going to be that set 6 PBE Clash winner, looking to maybe go back-to-back titles. But as you mentioned, Admirable, this lobby, all of the lobbies are filled with just such great competition. Any one of these players could take it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm so excited just to see the regions come together and show their different play styles. We know that Chinese region likes to play a lot more aggressive traditionally, so we'll see what kinds of comps they might be bringing out. But I do have a little bit more housekeeping to do, folks, so we do have a couple rules going into today. So we have a couple bans, and the first one's going to be Volibear, and the second one's going to be the Philosopher's Stone. So we will not be seeing the Volibear with items or the Dragonmancer buff. So they won't be the Dragon Champion, but they can be taken off of Carousel, for example, and have an item left over on it. So only components allowed on Volibear, Philosopher's Stone, not allowed at all. So, and that is going to be one of the rewards for Shimmer Scale. So, Admirable, is that going to affect anything that we see today?
I think it will affect it. You know, from the PBE patch that we currently have right now, it's very clear that Volibear is overtuned in an extreme manner, and is able to just pretty much outcarry 5 cost units and sometimes the 10 cost units at the end of the game. So that's why the Volibear completed items has been prohibited, as well as the Dragonmancer buff that can take place there. However, you still have plenty of Dragonmancer stuff. You know, as I was talking about with Crowan, Crowan and I have been playing so much of this PBE set so far, and it has been a blast. Dragonmancer stuff, it's feel like it's been powerful almost regardless of who you put it on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to carry the Volibear. You can carry what? You can carry the Lee Sin in the front line. You can carry the Swain in the back line. You can get to the Yasuo, you know, take that and get cutscened while you're at it. That Yasuo is absolutely insane. But you gotta get to level 9, you know, level 8 to be hitting those. But we're surely going to see some Dragonmancer players. I think the big question is what else we're gonna see, right? It's such a new set. Kind of just, you know, big shrug. We're sure to see some exciting action, though.
Yeah, I wonder if, how little of Shimmer Scale we're going to see, since one of the items, since it's random, right, might pop out and you just won't be able to use it. So that might be a little bit more difficult to run today. But something I've noticed, Crowan, is just kind of always at the beginning of these PBE patches and going into sets, aggro versus long, longer games, getting that level 9, versus really getting those 1-cost units in. What are you seeing more of right now, and what do you expect to see in this first lobby where we're taking you on Lobby D?
Yeah, so as happens in the beginning of pretty much every single set or beginning of a kind of new meta, you're going to get rewarded with aggressive playstyle, just getting good win streak openers. It's really, really hard to go for an econ loss streak strategy because you're not going to really know how to best cap out your late game board, at least as efficient as you will on a patch that's been out for a little while, right? In a set that's been out for a little while, towards people can solve it. So getting a good opener, those are the players that are really going to have to watch, especially the ones that do have a Dragonmancer one, at least in the front line. You can never die, but also these other comps that are on people's radars too, like Cannoneers and things like that. So as we're loading into game here, I kind of want to set the pace. Obviously this is a PBE Clash. This is not about what we should see, it's about what we could see, right? There is probably going to be comps that come out here that people haven't even discovered on the PBE from however long it's been out yet and playing. There's gonna be new combinations of augments, things that we're gonna be sitting here as casters be like, oh my god, that's so brilliant, right? There's gonna be so much of that insane action. So I'm just really, really excited to see it. And of course, international competition, right? There's always a treat because, as Admiral mentioned, we don't get to see it that often. The EMEA gets the redemption, right? They were not happy with what happened at the Set 6 Worlds. I'm not gonna, I'm just gonna say NA, did a little bit better. Let's see if they could do it better this time. Admiral and Boop, take it away for game number 1 of the PBE Clash.
All right, Dayset gonna be where we're starting off the defending champion off of last set's PBE Classic. So let's go ahead and start right away with some analysis. Admirable, first opening item this set. What are you going for?
Well, that's a great question. One of the big things that I want to highlight here is just the fact that that Dasic opened with Cloak on a trainer, and that really gives you, I think, a very strong insight into what Dasic is thinking here. Either number one, he panicked as he missed the first item and decided to just go with whatever. But Cloak is the thing really I want to highlight. Cloak is much more powerful in this one as Dasic really, really zooms in to that Nivea and that Volibear that have been cooked up here. And so Cloak being such a big difference in this item, it just feels like it's so much better. And one of the biggest reasons behind this is item change, I think. Bloodthirster has been changed to Omnivamp, as well as the Hex Tech Gunblade. It's also been changed to Omnivamp, and I feel like that makes these items so much more playable across the board. Before, it was you're an AD, you need a Bloodthirster. You're an AP, you need a Hex Tech Gunblade. That's no longer the case, and Bloodthirster and Hex Tech, I've been seeing them interchanged, I'd say, quite effectively in that manner as well. So Dasic here with this opening on the Cloak finds a chain as the second item here, and is really sticking this Anivia over to the right, which prior to the show we were talking about, it felt like if you're keeping your units around, you're putting them on the right side of the bench.
Yeah, everyone has their preferences, but we're also going to be seeing that Aatrox in the front line. A lot of people liking some reroll warriors right now, and some of these openings are still getting kind of defined. You can really rock it out with a trainer opening, which is something the Heimerdinger might have liked. We could do a Tempest opening. We can keep going with, Dragonmancers, but we have a lot of money on the bench now as well, so we're going to hit 10 gold, and we do have some flexibility there for what we want as we get to our first augments here. You see that little reroll button, there is only one for the whole game, so if you want to use it for this first round, it can be a little risky as we have Gadget Expert, one of the new ones, actually getting picked up. Yeah,
and Gadget Expert I think is quite good. It gives you a completed item, you know exactly what you're getting. It enhances that damage a little bit, and Shiv is one of those items that helps you for the early game. And to highlight how Crowan was talking about it, a lot of times having a win streak at the start of the game is one of the more powerful things that you can do, because we are at the start of the set. We don't know necessarily how to take advantage of the momentum of having that losing streak and really getting that going. And it's a very difficult thing to measure here, but that's one of the things I'm most excited about, is to see who can take advantage of that in the correct manner. That's just, a highlight of strategy games, really, is just, how much can you take advantage of the situations that you're offered. And as we're looking at Ramblin's board here, up to 10 gold, has a decent little package here at the start with this Astral system. This gives you the ability to reroll stuff, and I've been playing a bit with Ramblin this set, and he really has been enjoying a lot of the reroll aspects, and let me tell you what, he's been pretty darn good at them.
Yeah, Ramblin is literally the nicest, has no faults with him whatsoever. Personality, play, like, also might be the perfect person, has an amazing voice, and is a great player. Even though we do lose out on this first round, you can never count Ramblin out. Heartbreaking last tournament for Ramblin, so definitely coming into this next set with a lot more motivation to prove themselves, because Ramblin is one of the great minds of our game here in TFT, but we haven't necessarily made that last step to make it to, you know, the finals of Worlds, for example, as we are going to be moving into this Astral board. And something I also wanted to talk about, Admirable, is these aura items are getting super popular.
Yeah, the auras, it felt like they're very strong in this set. One of the augments that's been introduced actually enhances the way that aura items are going to affect your team, and it increases it by, I believe it's 33%. It's quite a bit, and it ends up being a very powerful thing. And I think, again, the fact that we're at the start of the set, it's pretty tough, I think, to define exactly how you want your units built out in a maximal way. So just having a pretty strong presence across your board is a very powerful effect. For Ramblin here, I do want to highlight that Ramblin has typically favored the lost streak momentum strategies, where you build out a very heavy economy, and then you take advantage of that moving into stage 3 and stage 4, where you then shift that momentum and start putting everyone else in that bottom 4 spot. He's very effective at it, and in this spot, it looks like it may get disrupted. Quite a little bit of a fight here.
Oh, nice ult from the Aatrox. You never been so happy to lose a round unless you're Ramblin. That's perfect at that situation. Just one unit loss for Ramblin, and we're going to possibly get priority on that carousel, and that's one of the reasons why you lose streak, right? Is you want to kick first.
4 Astrals in play as well here. Double Bruiser finds a couple of a pair of Cannoneers here. Not bad. This is looking pretty strong here from Ramblin's perspective. You know, a lot of times with the Cannoneers, I've noticed that they've been very powerful and very popular as well. This is a strategy that really likes to reroll, and Astral really enhances that reroll possibility quite a bit. And so Ramblin here trying to max out that board a little bit more, putting a Diana into play instead of a backline Cannoneer. Just hoping to pick off a couple of units as you continue this loss streak, because as you saw him look around the board, it does look like his board's a bit weak compared to others.
Yeah, and that might be intentional, like you said. You're not necessarily trying to play the best possible play every round in TFT, right? So Ramblin maybe putting in the Diana there, knowing that we can maybe take down a unit or two. Just like last time, this is going to be close.
Perhaps
it's going to be a 2v1 for the Skarner. Is this going to be another one-unit loss?
This is beautiful to see. Ramblin is so good at these loss streak strategies. And, you know, this is one of those things I feel like that just gets, again, honed over time, is that as you get to this point, you are losing rounds with one unit on the opposite side of the board, and it feels like you're not even losing at that point. It feels effectively like a win streak strategy because you're getting that additional gold and because you're getting this carousel priority. Just lovely stuff here.
Yeah, seriously, it's actually really hard to predict exactly how many units to lose from, and Ramblin was able to do that literally perfectly for 2 rounds. So we don't get first choice on Carousel because, again, we were playing so well, so we're going to be picking second. In terms of Peter Chess and Potibol, we are going to be picking first, and it looks like we're going over to Lilu, who picked up combat training for their first augment.
Yeah, I really liked combat training a lot. The augment is going to give you initial boost in terms of your attack damage on your champions, and as each champion scores a takedown, they permanently are enhanced with additional attack damage as well. So this can get way big at the end of the day. If you pick up a unit early on that you want to use as a carry, like say this Yasuo, for instance, this thing can get so much damage. You know, Olaf already has a mechanic that buffs their damage at the end of the day. But as you can see here, Lilu's not interested in that. They're very interested in the early game economy here. And I'd say, why not? You have combat training. You have Mirage. The Mirage mechanic is effectively like the mutant mechanic from set 6. It's going to be changing game to game. And in this one, it's offering you additional gold after each player combat. And so for Lilu here, you know, having this additional gold take place, still being on a win streak despite that, you know, and being able to just fight round to round here, you're really hoping to get some takedowns here. But right now, we are seeing the power of that Jade really take place here. Conan is going to take a big hit against, Conan's going to deliver a big hit here against Lilu, excuse me. And that is not the kind of round you want to be seeing in Lilu's spot. Although I'd say with, you know, a pair of rods here and the extra gold, there's some pretty strong mid-game stuff that's getting planned.
Yeah, looking at Conan's comps, that's probably one of the stronger comps on the convergence right now, based on the amount of investment. 30 gold on this board versus 10 on Conan's board, so we should be stronger if we're investing that kind of economy into that comp. And this pirate board is not necessarily looking to win every round, right? We have the economy, so we do have a little bit of a safety net when we do lose a potential round, and we're doubling up on the Yones too, so we're not necessarily really pushing for these round wins. We're pushing exactly like Ramblin' for just not that bad losses. That last round against Conan was pretty bad. Is this one going to be a little bit better against Potable, who does have a little bit more economy than Conan does, but the units aren't as strong, and there's no Jade, right? And Jade's pretty good in the early game.
Yeah, Jade is I think is very strong in the early game here. Trainers, though, able to if you get them effective early, that Namzi gets very powerful early on. So Lilu not sitting with, like, say, fantastic items in that spot, is on a losing streak heading into Krugs, but has a pretty strong economy. I'm excited to see what they're going to be cooking up as we move over to Setsuko's board here. And Setsuko, I've been seeing him play a ton of this PBE as well, and I am really excited to see where this goes. I have not seen too many Rage Wing builds reach past that 3 Rage Wing point, but it really looks like Setsuko is cooking up something here with a lot of Rage Wings, and this is one of my favorite mechanics because anger, let me tell you what, Boop, is my spirit animal, and I'm glad I've been able to take it in the reins.
You should probably go see somebody for that. That's not something that I would really brag about. You know what I really like being is angry. But hey, you know, if you've got kids and they need to learn what the color reddish orange is or burnt orange, now's a great time to get them to start watching TFT because Rage Wing is going to be online, and we're going to put the items on the Senna. And just like you mentioned before, this is where we see the difference between like Hextech Gunblade and a Bloodthirster coming in on units like Swain, right? So Gunblade's going to be a lot more helpful to your team. A Bloodthirster's going to be a little bit more selfish, but we still are running these Rage Wings. We're taking out Dragonmancer for now, and we're putting in the Olaf. You mentioned the Olaf can be a carry through the end of at least the mid game, but this IE Last Whisper should be pretty tough to deal with, especially once that Olaf becomes tier 2.
I'm also looking at where this Rage Wing is going to go. You know, Infinity Edge Last Whisper, a very powerful combination. When you Rage Wing this Olaf, now they're getting natural Omnivamp attached to this as well, as you saw Setsuko highlight over that. If you didn't get to read it in time, it's 50% attack speed as well as the Omnivamp that's taken into place, and that can be some powerful stuff. I think it's going to be a little bit of time for Setsuko to get this online, but I can see the direction they're going, and I feel like this was a very powerful start to have. You're going to be having this loss streak continue, but if you can manage to 2-star some stuff here in the middle of the game, we're looking at a very early 6 Rage Wing Bruiser Warrior setup that Setsuko has in place as you start to get these augments at a different timing as well. I love the timing of the new augments because it feels like they're coming in before the carousel at critical points. That really helps you change some stuff.
I actually would prefer the last augment to come a little later, but this one is going to be an interesting choice. Do we re-roll? I feel like re-rolling prismatic augments is probably pretty popular, but we're going to go with Electrocharge. So every time we get critted, there's going to be some damage. And actually with this particular comp, with the Braum, even the Lilia, and even the Assassins, right, you're going to get some good AoE damage there.
Yeah, and Peter Chess is going to need some help here as well, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're looking at the Electrocharge being a powerful effect here, is because they're trying to shift this momentum. They started out with a big loss streak. They had Rich Get Richer as their opening augment, so a very healthy economy here going for Peter Chess. You're going to be taking a couple more hits, and this is a prismatic lobby that's taking place now, so the teams are going to get very powerful very fast. You've got to figure out a way to turn this around. It looks like Scale Scorn is Peter's projected spot here. You have 2-star Scale Scorns. This is a very easy way to start capitalizing on those. The Scale Scorns, they get additional bonus magic damage, as well as the fact they take less damage from hefty HP units as well, as long as you don't have a dragon in play. So for Peter Chess, going to take another loss here, going to get some priority on the carousel. With 62 gold on a 7-loss streak here, you are going to be able to crank some gold into building a team.
Especially since we got Rich Get Richer, too, so we might not even be done with that economy at the moment. And we do see the Rage Wings win out that round. We've got some Twitches doing some good work too. 40 HP around this carousel is fine. We're getting low, though. If we hit around 30 after the carousel, that's when it's time to start worrying just a little bit, because like you said, these teams are about to start in terms of tempo to get a lot faster. The 2-star units are all going to be tier 2. You can expect the 3-star 3-cost units are all going to be tier 2. We're getting to 4 and 5-cost units here soon. So we're also going to be looking at who's going to decide to level up a little bit faster versus like the 4-1 and 3-5, how that has transitioned from the last set. As we look over at Peter Chess once again, Rich Get Richer going up against a 1-cost board other than this set that did just win a round. So it is not completely out of the realm of possibility, especially with Celestial Blessing being the prismatic augment there. That's a lot of healing that you're going to get for the team, but not enough beef, it seems like. You know, we need HP totals there to survive, and it doesn't look like Setsuko had enough HP. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, focused on the economy right now for Setsuko, and I think that's the right place to be. You had a bit of health to work with. You do have Celestial Blessing, so you have a pretty natural combat mechanic here that's going to be very powerful as you move through if you're able to get this team going. But for Peter Chess, this win here, I feel like this is a very pivotal moment where you have so much gold, you just went around. Now is the perfect time to be able to turn that around. We're going to find out if Peter Chess can do it, but we're going to keep looking around the board, I imagine, as well, as you're getting to see a glance at those augments on the left. And that, just, my gosh, Prismatic is such a scary thing to see if you're on the lost streak side of things. Let me tell you what, for Peter Chess here, 42 health, it feels like that you're getting pretty low, and frankly, I think in the Prismatic lobby, that is the case. You can take big hits if you are not well prepared. So for Peter Chess here, I expect to see some of this gold start getting cranked, unless maybe you're just hitting a bunch of 2-star stuff. Nope, keep going anyway. I think this is the perfect timing for it, to start buying some stuff and then figure out how this board is going to work out. Are you going to be rolling for some scale score and stuff? Do you want to just try to piece out a strong board here? What is the direction? And in a new set like this, it is hard to define that direction every single time.
Mm-hmm. It's like when your electronic maps helper, to avoid brand names, is is like in a new area, and it's like, I don't know, and it puts you like in the middle of a lake, right? So that definitely reminds me of these new sets, and these early game starts are usually a little bit more confident. Things that you can go, A to A, right? Things that you can read and then put in are going to be a lot better earlier on, and then the flexibility, variability tends to happen a little bit later as well. Is that's going to be a double Shiv Zeeks Varus, and Varus is a very strong swift shot unit. You kicked my butt the first PBE game we played, and it was I think it was with Varus, and I was very, very upset. And just as a reminder to everybody, and we're going to be reminding everybody as time goes on, Volibear cannot hold items, and Philosopher's Stone is banned. So you're not going to be seeing Philosopher's Stone at all, and you're not going to be seeing any carry Volibears. You can put an item component on the Volibear, but that is it. As we're moving over to Potable, who did Earth's grab bag there. So we have the Mage Cap to go along with it, and that's going to be on the Corki to go with these Cannoneers.
Yeah, and let me tell you what, Corki is already a very strong unit when you get some Revel Cannoneer online. Seeing this Corki cast twice, I think this is like panic mode if I'm on the other side of the board. This Corki, I think, is going to be cranking some damage. I'm actually really excited to see where this goes, because Corki is one of the units I have not been able to mage so far. I've been trying to do mage like every single fight that I get into, it feels like. And, very much like the Corki you can expect to see, some reckless shots, it feels like at times. He's always firing at a stationary unit, so if that unit gets wiped off the board, sometimes that mechanic can miss. Potable is going to miss and take a hit here from Ramblin' again. So we've been seeing Ramblin' on the other side of the board really clean up some fights here, as this was, again, an early loss streak start from Ramblin', but it looks like they have turned that around.
Oh, and look at this, Admirable. Have you ever seen 4 people tied with 64 HP at Wolves at the same time? That is what the PBE is for, my friends. As Pade Bull now needs, I think, a Corki too, and the Corki to hit something next time. It doesn't matter if you have a mage buff if only one of your ults hits, right? So you got to make sure it's an enormous missile, but like you said, just like Ari's old ult, sometimes you just can walk past it, as we have probably the most pivotal round 4 items. We get some gold, and we get some good AP items, actually. So we could potentially get a Hodge on a Cannoneer, as we have 2 Reforgers here for Conan. And we have more Rage Wings, it looks like. Oh, and the Rage Blade on the set. So the ultimate for set is auto-attack base. So we'll see how well this has been going, because it's actually been going quite well. It seems like we've been trading wins and losses.
This is a 4-1 Shyvana. And this, to me, is one of the big highlights of the set, is that with this dragon mechanic that's been introduced, the dragons are going to consume 2 spots, but they also cost twice as much. They highlight their traits that they have highlighted times 3 if it is your only dragon that's in play. And this Shyvana right now is giving a 6 Rage Wing, which you immediately see those items for damage get stacked onto that Swain in the back line. He transforms and starts launching some magic fireballs and stuff. And that Shyvana gets wiped out pretty early here. I'm sorry, gets transformed pretty early here. Is now carrying QSS plus Bloodthirster. This is a lot of damage and healing this has. And it's not going to be able to win this fight. But I think Conan is set up here for a great finishing touch that can be added to this team. These units get 2-starred, and you are looking at a very powerful board. That is Dragonmancer, that is Shapeshifter, and that is 6 Rage Wings. So you're getting a lot of highlights onto a unit as you see fit. And that's Ornn's Forge, the Portable Forge, yes.
Yeah. And then the middle one is Blue Battery.
Yeah, they're taking a read here over the abilities here, saying,
yeah,
like, do I want the Blue Battery here?
Yeah, Blue Battery does work in this situation. Even though it's not mana, technically it does work. These are all pretty good for this team comp. So this is literally pick of the litter. And we're going to go with the Visage on the Shyvana, and that's going to be so good on the Shyvana. So we're going to be doing damage. We're also going to be a pretty good tank, and this Rage Wing comp is naturally pretty tanky. Damage is where it can start falling off, but now with this Shyvana, now with this Swain, and these Reforgers, right, there's a lot of flexibility still on that comp, even though we've got most of our units. As now we're moving over to Altenahu, and we've got a Twitch 3 and 5 guild here. This is a comp you don't see every day.
This is not a comp you see every day. It's pretty tough to come across the potential for 6 guild. But they have been given the guild emblem, which is going to provide you with Omnivamp with whoever has that guild emblem equipped as well. And with guild, your team gets more powerful with each guild trait that you have in play. So every single time you're able to put another one of those into play, it highlights the benefits that those guilds are going to give you. Plus, the actual guild units themselves get bonus of whatever that trait is. So this is a very powerful team that Altenahu is putting into play right now, and this has potential to get even stronger because there's a guild member that's technically missing right now.
And we have the Assassin Spat for the Heimerdinger. That's going to look pretty silly to go along with the Talon. I call the guild comps Kumbaya comps, right? Because it's everyone holding hands together, sharing their stats, right? Even the Spatula, if you get like a Spat guild, you're going to be getting Omnivamp, I believe. So that's the last guild that we're missing right now is the Spatula.
The Spatula, that's in play. It's on the Heimerdinger.
Oh, it is on the Heimerdinger. Yeah. So
I'm trying to like remember which ones the guild member's actually missing. In my head,
it's not a comp that you see every day, like we said, but it's just a lot of stats being shared across the way as we look over at Setsuko's board. Once again, a lot of tier 2 units, but not a lot more itemization on this board. This Olaf is starting to really pop off. Is Talon going to be enough, though? Not a lot of HP, and Olaf loves that. We're already in the back line. We're hitting the Heimerdinger. Olaf is going to be just fine. Really good work there. It's just a matter of time at this point. Maybe this Twitch though.
3.
Oh, my goodness. You got to look at all the units, and Twitch 3 positioning so good there. The guild is going to win out that round with a little bit of a comeback.
Goodness, the guild stuff is just it's so crazy when you see all of these online how powerful it can be. Talon is being a 4-cost unit in this set and being able to highlight that with a bunch with an item as big as the I always want to call it Trinity Force, and I feel like it's not that.
Speaking of Trinity, 3 portable forges there for our augments, so a lot of Ornn items. Ornn in the game, but also I might have a supply chain issue here in just a second. Phony frontline for some other people. I actually really like that. A new one for Ramblin is going to be Axiom Arc. So we know that Ramblin is running with some mages, I believe, and Axiom Arc is going to be very nice for that. Oh, is that a Yasuo in the front line with that Dragonmancer buff with the Lee Sin as well, and the Aoshin? This is shaping up to be a pretty good comp.
He's going to pass up on the Aoshin. Aoshin, I know, is a very strong unit, but it's difficult to get that built, I'd say, in an extremely powerful way. And for Dasik here, they have a very heavy incentive, I'd say, to be looking for a way to make that. But that is, at the end there, the Yasuo 2 gets built. That is a Death Defiance, a QSS, and a Rage Blade with a Dragonmancer Blessing that's been placed on this unit as well. And this thing is serious. This Yasuo is not messing around right now. My goodness, this thing is just picking the unit it wants to take down and starting to take it down. However, this is a Shyvana with a big shapeshifter plus the Anima Visage that's on top of this as well. And this Swain in the back line is just cooking up additional. and able to take down that Yasuo. This board just overwhelms Dasik.
So if there's anything that's going to be able to overwhelm the Shapeshifter comp that we just saw, it is going to be probably something similar, right? That Swain was able to ramp up and just power through a lot of these units, particularly like the Yasuo with the Death Stance, right? So you have, you know, a Giant Slayer and an auto attack based unit actually taking down the Yasuo, and that's not what you want. You want him to kind of eat some burst damage, and with the Swain that's not happening. Giant Slayer as well, so Swain pretty good, but we do have 3 Jades on the board right now, so let's see who's going to get the hug. It's going to be the Anivia, but these Jade units are already at Jade 9, so like you said, you know, at 3-3 we were saying tempo-wise people are going to start capping their boards, and look at this, we're at 4-6 and we already have 9 Jade.
9 Jade is a lot as well, too. Jade gets, the statues provide you with passive healing and attack speed. And when they get taken down, they also just burst some damage to the units that are near them. And right now with 9 Jade, that is a hefty amount of attack speed and healing that you're getting there. It seems like it's very difficult to actually take down one of Dasik's units in forms of attrition, although that's what we saw in the previous round. It feels like he's extremely strong versus burst. And as we head over to Ramblin's side of the board here, he's scouting around the board trying to figure out which player he's going to have the most trouble against right now. He's been kind of jumping back and forth on the wins and losses here, and this is one of the most exciting parts of the entire game to me right now is the Treasure Dragon. You have the option to re-roll that offering that the Treasure Dragon's giving you. However, your option is either to re-roll it for a gold or to take it all, and that's it. And so when you get to this spot, you can get offered item removers, reforgers. You can get offered completed items. I've been seeing the loaded dice being offered at this stage. There's so many different possibilities that can come up in this spot. And so to be able to identify like, oh, this is ideal is extremely difficult. It's just whether or not you're willing to spend gold to try and risk taking something stronger.
Let's see if we're going to be able to get the Itis touch on this comp here. Triple Shiv on. Thank you. I love that you laugh at everything I say. Jinx now with this Triple Shiv. And, you know, we actually saw you run this almost exact comp earlier. You want to talk about, like, I think it actually was this exact comp minus Itis. Do you want to talk about kind of the odds and ends of this thing?
One of the most powerful comps that are in the game right now, just because the units are I think, are so self-explanatory. The Cannoneer and the Rebel, they pretty much go hand in hand at this point. Your idea is to just have a frontline stay and put in place for long enough to get, I'd say, like 2 casts off from this Corki, and that's why you're seeing this this blue buff placed here as well. So a little bit of a repositioning going to take place here. You're seeing that Lulu in the back try to provide some attack speed to this Corki, and if an assassin manages to get back here, maybe that can get polymorphed as well. That can highlight the damage that's there. But really the major benefit right now is for Ramblin to have this Sona be able to pick off the opposite corner, which the Corki's not going to be shooting at right away, and then to have this Corki get off a couple shots and just burst down the center of that board. You're trying to win via an overwhelming factor here, and that's why I feel like this Shyvana is going to be such a powerful unit. She jumps to the back with she redirects so much of this damage and gives that Swain time.
All right, it's going to be a Swain and a Shy together. Man, this Swain is a little ridiculous with that build. So, okay. Tier 2 Swain are really showing up. Going to the gym before the PBE Clash, I would say. Maybe it counts as a dragon. I don't know. But Swain is absolutely crushing it. Attack speed's the name of the game on that Swain. And literally kind of any other Bloodthirster. It seems like Hextech Gunblade seems to be A-okay on that unit. And now we have the other kind of auto attack based unit in the Rage Wings, which is going to be Xayah, i.e. Last Whisper Deathblade there.
Look, this board from Setsuko is quite interesting. I think they're trying to figure out where to piece together the rest of this right now. Sitting at 7 Rage Wings, so a little bit off, I'd say, in exactly where you want to be. But this Xayah is equipped with a heaping pile of damage, and that is one of the main effects of Xayah is just how much damage this unit can push through with this feathers mechanic. As she uses that rage, she's going to like launch attacks on the board which put feathers in place. Then you recall those feathers and pierce more damage through. But right now, this is not working out super well. That board got burst down, and it's how much can that Xayah really deliver. I'd say without a ton of attack speed there, it's tough for that Xayah to win those fights if your board gets overwhelmed early on. So Setsuko is going to have to cook up something different here. It's clearly not been working out super well.
And this is where the late game is about to start after this carousel. I feel like that's kind of the checkpoint into the late game. We need to make this board better. We still have a tier 1 Ezreal, tier 1 Hecarim in the front line, and not a lot of gold. So Tetsuko actually in a pretty rough spot right now. I don't think we can take the Swain on the other Ragewing comp, for example, and our AP comps are actually all starting to power up right now too. Potable has a Mage Cap, Ramblin running some AP as well. So, and look at second place all the way to 7th place right now, 20 HP. That's only 1 or 2 rounds in stage 6. So it still is anybody's lobby. Altenahue still winning by 30 HP. We do have an elimination as well as this round will start. We have first aid, Portable Forge, and the Jade there, but it's going to be Swain, no items with the Zaya. Is it going to be enough?
It feels like it's really difficult to take down this Yasuo from Setsuko's perspective. A 2-star Yasuo with all of these buffs is just monstrous. My God. And then the Nico finally gets unmasked as well, copying down the most powerful unit that you can have on your board effectively in that one. Setsuko is going to get eliminated in this fight versus Dasik in that one. We're going to hop over to Lilu's side. That's now 2 players that have been eliminated from the lobby. Peter Chestnut 8th, Setsuko at 7th. Ramblin taking a hit, dropping down to 6 HP. Altenahue also dropping to 43 HP as well, so some more stuff getting shifted as Conan and Dasik are the 2 win streakers as we head into the carousel point. Completed items being offered now.
So the Swains can't get stronger as we see the dragon fly over. I also love the little tadpoles in the water. One of the cutest things they've added so far in TFT, in my opinion, other than Namzi. But Lilu now defending world champion, gonna get the RFC, and that's gonna be really nice for this warrior board, because what do warriors lack? Range. What is RFC gonna give you? Range. So where is this gonna go? Maybe the Olaf. We already have 2 completely itemized units.
Wow, look at the gold that's been cooked up here because of this Mirage mechanic as well. You know, being able to establish 3-star units. You have a big lock at your front line, 4 Guardian in play. What's the biggest change you could make for this 9th unit now? And Zoe is the unit that's currently been added to the board here from Lilu's side. And Zoe has a very unique effect where she is stealing spells effectively from other champions that have been introduced into TFT at some point. And it's going to pretty much just change from spot to spot. And so there are all sorts of unique things that this champion can do. And you're going to see different spells basically every single time that Zoe casts. Right now it's Tornadoes to knock up the rest of that board. Some great assistance that's needed because this Shyvana with Anima Visage is going to be a tough takedown. Let me tell you what, a Yone 3 with a Rage Blade could be one of the units that can do it, but there's a Swain with a Rage Blade also in that back line. It's now found its new target. Shyvana gets taken down, so does the Yone. That Swain is going to win this fight, but my goodness, this is just such a tough board to take down if that Shyvana is going to live that long.
Untouched Swain, by the way, in the back line, plus supporting as well. So the Swain and Shyvana holding hands, definitely, right now by kind of supporting each other. Shy is going to be able to get the CC going, give Swain time to ramp up, and we're ramping up really quickly on that Swain. That was 2 tier 3 units that Swain was able, 3 tier 3 units that Swain was able to break through as Aoshin is getting on the board. And, you know, just if anyone's listening, from the dev team, if you could make his ultimate pride colors next month, that would be awesome. As Bard, the last guild member, is going to be on the board this time with the RFC, switching out to Zoe.
That was the one that was missing, as we saw the board from Peter earlier. And this, let me tell you what, Bard's mechanic, where he's able to just chuck that big note of music into the back line and then start picking up these dutes. As you pick up enough dutes, it actually increases your chance to roll higher tier units. A very powerful mechanic. It's going to stun the spot that it hits, the most populated unit on your opponent's side of the board, as well as enhance the amount of damage they take as he dances around when that's happening. Conan takes a big hit on that side as well, as we now have the top 4. Ramblin and Potable both have been knocked out in that bottom 4 spot now. And here's our top 4. Altenahue, Dasik, World Champion Lilu, and Conan right now, and some very powerful boards that are taking place in this spot. I am loving what I'm seeing right now because all of these boards are something that's unique. They're sharing some items with sharing some units with the Bard, for instance. Bard, just a very powerful utility unit that's going to be in play. But for Altenahue's board here, this is really scary. Twitch has been turned into an assassin to help support that Talon side of things. 2 chalices in play, a way to stun this board 3 times, excuse me.
What set is this with the assassin Twitch? I mean, that Twitch is going to absolutely destroy that backline. And, you know, fun fact, I was a music major, so when I play Bard, I get to use my degree. As we're looking, sorry, that was a good one. As I'm on it today, as all 10 of you now is going to be who we're riding along with. Still, we do have the 6 guilds, so we also have the Omnivamp. That's going to be really nice for people like the Rise, but I'm really looking at this Twitch right now to see how good that's going to be, especially since he's going to be enabling things like Talon, and we do finally get to the Swain in the back line. Are we at the point now where Swain is not enough? It looks like that might be the case, but is it the Swain or is it more of this comp doing better at killing the front line faster? What do you think that lands on?
I think that was a lot to do with the combination of everything, everyone working together in that one, but that was a stun effect into a stun effect into a stun effect that took place. It was the Hecarim stunning the board, and then the Sona stunning the board, and then the Bard stunning the board. Just all of this while a 3-star Twitch with a ton of damage is being able to crank through that back line. It just feels like Altanahu's board is so powerful, and that is partially because of that guild emblem. It's enhancing that damage even further. Dasik with the 9 Jade is going to be the heads-up fight that Altanahu is going to have to go up against, and right now Dasik trying to figure out what's this positioning I need to do in order to take over this spot. Can it be done? It's just everything has got like its own little group here. It's just, I mean, this looks like he's putting together like a football play.
All right, we got Cringe OU in the back line as well with that Frozen Heart. We also have the Titans, so we're going to get even more stats along with the Giant Slayer. That seems to be a little bit of a smorgasbord. The Yasuo actually it's stuck in the corner right now, misses a lot of the CC. The Talon ult goes through as well. 9 Jades looking just fine right now.
This is great positioning from Dasik, able to fight the Twitch and the Talon with this Yasuo that is stacked with strong utility. Lots of sped up damage here. The Death's Defiance suppressing a lot of the burst mechanism that can be put into place here. And then the Shioyu, is that this Jade Dragon? Did I remember the name?
Yes.
Yes!
You don't owe her anything anymore.
Yes, I finally remember this dragon name. With the Frozen Heart in the backline, slow down that attack damage as well. It's just, this is one of the highlights, I'd say, of Dasik, is being able to have these very strong position understandings and to manipulate the way these fights are going to work. Just these little tiny changes at the end, anticipating what your opponent's going to do. Imagine trying to jump into the center of this board right now if you're these assassins.
It'd be really, really hard to do. Twitch in the middle of literally the entire group. Starcall not really going to be doing much. Twitch, and starting to clear out his corner. Does get focused down finally. Not enough damage quick enough. Assassin Twitch, though, might have done enough to open it up for this back line. No, it's going to be Shioyu and the Jades taking our first ever lobby on the Convergence for a Dragonlands, and it's going to be Dasik, the defending champion. Something that's never change. As we actually go over to Soju now, who's still around. This is Lobby A, who's still around by a lot right now, 40 HP. This is going to be that warrior comp that we saw in another guild emblem as well. So it seems like this guild comp showing up a little bit. A lot of tier 3 units on this board with the Itis as well. Shimmer Scale Risk paying off for some of our friends, as Philosopher's Stone hasn't popped up for any of them, as we do go into our 6-4 carousel. So this has been going on for a while. You know, one last thing, Admirable, before I pass it on to you. Something that I also wanted to mention is these lobbies are ending moderately early, and that again is because it's the early stages of the PBE. We'll hit stage 7-2, 7-3, I'm sure, by tomorrow.
It is definitely looking like some powerful stuff that gets cooked up as well, too. You know, a prismatic lobby is typically, I'd say, going to end a little bit earlier because there's just so much power added to the board at this point. But Soju furiously clicking on that carousel here is really looking for this 3-star Olaf. Olaf's going to get a buff of damage every single time that they get taken down in a round. And Soju here with 8 Olafs really hunting for that final one here. And now also a pair of Yasuos that's in place. 6 Warrior, 3 Lockets onto the front line. A Titans here is keeping Soju alive with the additional health that has been provided. Was that correct, or was that another board he was looking at for that spot?
Not quite sure, but good Bard ult here. Tier 3 also doing a good amount of work. Admirable.
Yeah, his Titans is what he had. Wow, just look at these fights are taking place. It just feels like there's this rumble that's taking place every single time you see a fight. I feel like the way that these champions have been designed in this set, it just feels like every single fight is going to be super intense, as we are now in a heads-up position. Soju really, really wants to find this Olaf. One critical roll and it doesn't happen. He's gonna go for it. Oh my gosh!
I mean, Olaf is the win condition, right? He's already losing,
Olaf,
right? So
where are you?
if you are confused as to why we're making our board weaker, is we already lost the last round. Soju, I'm pretty sure that he's going to lose this round regardless without the Olaf 3. Doesn't even get to see it in the shop. This isn't going to get to round 7 either, as a How might be taking the dub here. We got the Doot, we got the Thresh in the back line. Only getting the tier 1 Aatrox, though. How much damage can they do? Good tankiness. The Yasuo is tier 3, so it isn't over. Good aura items, though, as well. It's Olaf and Yasuo versus Ahau, and it's going to be Soju losing out here. Ahau getting the win.
You know, a second place, though, that's not anything I think that you can be disappointed for at that spot. We're getting to see a little taste of the other boards as well when you don't have that prismatic emblem. I'm sorry, that prismatic augment tied into the board. But overall, so far in the PBE stuff, you know, this is effectively an exhibition tournament. We are very early on in set 7. To kind of emphasize what Crowan had said earlier, we're not even close to seeing what the optimization is for any of these compositions. It hasn't been fully balanced yet, even in the patches. It's all discovery and it's all introduction at this point, and we're seeing so many different things get cooked up. We already saw back-to-back lobbies with a guild emblem in place, and I already feel like that's something that's pretty rare enough to show up. So when you see that emblem, I feel like it just completely changes the world of everything there. You know, I've been seeing so many cannoneers, I've been seeing so many jades. I've seen multiple dragon builds that had that dragon augment that allows you to have multiple dragons in play. There's all sorts of crazy stuff that's going on so far in this one, and they're only into game number 1. We have so many more games planned, and I can't wait to see what the player's going to be doing.
All right, so we do have, I think we do have the rest of the lobby winners so we can see exactly where things are going. Things that, you know, popped out at me before we go see that is Swain. I think we can do some itemization on Swain that is different than what we saw. Tier 3 Swain might have won that lobby if we were able to get there. But something else admirable that I also noticed is kind of different carries within the same package, right? You've got the Swain, you got the Shyvana, you got Olaf, for example, all within a Rage Wing. And so I think what they were trying to do last set was something similar, but does feel a little bit better this time, where two people can run the same comp, but have two different experiences by running different carries and potentially find success both ways.
Yeah, and honestly, that feels like what the centerpiece of the Dragonmancer mechanic really is that you get to choose which unit you want to be effectively your carry in this spot. Would you rather have a tank, or would you rather have somebody that's just delivering some giant hits from the back line with a stacked amount of AP? You have all sorts of different ways that you can build out a Dragonmancer comp. The scale scorn mechanic, being able to forego the dragon and get a huge benefit because of it. There are augments that are centered around that can magnify the damage as well. You know, Diana being an assassin that we've yet to see fleshed out across the two lobbies that we took a little bit of a peek at. But Diana can be a very powerful unit, just bursting down some of the backline as well as shielding herself to establish a stabilization point in those things. It's just every direction you look, it feels like there's a carry that we have not even come close to seeing the peak of just yet, and that is only going to continue as we go through this PBE Clash.
We do have those scores at the ready. In my first ever PBE game, someone got Cruel and got out of Diana 3 against me, as we have Yone, Swain, Olaf, and Jade. Oh, look at this. So pretty, four different situations here, right? We got the 6 Guardians there for How. We've got Chi 2 going with the Rage Wing, Swain getting the win that way, Scale Score and Olaf for Unid, and Dasik with that Jade. China coming out on top on 2 of these lobbies, and Europe coming out on top of the other 2. North America might have to be quiet for this next game as we look at the overall lobby totals. Anything here moderately surprising? I know it's just the first game, but anything here that's popping out at you?
This is one of the beauty things about TFT and strategy games, is that when you start getting to these stacked lobbies, because variance is a real variable, it's really never much of a surprise to see any of the ways that these comes out. It's always just like a blessing and a curse, a bittersweet situation that you're going to be seeing across pretty much every single one of these lobbies. Right now, the North American region is not sitting so hot in the bottom 4 positions in a lot of these spots. But we're seeing Goose, for instance, coming in 3rd place in B. I don't want to highlight the regions too much across the board in this one, but it's going to be continuing here as I am extremely biased towards the NA side of things, and of course Goobums in particular, because I am never selling my Goobum stock coming in third place in Lobby C. But the biggest one to me that is no surprise is seeing Dasik come out in the first place position, the current defending champion of the PBE. Can that continue? Because right now it's looking like with that $75 bounty claimed for the day one first place as well. Dasik coming out on top, just very strong performance with positioning and understanding very early on. I feel like he is just one of the strong minds when it comes to fleshing out what the ideal strategies should be. And as that continues, I feel like that's where that gets kind of enclosed in on Dasik's strategy. Very strong understanding early on, but as the time goes on, everyone starts to get those understandings. They get to see what you have done and what other players have done in order to magnify those spots. But so far, a very big benefit for Dasik.
So we've already given away money. Like you said, all 4 lobby winners will have $175. Soju, right now the highest placed North American player in all of the lobbies so far. Is that going to change? Are your Goobum stocks going to rise? We'll find out after the break.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Dragonlands PBE Clash. I'm Crowd here with Admiral to take you into game number 2. But after we've seen game number 1, Admiral, what stuck out the most to you out of that action that we just saw?
I think the one that stuck out the most to me, honestly, was the 9 Jade aspect. I knew that Jades are powerful, but every single time I'm playing Jade, I feel like I just want to jam a ton of Dragonmancers into play.
Yeah.
I love Lee Sin, but I feel like that absolutely Dasik had the right understanding there. You know, what's more powerful than a Lee Sin with a Dragonmancer buff? Well, it's probably a 5-cost unit with a Dragonmancer buff there. The Yasuo at the end of the game. This is such a powerful spot. And then also kind of separating all the Jades like into their own little tiny groups, and then manipulating that board positioning really well against an assassin team. Just very strong understanding, very strong demonstration in that opening game. And 9 Jade. 9 Jade. It feels like it's almost impossible to get to the 12 Jade aspect, but my gosh, I'm hoping we can see it today.
It's pretty difficult, though. But just to elaborate on that Dasik play that you're talking about, I was actually really surprised to see at level 8, Dasik had actually gone fully out of the Dragonmancer, was running 9 Jade, 2 out of 3 Dragonmancer, couldn't buff the Yasuo, but it was enough to help him get to level 9 and then put another Dragonmancer in. But those priorities, right? What's going to be stronger, 6 Jade or 9 Jade, or 6 Jade and then 3 Dragonmancer versus 9 Jade and no Dragonmancer? It seemed like obviously Dasik, very smart player, very calculated player, made the right decision. And like you mentioned in game and just now, that positioning to beat the Twitch and Talent Guild assassins jumping to the backline, yeah, like perfection, right? Dasik showing why he was the Innovator Supreme and gonna be gunning now for that title of Chief Dragonmancer. It's just it was just peak TFT already in game 1. We still got so much more action to go moving into lobby A soon. We got players like Appies, Soju, Ahau, Balotelli. You kind of got to see the tail end of that game, but those boards were so capped too. There's like 6 warriors, 6 guardians, 6 guilds. 6 guardian is something that, you know, over our games the past few days, I underestimated 6 guardian, but how powerful do you think that comp can be in specific, Admirable?
You know, that's a great question, because I feel like some of the most powerful Guardian stuff is going to take place when you have a specific augment that benefits the Guardian damage. It's as they gain their shield, they have a chance to return a % damage to their attackers that are taking place. And so I feel like that can be an extremely powerful Guardian mechanic. But honestly, just the fact that you can Guardian Emblem whoever you want for that 6th Guardian, and they get a giant shield. They're granting a shield to nearby as well as themselves here. It's just so much defense you have to chew through in a spot like that, that when you have that much, a lot of your carries have plenty of time to ramp up. I feel like Rageblade is a very underestimated item in a lot of spots so far, and I feel like I can't wait to see who else is going to be unexpectedly carrying games with a Rageblade as we hop in here to Lobby A.
Here we go, the Rageblade Guardian Warrior user himself, Ahau, as we get on into game number 2, Admirable. I believe it was also 4 warriors being ran in that endgame board, but Yone 3, depending on the Mirage, is going to be an absolute terror, right? And I think there's a few of those that are very, very playable, right? There's going to be the Executioner's Edge, and then the where like the crits happen, and you get the extra crit damage, the duelist dexterity, and also the electric overload as well is something that I really want to see experimented with. But we'll see if Ahau can pilot that again, or if we're going to see something different now that there's a Lulu and a Volibear, but triple Ezreal shop, Admiral. I know you're happy about seeing that. It's similar to your shops, huh?
I do love Ezreal in this one, is where Ezreal his ability is actually highlighted from the magic damage aspect. But despite that, I've been giving him AD items, and the fact that he's kind of got like this natural Rage Blade built in where he ramps up his own attack speed, it still works pretty well. I feel like Ezreal is just a very strong unit, giving you the Tempest mechanic as well. As soon as you have 2 Tempest in play, you're getting a temporary stun onto your opponent's entire board, which is also delivering a little bit of damage here. But a Trainer being found early for Ahau, and Trainer is one of those mechanics that the earlier you get it, the stronger it's going to be. And so I do not blame them whatsoever for stepping temporarily away from this Ezreal line, because again, you're going to get Namzi stacks every single round that take place. So the earlier you have it, including on the creep rounds, at the start of your round is when you're going to feed those snacks over to Namzi, and every 25 stacks, which you are granted per star level of your trainers, is going to then tier up the Namzi. It goes up to tier 4 and then continues to gain ability power and health.
Yeah, definitely. So even if they wanted to pivot out of it, running it for that PvE round was actually, going to be the correct thing no matter what, in case you stick with it. Now moving over to Nukumaru, get to see if they want the Earth Grab Bag there, Cybernetic Shell, or the Blue Battery. Do have that reroll, but using it early can give you direction potentially, but can also lock you out of an endgame scenario where you get presented with 3 augments that you really don't want. Wonder what the... Oh, it is going to be that reroll used so early into Portable Forge. I believe that's a Jade Heart and Metabolic. And okay, it's me Portable Forge with a couple pretty solid options here.
These are all solid options. They all do different things as well.
Wait a minute.
Gonna be with the rocket arm as well. That's very unexpected.
Yeah.
I would have very much expected like a Black Cleaver in this instance. I feel like Black Cleaver is very strong in the spot. Dragonmancer being offered early, but very clearly favoring the power of the early game aspect here from the rocket arm, plus the disruption effectively that takes place. Look at this. You're going to be able to peel that backline almost every single time. We've seen so many backline units, and QSS it feels like a tough item to build out necessarily. You're having to use a glove, which could build Infinity Edge, a cloak, which could make a chalice or a bloodthirster. Feels like this rocket arm may be a pretty next level grab here.
Definitely. There's a lot to dissect here. I mean, firstly, going up against Balotelli, I mean, Rock Propelled Fist did a lot of work. It is going up against another gonna be Orin item there, which was the Randuin's. Not gonna be enough for Balotelli to get the win. Nukumaru had a couple different directions. Could have even considered slamming a Shojin's, giving it the Dragonmancer buff, but no, it's going to be on the set for now. Mirage is also Dawnbringer's Termination. That is going to be the healing coming through once you reach 50% health. Even happens multiple times if you have, 6 or 8 Mirage in there, but I don't know if people are going to be kind of forcing Mirage with that one, Admiral. What do you think?
It's definitely not something I'd say that is a forcible one just yet. At least I haven't seen one that build discovered, but it does feel like it's still a powerful aspect of it. I do want to remind everyone, as I'm probably going to be doing this in every single game, Volibear items are prohibited in this event. You are not allowed to build completed items onto Volibear or grant him the Dragon Blessing from the Dragonmancer mechanic. That as well as the Philosopher's Stone from Shimmer Scale, that is also prohibited in this one due to some overtuning and some bugs that are related. So that will be fixed as we head through PBE, of course. But right now, we are seeing this Lee Sin with a Guardian Stone Plate just plow through that front line.
Oh, yeah.
And just, I mean, no question there whatsoever. I feel like Lee Sin is extremely powerful. You can still use the Volibear, I want to point out. It's just, again, prohibited from having the Dragon Blessing or from having completed items. You can still use it for the mechanics, and you could even 3-star this if you wanted to.
Yeah, this is a really smart thing that players are going to surely be doing in their games moving forward, is at least putting in the Shimmer Scale units to see what the Shimmer Scale item is, because you don't have to commit to it. You can just take those units right back out again and say, nope, that's not a good enough one. It was, in this instance, the Gambler's Blade, which you'll do more damage depending on how much gold you have, and I believe it's a 4% chance of your auto attack to gain an extra gold, so not a very high chance. Not something Nukumaru wanted to play with here. Is going to go back into the 3 Dragonmancer, has that Sejuani 2 for the front line, goes up against Jupson here, and looks like this is going to be a favorable matchup.
I'm very surprised at how strong this rocket arm has been. Why do I keep calling it rocket arm? I know it's not called that. How strong it's been so far. Again, just peeling out a backline unit just gives you that heavy momentum shift at the start of the fight. Yeah. And it just, again, I'm very surprised. I feel like that none of the early macro choices from Nukumaru's side are the ones that I would have made. And I love seeing this kind of stuff because it's also effective on top of that. Gosh, TFT is such a beautiful game.
It really is. There's so many different directions, and these directions are going to get, so much more fleshed out, even going from day 1 to day 2 of a tournament of this caliber. The learnings, even game to game, are going to be insane. Players are going to be experimenting with, different positions that they're in that they've never even seen before, with all of the augment, variants, depending on what the Mirage is, their Orin artifacts, all of these things is so fascinating. We're going to be scratching our heads at a lot of things, saying, oh, what if? But we just gotta, leave it up to the players and see if what they made is the correct decision. It certainly seems like it for the early game for Appies. Has Celestial Blessing, a Last Whisper, and a Sunfire Cape Slam on a Tom Kench. Cannoneers, this certainly could be a committal towards in the spot. You don't need trainers to go into Cannoneers, but they certainly are nice. Appies, however, still has a strong opener.
Yeah, Diana being able to place here as well, just a very strong, attack to the back line, being able to grant the shield as well as the damage here. But this is a beefy Tahm Kench that's in the front line right now, and these Cannoneers are uncontested from the opposite side of the board. So I feel like Appy's very favored in these front-to-back style of battles that will be taking place in these situations. Cannoneer, I think, a very powerful trait coming into this set right now. It feels like that Cannoneers have been able to absolutely carry out games, and if you can just continue to hit that momentum and 2-star your units on time, you can stay half a step ahead of the entire lobby and just absolutely clear out spots with just some beauty and some nigh flawless looking fights that can take place.
Oh yeah, hey, look at the boards that are win streaking. Both feature Cannoneers. How has 3 Cannoneers, Appy's has 2. You know, it's a bit of a coincidence happening, and Spicy Appy's could actually run into a How on this next round. Both players will be wanting to protect their streaks, make their board as powerful as possible. That's why we see even like this small optimization of the Shen go in over the Alawi. Shen can oftentimes buy a lot more time with that dodge field that he puts out for his ability. The Spicy Appy's, is this gonna be enough? Even the, wow, the Twitch goes in over the Diana, gets that guild bonus for attack speed. It's gonna get hooked in by the rocket propelled fist, but that might be okay.
Yeah, I mean, Appy's going to have to, give something up there
to
that rocket-propelled fist, as well as to position for the rest of that board. Look at the Senna damage that hits that backline, though. And that it may seem like a very little amount here, but that attack speed buff that the Twitch is able to grant to your entire team is a very weak unit. But again, sacrifice to the rocket-propelled fist here, and then look at that, just able to take over the board. Tahm Kench completely, just seemingly untouched in this one. As Appy's is a 5-win streak headed into Krugs at this point, and a How also with a 5-win streak headed into this point. So I feel like this is where Spicy Appy's is going to have that eye is on a How until they take their fight.
Definitely. Ooh, a Talon in the shop here for K3 Soju. Very early, but it'll be kind of awkward to pivot into that direction, at least for now. 3 Dragmancer, 3 Ragewing. You have to kind of give up something. Oh, it actually had 2 sets in there, so able to take out 1 for the Ashe too. Not the Talon, but something else that I did want to note really quick was both of those win streak boards did both feature a Sunfire cape. So yeah, pretty good early game win streak item, as I think players are going to be really willing to slam that this set, at least for the PBE. Seems to be very, very powerful, especially on a bruiser in the early game like that Tahm Kench.
Oh, 3 rods.
Oh, this is
here
not
for Soju.
good.
Very unusual. It does have the option currently for 5 Dragonmancer as well available, and I feel like there's so many Dragonmancers that are available in the set, and I love it because you're able to piece this together. Pair of Swains gets found.
Okay.
If Soju can find that 6th Dragonmancer, a lot could change here. But right now, the Tempest plus the Swift Shot being offered, I feel like that's a big improvement to this board right now. Soju has a 2-star onto the Ashe as well. So this Ashe going to be getting a little bit of an attack speed as well as range buff here, thanks to that. And then again, the Tempest is going to be able to deliver the stun to your opponent's board here, making the death cap and getting the rod.
You might as well utilize the components, right? You don't want 3 rods just sitting on your bench forever. Might as well make Lee Sin powerful. He's going to be buffed up with more AP because of this Dragonmancer. So those kicks are going to be dealing a lot of damage. No 6 Dragonmancer yet. Oh, Lee Sin's kicking each other. The Tempest actually comes through. Pretty big there, but she OU on 3-1. Yes, admirable. It's a bit too strong. Is going to send K3 Soju into a loss in this round.
I'm pretty sure that as Shiou this early is illegal.
Yeah, I agree. It's so strong. Show you not even having any items there, just 1. It takes 2 unit slots, but enabling the 6 Jade, just the unit quality in general, much too powerful. Another Lee Sin as well. So many people are carrying Lee Sins.
Lee Sin is very powerful, a very strong tank as well, and a lot of damage gets delivered because they kick that unit to the back line. It's going to be damaging anything they kick through. Balotelli, we see, has used the augment reroll as well, and so the augment choices are going to be offered in front of them. I love that little change. It's just such a nice little quality of life when you get a window of augments where you go, no thank you, none of these.
I know, it's so good. Balotelli. Randuin's, it's kind of awkward to position around right now because you want Lee Sin kind of kicking stuff early, but hey, the Nico in front is really, really nice. Nico, one of the best frontline units in this set in terms of, tankiness, ability to dish out CC as well. The CC potential of Nico is pretty insane. 3 Jade, 2 Shapeshifter buffing her up as well. Not that much damage, however, outside of this Lee Sin. Hopefully he's able to get the job done as only being a Lee Sin 1. No Tempest on this board specifically. And I'm wondering what the pivot point for Balotelli is going to be here.
I'm curious if it's follow through. Like right now, just focus on your economy and get to a stronger point.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like the plan. One of the things I want to highlight here is the interaction between Hextech Gunblade and Bloodthirster that has been introduced, where these are now Omnivamp mechanics. So despite the fact that these Lee Sin's damage is almost entirely based on AP, the Bloodthirster is still going to benefit this. You still have Omnivamp, so each one of those kicks is restoring some health.
Yep. Definitely gets that shield as well. Same thing the Bloodthirster still does. Not enough to win this round, but Appius is fully streaking now that Tahm Kench has a Dragon Claw. I love the rework to Dragon Claw coming into this set as well.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be able to regen HP depending on what's targeting you, how many units targeting you, and the fact that it gets additional bonuses if you put Dragon Claw on a literal dragon. And speaking of dragon, Deja is going to be popping up here. Kind of hard to justify running an Admirable, but hey, there's some Deja boards that can work out.
You do have the second win augment as well, so you're kind of having like a weird magnification onto that Mirage benefit as well. The Mirage mechanic in this lobby is the seemingly chaotic healing. It's going to heal based on an HP threshold that gets reached here. Balotelli going to hold on to this Sejuani as part of the guild as well, and keeping the Twitch in play. So very focused on the economy is Balotelli here, really looking, I'd say, at level 7 and stage 4 to be their big benefit as they're again going up against a Xiaoyu here that's taking place. And it feels like these dragons are getting discovered a bit early in this lobby, but very powerful effects here. This Nico able to tank for a very long time. This Lee Sin making it to the midpoint of this.
Yeah.
Balotelli just trying to wipe out as many units as possible. I think that Balotelli does not expect to win these fights, but if you can wipe out units, that's going to save HP, and ultimately that is an important point for Balotelli right now. Sitting at 56, dropping down to 46 in here. That's a pretty big hit to take. Balotelli's going to need to have a big momentum swing take place here in the next couple rounds.
Yeah, one of the defining aspects of that fight was actually the opponent's Lee Sin kicking the Nico when that first ult was gonna go off. So Nico actually hit nothing. The second ultimate, I think, only hit 1 unit. So if that wasn't the case, could have actually maybe not won the round, but at least taken out 1 more unit. Oh, see, Jupison rocking a pair of Xiaoyus right now, and actually an Itis for Appies. And I believe Tebi had or still has an Itis as well. So that's the Shimmer scale, which is going to be given that Gambler's Blade. See what kind of use is being made out of that a bit later. Balotelli grabs the glove and is going to level to 7 right now. But what's this roll down going to provide?
These are not easy roll downs either, because every single choice is, something that you're not necessarily certain of as well at this point.
Zoe, she's not the best right now.
Xayah being given the swift shot aspect here.
Yeah.
Contributing to the Rage Wing. Lee Sin gonna get ditched in this spot. So a focus onto Jade and Rage Wing and Swift Shot looks like where Balotelli is headed at this point, and I'm curious to see how strong this ends up panning out. Is this a Rage Blade that's being built, or is this a Last Whisper, or neither?
That is true. I mean, Rage Blade's really good for Xayah. Last Whisper not too shabby as well, but it does kind of overlap with what the Twitch does. Twitch does reduce armor. Either way, this is not the strongest board that Balotelli could have had here. You're not playing Dragomancers, so you could have taken out one of the Jades, put a Hecarim in there. That's a lot of CC. And just having Rage Wing online, right, would have allowed the Xayah to have a lot more staying power, have the attack speed and the Omni Vamp that the Rage Wing gives. Not the best round there, but moving over to Tebi, that's going to be a pair of Itis, Dragon Claw on it as well, so a very, very tanky dragon is going to be healing up when they cast the ability as well. And hey, a Rage Blade on a Yone with a Gambler's Blade, that's going to be farming a lot of money potentially as well.
And glancing on the board at the opponents as well. Oh, I love that mechanic that's been introduced, that it shows you where your combat is going to be headed.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that. 4 Guardian in play here, but saw a glance at Jupson's board. 9 Jade.
Wait, 9 Jade already?
Was on Jupson's side.
That's crazy. Power of an early Xiaoyu.
What? I swear, I'm just going to call it Rocket Arm for the rest of my life, despite the fact that I know it's something different. Oh, we'll get this changed.
Fist.
Apologies for this one. We are taking stream feeds in this one, so we'll get another one loaded up as quickly as we can here. Thank you, production team.
There we go. Good to see Yone being on a sliver of health. Actually, is going to go down here, but this is still winnable, to be honest, from Idis. Very, very tanky. The Thresh is there. The Guardian Shields, that's the big thing. You can't get through these Guardian Shields. Admirable.
Plus the
Dragon's back of that. Yeah.
Dragon's Claw there as well. You know, being introduced to just a heavy magic resistance as well as regenerating % of your health based on each unit that is targeting that Dragon's Claw. A very powerful buff that's taken place, and I think a heavy justification was you know, part of this as well. You know, the fact that Cloak was so limited at the amount of things that you could do. It feels like Cloak is way out of that range now at this point.
Definitely.
It is a very powerful item.
100%. The Quicksilver you mentioning earlier, sometimes hard to justify because the glove can go so many different things, but still a fantastic item. Dragon Claw, Bloodthirster is, yeah, immediately that gets slammed. Oh, a Dragon Orb, but it is going to be a Deja.
Sounds like 8 gold to me.
Yep, 8 gold seems good. Rolling on level 6. Yes, this wants to be a Yone 3. That is what it tells me. Also, we want to get some other 2 cost 3 stars in here as well. And at least hopefully find a Leona 2 soon. Yeah, there we go. Finally gets that online. Okay, the potential was there if Tebi wanted to go a Mirage angle for the healing, because of course running Leona and Yone, excuse me, means that you're going to have at least 2 Mirages, but cannot justify running more. We do know that you don't really usually want to run Shimmer Scale for the whole game. You can, but oftentimes players are going to run it as just a gold generator in the early game, right? All these items are going to be giving you some benefit in that economy. Tebi has the Gambler's Blade on the Yone. It is going to turn into some other item a bit later on.
I feel like you do have a justification from Tebi's angle here to be able to run the Shimmer Scale for the rest of the game, though. It's a 4th Guardian. Yeah. It is a Dragon. It is providing you a very powerful front line here, and this Yone is getting a huge benefit from having all of these attack speed buffs. You know, his passive is the ability, and it's going to alternate the damage from AP to AD. And so just having a lot of attack speed is just constantly delivering a mixture of damage here, which you can't really have a dedicated defense against unless you have a plethora of tank items. A prismatic augment being offered as the 3rd one here as we jump to Spicy Happy side as well. What are they going to choose for this?
Oh man, is this looking like a reroll? Oh, that's a lot of gold that just popped up there. We had a Ancient Archives 2 that we saw on someone else's board. High-end shopping is going to be bad, and yeah, with Appius having this much gold to potentially go level 8 and just start rolling down with level 9 shops, this is really, really scary for the rest of the lobby. If Appy is able to hit a lot of good legendaries are still just a very strong comp to run. You can get a Yasuo online, you can get whatever dragon of choice, Shyvana, Ao Shin, or Aurelion Soul. Getting things like Bard as well. These are just high quality units that are going to be legendaries, and Spicy Appies is in the position to get that, especially still being 100 HP.
And Appy's having a Zephyr here as well. A lot of looking around the board that's going to be taking place here. Preparing for the rocket-propelled arm?
Fist?
Fist! God, I'm never going to get it right!
So close. Look at it right by the end of the game, I believe.
Appy's also is just... I feel like, you know, hanging on to gold here, just it's a very difficult thing to do. You know, you're having to make the choice between which direction you want to go, but just getting obliterated by this Jade board here as Nukamaro able to put so many units into play thanks to that Prismatic augment, giving you the extra choice. And it feels like this Prismatic has really shifted the momentum of this lobby potential that's taking place here. Balotelli going to get a win. UCLF taking a loss there now as well. And as you look to top to bottom on this health count in this lobby, it is a massive difference from first to last, and it just cascades its way down. This is not like a super definitive nature, for sections of the board. It's just definitive from top to bottom.
VCLF is having some big hits right now, though. Varus 3 into a Skarner 3, so this is the point where that HP differential is going to get short up a little bit, right? The players who are very low going to keep on rolling down. Balotelli hitting a Shioyu 2 as well. VCLF with more hits. Alawi 3, that's the power of Astrals. You're gonna get guaranteed Astrals if you keep on rolling down, so we gotta see that a bit later. But for now, Spicy Appies goes up against Balotelli. We get to see that Shioyu 2 in action.
Yeah, and Shioyu 2 having a Quicksilver, it's already difficult to take down this unit because of the way the mechanic is going to work, where they introduce an immunity to crowd control as part of their ability. So if you can't take this unit into CC early on, you basically just can't take it into CC.
Yeah.
And that's going to make sure it wipes out this board exactly as you've seen. Last Whisper and Bloodthirster here, very powerful mechanics onto that. True damage is delivered as part of Shioyu's effect as well. And so Appy's here taking another hit, but they've been sitting on their gold for quite a while. So getting the pre-level here to 8 to make sure that you're going to roll that unit going into Carousel. Appy's is about to take a dramatic gold shift.
100% level 8 right now. Appy's over the past 2 rounds has gone from 100 HP to 68, so needs to make something happen with this board.
ECLF able to get the Rage Blade for that Varus as well. You know, I see that's like the one carry that Astral truly has in place is the Varus with a Shojin and a Rage Blade. Eventually you get to a point where your CC feels permanent if you're able to last that long.
Definitely. It does oftentimes seem like Astral does fall off, though, once we reach, like, the very, very late game, where players get all these legendaries and, like, super capped boards. So at what point how long is it going to be good for, really? But Appius is making the transition. What is he going to find? A pair of Zayas rolls past a lot of legendaries, but keeps the Bard and the Soraka. Surely the Senna gets sold to swap items over, I would imagine, but a lot of decisions have to be made, and it's so early on in the PvE, it takes a while to make these transitions. Okay.
All right, so Ragewing still hasn't been hit in this spot, and I'm certain for Appies this is, you know, a start of the transition that's taking place here. But you have Bard, you have a Sona, which is going to be able to deliver some CC to the board, and you have Tempest as well for that additional one that's taking place. So it's just still a pretty solid front line here. This is going to get stronger from Appy's point of view, still sitting at 50 gold. And look at this, still able to put up a fight in this window. But let me tell you what, that Guardian Stone plate onto this, that Itis is not moving.
The Radiant version, even the Dvarapala stone plate, that Itis is not going to take any damage. Actually, invulnerable, it seems like. Dragon Claw as well. Yeah, you can try your best there, Appies, but you are never winning that round, at least right now, right? Still a lot of gold, still a lot of time, because 54 HP is still going to be top 2 in HP in this lobby. But like I was mentioning earlier, the HPs are going to start to even out a little bit. There is still VCLF, who did take a loss last round. Finds a few more hits right now. However, as we move over to Nukomaru, this is 9 Jade, Yasuo, and a bit of an Anivia carry or pseudo carry in the backline.
Yeah, Cursed Crown being taken as their prismatic augment as well. Gives you 2 extra units into place. However, you're taking twice as much damage from your round losses. So this is a pretty risky augment to be taking. However, a very powerful augment to be taking as well. If Nukomaru can take sufficient advantage of this one, this can grant you a lobby win just based on the overwhelming scaling that you can get from this. However, you have to hit that scaling pretty early on, and frankly, it looks like they may have done it.
It definitely looks like it. Oh, they did take 1 loss right after taking it, but so far it seems pretty good. Not if the Yasuo goes down, however. It's kind of going toe-to-toe with the Shioyu on the other side. Has that Bloodthirster shielding, is able to get some more dashes off, providing more shielding. Yasuo's living, gets the knock-up, gets some more healing. Oh, finally goes down, but was that enough time that the Yasuo bought there? There's still Anivia in the backline for some pseudo-carry potential action. Shioyu seems to be a bit too strong from Balotelli's board, though, but so close. Imagine...
Ouch!
That was Yasuo too, but yeah, ouch. Losses are double damage. Nukomaru drops 28.
What's the best thing you can find here? This is another tough spot to be in as well, where you're being offered Reforge, being offered some gold. They're going to take it.
Wow. He's 30 Yasuo item, that's for sure.
Blue buff is definitely a good one.
Okay. Quicksilver still has the Reforger, so could Reforge a component or the Locket if they're not going to be making use out of that. They could Reforge both things, actually, Locket and a component, and that's what they're going to do. Quicksilver and an IE. Hey, IE on Shioyu. Hey, not bad.
It is a bit ironic that it came out this way.
Yeah.
Where you change the Locket into basically the complete opposite of the Locket, which instead of focusing on team defense is just the maximum amount of offense that you can envision, and then the QSS rating in place as well. So I think a pretty strong position here for Nukamaro, but not ideal. And so it's really just how can they take advantage of this, and how much advantage can they take of this as well.
Definitely.
9 Jade is still very powerful here, and I think that this Yasuo, if this can get 2-starred, is just going to be insane.
It's going to be hard because I believe it is contested. Yes, it is.
You'll notice that
level 8.
the blue buff Bloodthirster is not featured onto just one Yasuo either.
That is true. Is that coincidence? Maybe blue buff Yasuo should be thinking about for some more games. But going up against Tebi, who's one off of Shen 3 and Yone 3. So much power, but not quite there yet. That Itis, however, is still there.
Yasuo, it feels like a water fencer at this point, just drifting around the board and delivering damage the entire time, just dancing back and forth to the front and the back line and staying at full health the entire time.
Oh my god. Some Serial Pharrell vibes there. Water Dancer blades just dashing everywhere, but not able to really do that much damage, especially not to this Itis. Is this going to be a draw ever?
Well, the Yasuo, if it can manage to take down this Yone, which is actually getting overpowered by the Yone right now. Oh, that was so close. And so the Yasuo here, what it does do is if it's the final unit that's of that stage, when it uses that ability onto the final trigger point, it will just slash the unit until it is dead with just an insane amount of true damage gets dealt at the end of that one if it is the final unit. So if you can reduce your opponent to one unit, even if that unit can live forever, the Yasuo can take it down. So that is one of the big benefits that's in that spot. But we saw how long what was that, level 6 board was able to fight against that 9 Jade.
Yeah. That was absolutely crazy.
That feels like that shouldn't be allowed, but frankly, I love to see it.
Love to see it indeed. Love to see Ahau with this board as well. Actually going out of the Tahm Kench, or at least replacing it with the Tahm Kench 1, putting some tanky items in the Ornn, maybe making sure that Ornn ult does come through. But Ahau, China has been a region that's been praised for the reads on the meta, and I have to say, Ahau's reads are fantastic. Cannoneers, a fantastic composition, gets the Triss 3 online, Corki as a pseudo carry as well. Not pseudo carry, Corki's a full carry. Multiple full carries. Look at that damage. Ahau absolutely wipes away. But that's Nukumaru's ghost there. As would have Jupasun go out in 8th. That's why I have a ghost board, but still. Ahau in a strong spot.
I'm just going to kind of take a glance at that board as well as we start to drift around here as well. VCLF looks like they may have come online as well. They had a swift shot augment I saw, and that really helps support that angle. And there's the 3-star Yone that gets found. Yone still a very powerful unit, but now for Tebi here, it is really just how soon can you get up some levels at this point, because we really need to see the rest of this stuff in play.
Yeah, next turn. Either way, it will be only cost 8 gold to level up, and yeah, Tebi will have 8 gold no matter how you slice it. It's gonna have the Shen in there to give Warrior to Yone, which is very, very important. It was up against this Cannoneer board, admirable.
Ooh. I'm curious, how long this Shimmer Scale can stay in place here. The Thresh being able to disconnect the Senna for a little bit of time. Oh, but that knock-up, big deal.
Thresh hook as
Yone
well.
Managed to get a takedown. The Thresh getting taken down as well, though. Oh, but this Yone, can it overpower this board? There's big heals coming in from the Raj effect, but just too much damage overloaded from the Revel and Cannoneer aspect. The Giant Slayer on the Radiant item there as well. VCLF getting taken down by Appies in that spot. Tebi down to just 4 HP.
Yeah.
As we head into the carousel here. That's a Yone with an Infinity Edge. I'm sorry, a Yasuo with an Infinity Edge. And I know that we've been seeing a couple players hunt down a Yasuo so far.
Both players metabolic here, just sprinting for their units and items of choice. Going to opposite sides there. Looked a little funny. But yeah, now Tebi can put in the Yasuo instead of the Shen. It is going to give Warrior. It's not going to give them the 4 Mirage. It will be only 3 ran on that board. But Tebi being able to level up is the most important thing. Getting Warrior in. This Yone with the Rage Blade is going to be ramping up so much attack speed that this Warrior will proc multiple times. Yeah, it's going to be taking, it's going to take out the itis temporarily to refresh where that Gambler's Blade is going to go. And that was a bit of what we speculated earlier, right? Where is this Gambler's Blade going to go? Is the itis going to remain in the whole time? Once the answer to the itis in the whole time is yes, but Gambler's Blade now on the Yasuo frees up the Yone for a Quicksilver as the third item. I think that is very, very smart. Is it going to be enough though?
Bit of a positioning change here as well. Is this enough? Going up against Soju.
Ooh, okay.
Swift shot on the Swain in the back line.
Interesting. Dragonmancer buff on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, wants the tank. Being able to, provide the extra damage there. Look at the Mirage mechanics, saving that Yasuo as well. Oh, and Yasuo
It's the
delivering
backline.
some massive damage into the backline here. Soju just one Swain away from a Swain 3. It feels like that is absolutely the effect that Soju needs to get through there as well. And just hanging on for dear life here is Tebi, as the metabolic is the reason they're still in the lobby right now.
VCLF as well.
Not
4
another
HP
one. It's just back-to-back games hunting for the 3-star and having 8 copies.
Soju. The most unlucky TFT players so far in the Dragonlands PBE Clash, it seems like. Can he stay alive one more round to have another chance to find it? Is this Lee Sin going to be strong enough? There is this eye in there as well with a bit of carry potential. Or a Swift shot.
Oh, Exiles here. This could be so strong. The Lee Sin not facing the correct direction, I'd say, for this kick. But you know what? You're getting something out of the way, and you're opening up the board a little bit.
No.
Oh. Is this ever enough? It feels like this Cannoneer board is so strong, Crowan.
Cannoneer board's gonna do it, eliminating K3 Soju in game number 2. 1 Swain away. That could have been the difference of a second or first place, and potentially a 7th here. Just gotta see what other losses come through. Tebi does go out and drops by more HP. So Tebi in 7th, Soju currently sitting in 6th for now, but VCLF is gonna take a big hit as well. And I think Soju's gonna maybe squeak a 5th place here. Yes, he does. Wow.
What?
Crazy.
You said the unluckiest, Crowan.
No, that's pretty lucky. I take it back. That's pretty lucky. That's pretty lucky. We take a 5th place there every single day of the week. Sure, it could have been a top 4, right, if that Swain came through, but not bad result if that elimination did happen, which of course it did.
And look at Appy's board here. This looks like this is just night and day from the last glimpse that we had. It feels like of Spicy Appy's board, able to have Shyvana in play with a lot of tank items. Shyvana is just a very hefty unit that I feel like has not been fully fleshed out in terms of what the ideal strategy point is for a unit like this. And I feel like we're not even close, but Appy's looks like that they're going for a 3-star Saya here.
This is a very realistic possibility, especially because high-end shopping, there's 44% odds to see a 4 cost in the shop right now. Bard is going to be consistently buffing that as well. Put a Shojin's on him? Yeah, that's going to get even better. 54 HP, swapping the sides of Xayah. Zephyr not going to hit something very important here. I think it's just going to hit that Jade statue.
Yeah, not a huge deal here. Is this frontline enough really to hold long enough as well?
Shyvana.
Shen's a very powerful unit in terms of the tank here. I'm sorry, the Nico is a very powerful unit in terms of the tank here because of the shapeshifter buff that's been placed. So this Xayah has a lot of time to deliver damage. That Shyvana too, still living into this back line. But is this enough to take out the Yasuo? If the Yasuo can manage to take down a couple more units here, this is not going to work for Appy's. But right now, that Edge of Night, it's taking away the aggression point onto the Xayah, and that keeps Appy's into this fight and able to win it.
How is out and forth. Nukumaru and Balotelli on single-digit HP. Appy's is certainly the front runner by far in this lobby and can still get so much more powerful even if they lose rounds right now, which I'm not sure that they will. I think they might be stronger than both boards here. This front line, absolutely insane. Hecarim for CC, Nico for CC, Shyvana 2 for CC, and just gonna be unit quality of unit that will almost never die, it seems like. This board is so strong. The pick by Appy's was phenomenal.
Copying the Shyvana as well from that aspect. This is just powerful hits you're going to have in the early game. Looking at Nukumaru's board here and seeing how much that this Yasuo can deliver on the other side of the board. Is it going to be enough? It's still a 1-star Yasuo that's in play for both of these units, and Appy's also contesting for that Yasuo as well.
Oh, is this enough? 9 Jade.
Look at this Anivia. The Anivia is just almost perma-casting at this
She's
point.
a crank. The Yasuo's still full HP.
Ooh! Just not enough. Nukamaro gets knocked out in third place. Balotelli going to get a win. Abby's at 54 health. And look at these shop odds right now.
46% now. Bard 2. Still 2 Zayas away, Admirable. 1 Yasuo away from a Yasuo 2. And now it's going to have the items that Nico just did possess. This board can still get so much stronger.
Looking across on the other side as well. Shroud not having the biggest impact against this team.
Yeah, Rage Winds can't get shrouded. They don't have mana.
I love with the Hecarim being equipped with the Zephyr as well because of the Cavalier aspect. They're going to sprint to the front
Good
line.
positioning.
Yasuo here is really the unit of worry. Getting stunned early by the Bard, that amplifies the damage that takes place during the stun. And this Xayah, completely unchecked right now with this Shyvana in the back. Oh. Is that going to change? Bard. Again, stunning the board and amplifying the damage. Shioyu gets taken down, and Balotelli looks like that they're on the verge of elimination here, and that's going to do it. Appy's 54 health victory.
What a statement of a game by Spicy Appies there. Took a couple of big hits into the mid-game, but that transition was phenomenal. Now moving over to Lobby D. Potable and Lilu in a heads-up match. That's Anivia 3. Isn't buying it quite yet. Probably will buy it once the round is about to end because they're holding Swains, actually denying Swains from Lilu. Oh, such fantastic play.
Oh,
actually, are they going to? No, they're not going to sell it. They're going to keep denying it and just lock the shop because they're not going to get eliminated this round. This is peak TFT, Admirable.
This, denial is one of the weirdest aspects of TFT, but when you're able to demonstrate it in this heads-up style of play where your opponent is desperately needing that, it can be a big difference. Now, what we're seeing from Potable's side of the board is that it may not be powerful enough to win, and I think that magnifies the importance of the denial just that much more.
Oh, it's still
very close to being able to get it done, but just not quite there. Is that Anivia 3 enough to take it down? We're going to find out. Perhaps a positioning difference as well.
This is Revel Anivia. This interaction is actually busted. Every instance of damage the Anivia outputs is going to proc Revel and deal damage. This, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Mortdog spoke about this and was like, yeah, that's going to get nerfed, but it has not been nerfed yet. Revel Anivia is insane. It's like one of the best things you could ever do in the game right now currently.
We saw it get wiped out very early at the start of that round.
Yeah.
I think that positioning is a slight difference in this one. But now it's time to see. I mean, you have just pointed out that every instance of this. Oh, look at the numbers just flying across the screen as well.
It's so much.
Just so much CC on the other side of the board, though, as well. But just look at the difference.
Night and day.
This damage has delivered. Holy smokes. Lilu getting wiped out. Potable claps the hands together. And why not? That's a first place victory.
Revel Anivia 3 denying the Swains that Lilu could not hit the Swain 3 the whole time. Unit denial, you said, one of the weirder aspects of TFT, but there is a time and a place for it, and it is right there. Potable with a fantastic finish to Lobby D. Man, that was a lot to unpack. We go from seeing one whole lobby to just the end and like the hypeness of the last lobby there. I was like, what happened to the Lobby A that we saw?
There's no telling how that lobby ended up panning out. We get to see a glimpse of the possibility and the flair that can take place. Anivia, I think, is a very strange unit that is either going to be extremely powerful or very underwhelming in a lot of scenarios. And in that one, we got to see the extremely powerful aspect of it as well. But that was 2 Swains sitting on 8 unit count that weren't quite completed. Oh, I want to see it done, Crowan.
I know. Oh, man. But Just a fantastic game all around. Even just lobby A, which one we saw from for most of that game, right? Or we saw the entirety of that game. Soju being just 1 unit away on those roll downs, not able to hit the tier 3, but did manage to get a 5th, right? Not bad. When players all getting eliminated in the same round, it's these slight micro decisions that you can make in the early game that makes a multiple placements worth of difference. It's pretty crazy, and that especially in this point, in TFT in the PBE, that there are definitely micro plays that you could have and should have made in the early game, but this is the figuring out stages of the game right now. It's so much. Spicy Appies didn't really need to figure that much out. They said, oh, my transition is going to be a Shyvana, a Xayah, one with what, 54 HP? Absolutely 54. Insane.
Yeah, it was nuts. And I want to highlight the Soju finish there as well. 3 players got eliminated in the same round. And you do want to talk about micro decisions making a difference. When you were able to go from a 7th to a 5th because of just a couple points of HP versus players that had metabolic as well as one of their augments for that addition. At what point do you draw that up and go, yeah, that was the one that got me to 5th? There's just no telling. Every single one of those notches can matter for day 2 as well, because this is a heavy elimination onto day number 1. This isn't like a lot of the championship lobbies we see where a third or a quarter of the field gets wiped out. We're going to 8 players for day 2.
8 players, and the ones on top of this lobby at least getting their $75, but more importantly, we get to see the comps that did it. Spicy Appies with the 6 Ragewing Xayah carry. Shyvana in there as well was pretty good. Wow, Michael with the 6 Mirage Deja carry. Oh, I wish you could have saw that one. And Esha as well with 8 Mirage Deja carry. This, admirable. Deja carry. I want to see it.
We're seeing a lot of region representation here as well as you look at that top bar. NA, Latin America, Oceania, EMEA. I mean, this is wow. I'd love to see this as well. The Mirage thing is going to be a difficult one, I think, to always highlight because there are so many different Mirage mechanics that are going to be changing game to game. I want to highlight that. Sometimes Deja, I think, is going to feel like an all-star. Sometimes Deja is going to feel like, why did I put this unit into play? But that is going to change in so many different aspects. And as you look across this board in this one, it feels like we just flipped the lobbies upside down for the finishes.
I know. It's crazy. And we get to see what happened in just that game number 2. But now we get to take a look and see the overall scores over the past couple of games that have happened and see which players are on top. And it's going to be Esha repping OCE out in front. Dasik, the Innovator Supreme, reigning champion of the PBE Clashes, in 2nd place. But it's only 2 games, admirable, so no one should be panicking right now. Even Becca, who unfortunately did go 8-8, there's still some time to bounce back and make it into the top 8 for tomorrow. It is a harsher cutoff than we're used to, right? Since it's only the top 8 moving forward, but there is still time for all these amazing players to make it into that top 8. The left hand side of your screen is where you want to be once we reach that 6th game and get past it for today.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen when it comes to these TFT lobbies. Variance is a real variable that takes place into these and can have a heavy impact. So, the first 3 games of this is something I usually talk about in a much more specific manner. But those first 3 games, those can just literally become the opposite in the last 3 games. But as you and I have mentioned so far, a much harsher cutoff. We're going in from 24 to 8. From 32 to 8 players in this one. And that is just a massive cutoff. Like, you're looking at targeting the 1st and 2nd place finishes there. The notch-ups are important, but so are some big wins.
Yeah, even if you don't make it to the top 8, you still get $75 for getting these lobby wins, so gotta be rewarding those players as well. But we're gonna give our players a chance to prepare for game number 3 as we're gonna go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game 3 of the Teamfight Tactics Dragonlands PBE Clash. Welcome back, everyone, to the TFT Dragonlands PBE Clash. Still Crone here, joined now by Boopasaurus to bring us some more action for game number 3. Boop, gonna ask you some very similar stuff here. What did you make of what we've seen so far? What's been the top of your mind for just excitement right now?
The diversity we've seen on all of the winning comps so far. I mean, if you were to tell me that in the same round 2 Deja builds would actually win the whole lobby,
yeah, that's crazy.
I would literally make you pay me to have me believe that. But it seems like it's augment related, right? Which direction can you go? The augments will provide forks in the road for you, right? And depending on how much context you have, you choose which direction you're going. And sometimes that's a Deja direction. Other times it's Jade or something. But
yeah.
The other thing I noticed too was just the absolute flip in that lobby from Bolatelli there, who I left to go to the bathroom real quick, and I came back and he was in second. So
So it goes.
when you're able to kind of latch on and come back like that, that's a good sign for the set as well. That means that you're not out. There's nothing worse than like getting to the end game and just knowing that there's no chance. And I think there's always an out, whether it's to win or to get 7th. There's always a way to, I think, increase your position in these games.
Oh, 100%, especially in a tournament, tournament format. Every single point matters. You're going to want to play for your quote-unquote win condition, even if it's not to win the lobby. Getting a 7th over an 8th sometimes feels like the biggest win that you can do when your game feels really, really doomed. You're like, oh, I'm going 8th no matter what. No, that's not the case. You can still have your outs, but Boop, like yourself, I'm very interested in that Deja comp. You mentioned it depended on the augments, and it definitely did, but also depending on what the Mirage variant is, right? Admiral kind of introduced it as it really is kind of the mutant of set 6, but coming back in a new form here. You're going to be playing, some interesting units. It's usually centered around the Yone and the potential Deja for carries, but could get a Mirage emblem on other people as well. So there's definitely more that we can see there that we haven't quite yet. I'm sure in going to 8 Mirage, as one of the boards did, there was probably an emblem or 2 in play, but I just really want to see it in person, right? Deja is one of the units that, like, at least for me, in my experience, was going into PBE, running Deja, like, oh, this unit feels kind of weak, right? But that's because there's kind of specific scenarios that you need to all fit into play. You're not just gonna, pick Mirage units and be like, oh, why isn't it working, right? You need to read the fine print there. You need to read what the Mirage is. You need to itemize Deja correctly, maybe go Yone 3, things like that. There's just still so much to learn here, I think, Boop. That's the really exciting thing for me for this set so far.
Yep, Olivia Rodrigo's favorite comp definitely showing up in that last lobby. Love her. Grammy award-winning Olivia Rodrigo and her Deja comp. But the other thing that I've actually been noticing is just how late some people are adding those dragons, right? It doesn't seem to be like, if you get it really early, that definitely seems the priority. But in the mid-game, going into the late game, you can kind of stall out for that dragon if you so need to. You definitely want it, right? And people are picking up, I think we saw Shyvana at like 3-3 in a lobby not too long ago. So, pick it up definitely then, but as you move through, it's not completely necessary to have these dragons on the board to find success. You might find more success potentially, or, depends on the matchup, because a lot of these rounds are becoming matchup dependent. I think the lobby that I casted with Admirable first had 4 people tied at the 3rd carousel, which is something I've literally never seen before.
64 HP, I remember.
Yeah, it's the Wild West, right? Anything can happen. We're still discovering, and right now we're actually seeing something really cool, which is transitioning from earlier re-rolly comps at the beginning of a set, like always, to some of these slower AP maybe comps, some of these, Revel comps that we saw, like the Revel Anivia. So a lot of, again, options and possibilities, and what's going to make a good player great in this set is how good you are at identifying context and picking the right direction.
Oh, definitely. Identifying context is huge. That's really going to separate the good from the great TFT players right now, because not everyone is always good at, the beginning of a set or beginning of a patch, right? Some players need to take a lot more time to kind of identify these things and get that context. But a player who has gotten all that context so far is Esha, who is currently sitting in first place as we do get on into game number 3 of the PBE Clash.
Oh, and another really cool thing, Crowan, that I wanted to mention, I believe every region has a lobby win at this point in time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, every single region from OCE to even North America and
Even
Europe.
North America.
Getting those lobby wins. Esha, otherwise known as Russell from Up, going to be starting with the large rod. I know, deep cut reference, right?
Wow.
Double
Impressed.
large rods here. For this opener, a little bit of an AP start. Jade's very popular. It's probably, if you're starting TFT, if you're watching this for the first time and you're interested in getting into this set, I think Jade is a really great way to start.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be maybe a little bit, positioning dizziness, but still very straightforward. I think the Jade units, you can carry your Xiaoyu, you can carry your Anivia. We saw kind of both those being carried by a Jade composition in the last game. And yeah, those comps can work out fantastically. A couple of Leonas being put on the board for Esha right now, and a couple of rods isn't the best direction, but depending on what this Mirage is, if it's electric variant, I would want to see that Leona being re-rolled, the Yone as well going in there, because the Rageblade potential is here as well for Esha, and Rageblade works fantastically on a Yone. Don't have a lot of gold yet. In fact, Esha's only got the items, so we'll have to see what comes through here in terms of units that determines Esha's direction, as well as the augment in the next round.
It's a little bit more of a vertical comp that you can reach, but I like that Mirage that you're talking about. So they're going to be doing more damage the more HP they have. And so things like Leona and the Yasuo are actually nice. Astral, one of those re-rolled type units. As we move over to Becca and her wonderful new hair. Swift Shot, Shimmer Scale, and Axiom Arc. You got to look at the board to see where Axiom Arc might land. But right now, a little difficult of a choice.
Yeah. Shimmer Scale is always very tempting, because if you're able to get Shimmer Scale online early, can make it work with the econ you get from it. But Becca re-rolls already on a silver tier augment, not liking any of those first choices. Now is going to have makeshift Scale Scorn Hearts or Ancient Archives. Scale Scorn with Diana re-roll can be a very strong composition. Doesn't really have the items to go for it quite yet. It's actually going to go that direction.
We're going to get our Tom Kench along the way. Our items are going to be left on the bench for now. Zephyr's not something you'll ever build this early on.
There's a glove on set.
But there is a glove on set, so we can build the QSS if we want, but we don't have to at this moment. So we're getting synergies, as many synergies as possible on the board right now. We got the triple twos with the Bruisal Revel and a Scale Scorn. And look at this, the Jinx definitely seems to be one of these anchor units in the early game. AoE damage and a stun attached to the Jinx, but the one with the Shiv should be doing a little bit better. So it's Shiv procs versus tankiness in this moderate mirror matchup.
Hey, TK2 though, very tanky. Ooh, does get stunned out there, a lot of damage. Wow, the Revel. Wow, it might actually be Becca's winning, and she's hovering the belt, and the belt makes the difference in that fight. 150 HP. These are the small micro plays that are differences between going top 4 and bottom 4, going 7th and 5th. Love seeing that out of Becca, especially after, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but going 8-8 sometimes, as her name in game might suggest, Becca tilt, you might tilt after that happens, but no, Becca's staying calm, cool, and collected. Head in the game, you love to see it.
Clear mind, soft heart, iron spirit, as my
there we
dad used
go.
to say. We do pick up the Jades. The Karma, now, we're just going to leave it on the bench. We could kind of switch in and out. We're not completely consumed by our comp just yet. Scale Scorn, maybe because of the extra unit that we get for it with the emblem there. But we're still going to be rocking with these Bruiser Revels. But the belt now is stuck on the Jinx, which most likely will get sold at some point. But this is going to be a little bit tankier of a team comp to be going up against, and the Revel bonus not quite enough right now, as the war of attrition going to be going Donglade's way.
Yeah, Donglade rocking with a few Guardians at this point. Sure, the Jinx able to take down a couple of units, but not able to really get the job done there. Becca's in a position to whereas, yeah, you want to go on some bit of a streak to get econ, whether it be win or loss streak. Diana is here. That is a key unit if Becca's coming to skill scorns, which, we believe that she should from taking that first augment. Dropping HP isn't even bad early as well because you get that carousel priority, and Diana needs, I would say, pretty specific items. I think IE, Titans, and Hodge is going to be the preferable build, but that's by no means conclusive, right? There still could be some variance there, but IE for sure.
Hodge is good on anyone who has some shielding. It's good to get some of that HP back while you have some damage mitigation as well. And those orbs can actually rip apart those units, especially with the assassin trait. And we do get the Diana in, and that's a big difference. It's Diana v Diana, but a little bit more tankiness goes a long way for Becca.
Definitely makes 10 gold with that win as well, and does not have to sell the Braum off. That is important because only needs to find an Olaf or a Lilia to get 4 skill scoring in play, which is 70% magic damage for the Diana. A lot of her damage, most of it, actually, well, not most of it, a lot of it's going to be that spell with the orbs flying by. But with Assassin online, late game, her auto attacks still are going to be doing a lot as well, especially as mentioned with the IE. She's not able to grab the sword here, unfortunately, but will grab a 3-cost bow. That is not bad at all. Let's see what other players are going to grab here.
Bow's always a pretty good item. It will go into a lot of items that you'll find value for. Where this bow ends up, we'll know soon enough as we move on over to Setsuko, an up-and-coming streamer. Sorry, I love calling popular people up and coming for some reason. And so we're also going to put the Dragon Blessing on Lee Sin, and it is Executioner's Edge, which is the Mirage bonus. So we're going to put some damage on Karma now. So this is going a Jade direction for the moment, but might not be forever. Might just be holding those items because it's one of the only tier 2 units we have.
Yeah, I was deciding actually, and yeah, we'll be going forward with this round with the Dragonmancer buff on the Lee Sin. I think that makes a lot of sense. Makes your front line a bit better. Lee Sin's damage is not negligible either, and Karma's still going to be a kind of, I guess, the primary carry. Lee Sin's the pseudo carry in the front line. It is a bit committal, however, to make a Chalice and an Archangel's AP wants to be the end point of this composition, and fortunately able to take out the Diana before it casted again. But Setsuko going to carry the streak onto a 4-streak boop, but will they be able to make it all the way with 5 wins?
Onglade, tier 2 Swain would be a lot better for that,
true.
Right? Yeah.
That's true. 2 Swain's next shop. Swain 2? No.
Okay, so we aren't going to be able to get a ton of upgrades. Good frontline, though, right? And when you get a good frontline in the early game, you're probably going to be winning more rounds. Just in general, I know a lot of people in like Plat and below like to build those damage items. Like, we're seeing right now a little bit first and foremost, and they never build out that frontline, right? So when you have the opportunity and you can build out some of that frontline, that would make a lot of your carries a lot happier, as it's going to be the Leona and Braum in the front line for this Dragonmancer. And Lee Sin going to be keeping this Karma safe as well as getting a little bit of AP.
There we go. And the AP 4 streak is going to go against Dawnglade. So someone's going to be really sad losing their full streak going into the Krugs. Dawnglade has the Guardians, 4 Guardians even at this point, and a Yone too. And this Yone is what, if it's not a threat right now, it's certainly going to be a threat later on, with the Executioner's Edge being the Mirage variant. Lee Sin kicks away for now, but yeah, it's even still a terror right now, paired with the Guardians. So much staying power. Can Karma get through it? No, she gets hooked by the Thresh, taken out. Dawnglade gets the win, gets the ability to make 20 gold as well as that econ breakpoint is also huge. But we move on over to Potable. Oof, it's a Sona in the shop.
Yep, lobby winner from the last lobby, and arguably the lobby of death, right? Starts with D. Potentially moving on over to lobby A now. So Potty Bowl has the momentum in 8th place. This is actually a really good place to be at this point in time, right? We're kind of in the middle of all the lobbies. You're in a striking position. If you get to 10th or 6th or something like that, you are going to have good context moving forward to kind of know exactly how you want to play. Plus, like Admirable was saying, we're cutting 3/4 of all of these players after today. So the 1st or 8th mentality might actually be a lot more preferable favorable for these players, as well as the incentive of that $75. And again, just to remind everybody, Volibear is banned. You cannot, well, you can use the unit, but you can't put items or the Dragon Amancer blessing on it. And we also aren't using Philosopher's Stones. So that is why we're not seeing. I'm sure a lot of y'all wanted to see that Volibear.
But no.
But no, we are going to make him wait just a little while longer, as it's going to be Zeke's and Rageblade for this Twitch. So a little bit more aura items. They seem to be very good slams in the early game.
Definitely. Potable is in 8th place currently out of 32 players. And as you mentioned, Boop, yeah, we're cutting it down by 24 of those players. So the consistency that we see in most tournaments is not going to be good enough. Like, you can potentially average like a third and still not make it forward into tomorrow, potentially, depending on how all the standings shake out. Audible losing this round, unfortunately. Twitch not good enough to carry right now, but still needs to make sure he's following up that first couple of games with some nice top 3 at least finishes.
And that is what you're reading. This is Gluteus Maximus. The Maximuses of the Gluteuses, if you will. And we have a good amount of money on the bench. We're running Revels. We just saw that Anivia take the win. Cannoneer, Weak Spot, Axiom. Not bad. Weak Spot, always kind of a generalized augment. Can work for everybody. Cannoneer Heart might be all right if you want to try to push that. Axiom is going to be nice for people like the Diana, like the Silas. Even the Jinx would be nice to have that extra 20 mana. Pretty, rough choice here. What do you think?
Interesting. I mean, I'm thinking it's a snap pick on the Cannoneer every single time, because already having a Revel Heart means that we're leaning fully into this Cannoneer Revel direction, right? They very, very much go hand in hand with those synergies. There's the overlap with Corki and with Jinx. Already have a Tom Kench with the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Sure, he's not going to be unkillable like Tom Kench 3, but Axiom Arc kind of has me scratching my head a little bit. I don't quite see all of the logic and thought process there over Cannoneer, because we're running only 1 out of 2 Cannoneers right now as Jinx the primary carry, but still holding the Cannoneers on the bench like Senna and Tristana. So what do you make of this, Boop?
Yeah, maybe we're trying to enable Sona to get to another ult, potentially, but right now we're just kind of death by 1,000 paper cuts against these tanks, right? That is what the Jinx is trying to do. Our tank just fell, so Yasuo is going to get up close and personal to that Jinx. The Shen doing a pretty good job right now, tanking 2 people, but right now this is walking the plank for Gluteus Maximus, as we do get another loss here, going down to 56 HP.
I think actually thinking more about it and, knowing what the Revel and Cannoneer units, want to do is, cast a lot. And what unit actually is able to do that is Corki. So maybe this is an investment into the future. For when Gluteus does find the Corki, once he gets those takedowns, he's going to be able to refresh some of that mana. And that's going to be the carry, because they're going to have 5 Revels at that point. The Revel is going to be doing more damage than the Cannoneer. So in hindsight, it kind of did just like click for me. I kind of like it, but we still got a long way to go, especially with Gluteus Maximus being in last place right now. 7 loss streak, 56 HP, needs to stabilize, needs to find the Corki. And if they're going to be keeping this trainer in, make sure that Nomsy gets buffed up as well, because that is not a strong front line that Gluteus has at the moment.
Gonna go ahead and talk about some other augments as this battle goes forward. We got a couple fun ones. You need with the Titans still, Tiny Titans in 3rd place still, so we get a little bit more HP there. We were probably sacking, and now we can go even further potentially. We have late game special for Dawnglade, and we have best friends for Esha, someone who I would like to be best friends with maybe one day. But best friends is a really fun one. Once we get back to that board, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But this Revel, like you said, looking at Corki, right? That's the direction. That's where the map has taken us, right? That is the goal.
Any Corkis on the carousel? Answer is no, unfortunately. I think if there was, Gluteus would have taken it pretty much no matter what item it was. Corkis can carry with almost anything, right? AD items, AP items, casting a lot, just going to come through with the Axiom Arc Augment. But for now, moving over to Unide's board, a player with Tiny Titans, so 30 extra HP It has been nerfed a little bit from what we're used to seeing, down from 35 HP to 30, but still very good. Still going to set you up for some higher placements, not giving you combat power, but giving you staying power in the lobby, making it easier to hit, or actually giving you longer to, hit the units if you're rerolling. And it seems like you need is rerolling here a little bit. They did push 7, so maybe it's not going to be things like a Kiana 3. That unit might just be sold. Soraka could start healing up you needs, just player health right now, because that's a neat thing that Soraka does.
That is a neat thing that Soraka does. Unfortunately, we can't abuse a certain bug right now for the Soraka, but that should be helping out the rest of the crew, especially in this particular situation where the backline just needs a little bit of extra time. The Kiana is going to be able to just get one unit there. If we repositioned before that ult, this could have been maybe a little different, but that's going to be a 2-unit loss against a similar comp, and the Diana is pretty popular this lobby.
Oh, definitely. I mean, she's a fantastic carry. Probably the best assassin carry, I would wager. Talon, sure, he's good. He's part of the guild. You can make guild Talon work. But Diana rerolling maybe a bit more consistent than that, assuming that you're playing it from a good spot. You need also made the choice to sell the Talon in that last round to make Econ up to 20 gold. Probably looking to make Econ here again, playing 3 Cav Sunfire on this Lily in the front line. Sunfire is a fantastic slam if you want to save and preserve HP. You need, though, imagine you didn't have this on your Titans. Yeah, he'd be at 48 HP, feeling a little sad down at the bottom of the lobby. So the Sunfire still didn't do enough work, I would say, at this point.
No, it didn't. The Lilia maybe not strong enough in terms of tankiness to stay up as long as possible. This one, though, is going to potentially work out. Tier 1 units versus Tier 2 Tristana, and the Soraka does fall. So the Tristana takes the dub on that round as we move on to our next PvE round. So the itemization now is going to be super important for people like you need who have been sacking HP. Would be around 30, right, or 40 something HP right now. We do have a remover as well, so we're pretty flexible on where we could go. We could pivot, but our economy could be better as well.
Yeah, economy could definitely be better. Would love to be sitting above 30 or, preferably 40 gold at this point. Maybe Wolves will be kind and drop a bit of gold. Running the Soraka as well in the neutral round. Hopefully she gets a cast off. What items are going to come through here? A lot of AP items.
Okay.
A couple swords, however.
Mm-hmm. Omni-Man for the Bloodthirster. Right, as we move back over to Becca, sitting in 7th place.
Here we go, Diana.
Yep, and we do have another Diana with the scale score. So we got a warrior emblem too, so we're getting a lot of help from our augments to try to really fluff up what we have here for this Diana, i.e. Hand of Justice. That's 2 of the items that you talked about already, Crowan. This third one, I think some people would say Titan, some people would say Frozen Heart, but something a little bit more on the defensive side seems to be smart for this third item.
Yeah, Frozen Heart can go on whichever assassin as long as it's getting value and jumping into the right spot. Yeah, Diana always wants to be jumping onto the carries as well, dealing all that damage. Could, with these items, consider making a Zeke's and save the chain for a Titans, because with these losses that are coming through still consistently, Becca is going to be first pick or near first pick in this upcoming carousel. So item power seems like it is what Becca needs right now. She already has Diana 2, already has a lot of upgrades, but still unfortunately losing rounds, as we get a chance to check out her board later as we get a prismatic augment boop. Feels like on Fight Cast we never had prismatics, but now we're getting so many. So this is a treat. I love it.
I think the last time I casted an event over 12 lobbies, there were 0 prismatic choices. So far today, every lobby, I believe, has had one. 71 HP here for Setsuko. We're still kind of waiting for other people to use their prismatics. That's a nice little high-level skill expression play, where in a situation with prismatics, you might actually see players wait a little bit longer so they can develop context, right, across the rest of the boards, and then potentially counter other prismatic emblems, right?
Ooh.
You might not need High Roller for a reason, but we need to talk about the reroll here, so feeling pretty lucky.
Okay, gonna go high-end shopping. Becca did hit Diana 3, Don't know if she got like some loaded dice or anything like that, but that's gonna be a pretty scary carry. Setsuko still rocking with the Jade Dragonmancer Karma carry. It is going to fall off at some point. Esha has a Varus with what I think actually could be best in slot Varus items, assuming you have a bit of healing for him. There is no healing in terms of the augments, however, but there is best friends that do buff up some of this attack speed, and it's going to be well enough to take down Setsuko in that fight.
Yeah, Soraka for Esha as well. Donglade's the one that's leading the charge. Actually has a pretty good HP lead over the rest of the lobby. The rest of the lobby pretty traditional in terms of what we're seeing. High-end shopping on this round, though. Level 7, 4% possibility for that 5-cost unit. We're starting to look for some dragons now, too. So not a lot of any dragons right now on any of these boards. Not that I recognized during that last scout, but we still have the Karma. If you remember this Karma from round 2-3, I believe, we were able to get this in and we put the items on, and those items look pretty good right now in terms of being able to support the rest of the team, because you've got Tarek for the armor, you've got Leona for the front line, and you've got Karma for a little bit of healing.
Yeah, a lot of decisions on what units to play for Setsuko right there. Could have played Ezreal for the, I suppose, Swift Shot and the Tempest more importantly, but ended up running the Sona for the stun and the Evoker. Either way, this would have been a loss. Actually going into Unid, who we have another player who is going the Diana scale scoring route. That is a scale scoring Pike, actually. That's really scary, with the scale scorings giving AP and Pike benefiting a lot off of that AP scaling. If he hits the execute, is going to cast again and again and again, and just like Swain's autoing again and again and again, getting a round win there.
Tier 1 Swain.
Carousel. Yeah, Dragonmancers, there's a reason why we're seeing a lot of Dragonmancers, Boop. It's because of situations like that.
Yeah, Swain really doing well as a top 4 comp, right? Seems super broken for the mid game, but the second we do lock in some late game comps to Swain, seems to either go even or lose against some of them. The Swain 3 seems to be how you lock in the win. Swain perfect items does seem like a very plausible top 4 direction if you're able to get it early on or even in the middle of the game, really. As we're at 4-4, that was the Swain 1. Right, that was picking up that damage. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now as we are entering the late game stages. We have Becca getting that 2-star Talon. That's a really big deal. It's a lot more damage. Gluteus Maximus moving to 8 as well, along with Setsuko. He finally gets the Corki too as well. We picked an augment 2 augments ago for that Corki, so that's got to feel pretty good for us. A good amount of units coming up. Oh.
Wow, this is so much that Setsuko has to juggle right now. What is he going to fit in? Where are the items going to go? He's going to be playing 6 Jade. There's a Yasuo pair. It only 3 Dragonmancer, but the Dragonmancer still buffing the Karma. Shioyu has no items. It's only tier 1. Setsuko has had a rough first couple of games, and honestly, I don't think that pivot was all that needed to be. Going up against Goobums. Sure, the front line isn't great for Goobums, but I don't think it's still going to be enough. The Tristana probably can clean this one up, and yes, is going to. Bard cast doesn't even come through. Yeah. So much of the bench. I mean, what does Setsuko do from here? Has to make econ some way, has to keep rolling. A lot of things need to happen here, Boop.
Yeah, but if anyone's going to be able to make those executive decisions, it's going to be Setsuko, as 2 of our players are actually picking up Cursed Crown for our Prismatic. We got 1 egg, and that's going to be on Goobums' side, so we'll definitely see that once we get there. But we're starting to see these 5-cost units get on the board. The Bards, the Pikes, like you said, and now we're also going to get some Dragons. This one's going to be the Ao Shin. This one's going to spit all over your team, and it's going to feel bad.
Running 2 dragons, but there's no dragon horde or dragon alliance here, so the dragons aren't going to get their buffs. The only synergies that Setsuko is running is a Bard 1, Mystic 2, and Guild 1. And he's getting clapped this fight.
Oh man, there were no executive decisions made actually during that round.
Take it all back.
Or, you know, this is something that happens to me a lot. You've played with me enough to figure it out. Like, I will just not make a decision, right? Yeah. I'll just keep rolling and hope that I see something that will lead the way. And sometimes that never appears, as that might be the case. First pickup for this Dragon Treasure, Giant Slayer, going to be the completed item. We also have a remover, which might be nice, as we are going to see, I think this is Deja here with the Hodge and the Death Cap.
Yeah, what an interesting spot from Dawnglade. They have Cursed Crowns, able to run 2 more units, but you take double damage, of course. But honestly, even more interesting is going to be that late game specialist that's going to grant you 40 gold once you reach level 9. But Dawnglade is on this Treasure Dragon round and still isn't level 8. Has to win or just survive a couple more rounds to be able to push 9, and once they hit 9, they're gonna have the gold to roll down, hopefully hit the Deja 2, hopefully hit, maybe, do they have Mirage Emblem? No, they can't hit 8 Mirage without Yasuo plus an emblem. Oh my, 2 Yones in the shop though. Yone 3 maybe all of a sudden. Yeah, they're gonna be rolling on 8. Going to 9 is not gonna happen for a while.
Yeah, that might actually just be a dead augment, potentially. But we do have other augments to compensate because we're at 10, right? So we are going to have the units like we're level 9. We're getting that roll down going. Deja, we're at the Rodrigo comp, friends. This is the Olivia Rodrigo comp with Deja in the back line. And what's interesting about Deja and why I think it can be one of the harder units to run is it's both a casting unit and an auto attack based unit. So the items can feel a little disjointed, right, to see a Giant Slayer Hodge, Rabadon's Death Cap, but definitely seems like this is working, as this Deja is absolutely destroying Goobums' comp, and we really want to see that egg get hatched, so a little less of that, Goobums, but your Dawnglade, this comp is gonna be fine for at least the next couple rounds.
That's true. Goobums has the egg, has, it looks like, 8 Jinxes, 8 Shens, so very close to a lot of things. Dawnglade wins that round. Pushing level 8 means the Yone odds are going to be a lot less, but the Deja odds are going to be higher, and I think the Deja odds was exactly what Dawnglade needed. The Deja is the primary carry of this composition. That's why after the last lobby on the kind of victor's score screen there, we saw 2 Deja carries actually getting first. Can it happen again? Okay, Setsuko looks significantly less dizzy right now, so love that for him. Yasuo 2, and only 1 dragon now on the field.
Following the rules of the game is probably a good idea. But yeah, this Yasuo gonna rip apart this team. Other knockups do enable the Yasuo. That one lined up really, really well. Unfortunately, this might be it for Setsuko. Was that 15 damage? Yes, it is. 1 unit too many. Is Gluteus Maximus also going to fall? That was a big swing on that board, and Gluteus does fall, and it's 1 unit, and literally round 2-1. That is the difference between 7th and 8th here for Gluteus and Setsuko. ZZ Rot potentially could have been the difference there as Shen 3 pops online. That's the front line.
This is a front line. Not only is the Shen tier 3, but Namzi is exactly at 25 stacks needed to level up, meaning that Namzi did just level up to tier 3. So 2 frontline upgrades did happen. If Goobums wins this round, right, the egg ticks down in extra time if Goobums wins. If Goobums going to win, it needs to be right now, right? 15 HP, a bad loss could mean the end. Great positioning versus the Assassins. There's a lot of bodies here. Is it going to be enough to get Goobums the win and see this egg hatch?
We could take a loss potentially, but it can't be big. This one might be a little too large of a loss. The Nunu doesn't fall. 15 HP is not enough. Pretty much exact lethal there. -1. That is 1 unit. No egg for us. That will have to wait a little while longer. Unfortunately, no hatching. We're back to Potty Bowl, who's having kind of a day right now. Potty Bowl finishing in the top 5 of all lobbies, I believe, so far. And so 8th place here, total, not in the lobby. So if anyone's confused as to what that is, it's 8th place amongst all 32 competitors. In this particular lobby, we're currently in 5th.
Man, I'm still not over Goobums dying and not able to see what that egg had, Boop. That's so sad. Just 1 unit difference, right? We talk about this so much on broadcast. Losing by 1 HP, 2 HP, right? It's the difference of killing 1 unit, slight positioning, slight stage 2 difference, right? It can't go understated. Still have to move on, I suppose. 8 Dragon Mancer for a Pot of Bull. Can they fit 9 in? Yes, they can. Here we go. Woked.
Yeah, Nico gonna be holding a lot of different synergies right now. And just again, Volibear with no items is fine, right? You just cannot build items on the Volibear, nor put the Dragon Spirit on it. And it's going to be Swain versus the world, it seems like, on this one. And if anyone can do it, it could be Swain. A couple last-second kills there. Ooh, Varus versus Swain. It's going to be the Swain Tier 3 Varus. Not enough. Rageblade, QSS, and a Giant Slayer on the Swain. 10 HP, though, means that just one loss is going to be it.
10 HP for Potable and 10,000 HP on the Swain once it transformed. That's a little much. Becca did lose twice in this stage, but went on a very, very strong win streak after hitting that Diana 3. Was able to go on a win again that last round, has pushed to level 9 as well. 3 Olafs away from Olaf 3. 1 Pike away from Pike 2. That's a big buff. And running Tempest, I actually love running Tempest in the Assassins. If you don't already kill everything fast enough, after 9 seconds, that Tempest stun is going to give you a lot of nice time and a little bit of damage as well.
And so everyone's going to freeze. Now everyone clap your hands. Right? So it doesn't even matter.
Swain's a beast.
Yeah, Swain is a beast. And double kill there on the Swain. Becca seems shocked. A lot of us are probably making the same face right now. Tier 2 Swain, by the way, with a little bit of extra damage there. Potty Bull competing for that 4th place spot, potentially on fire. 10 HP, trying to take as much HP away from the top of the leaderboard as possible.
Ooh.
IE for an assassin comp, that's pretty nice.
Pretty nice. Slap that on a Pike. Gonna be dealing a lot of nice damage with that one. 4 Assassin, 4 Scale Score, and 4 Bruiser as well, actually, to give this composition a bit more HP. Very, very nice. The only thing that Becca needed to reroll for was Diana 3, and then made the decision to push levels. And I actually really, really love that decision. I think it's going to allow her to, be in a better spot to go a top 4 finish here. Did lose that last round, right? But that was to the 9 Dragonmancer Swain, so surely you're going to lose some rounds to that. That's kind of a given. Still rolling. Can she hit the Pike 2? Yeah. Or the Olaf 3?
So think of Swain in previous sets like an Aphelios, for example, right? It's all about breaking through the front line fast enough to get to the back line, right? Because if I remember, if Aphelios is able to ult twice, it's too late. Right, from the last set. So same kind of thing here for Swain. The faster you can get through that front line, so maybe a front line Zephyr or some Cavs could potentially help get to the Swain, because the Swain is pretty well protected. Even something like we saw in that last lobby, the Rocket Propelled Fist, that could be a good way to put Swain in a different position that might be a little bit more vulnerable. As now it's going to be the Diana in the back line versus the Deja. Diana versus Deja. Oh, Deja's going to get it, but it's going to be a 1v4. Good ult. This still isn't over yet. It's Olaf. Oh, but the Olaf needed a little bit more damage to start. That is a 1-unit loss. However, we're still here. Dawnglade finishes in 5th. Top 4 for Ms. Becca Tilts. And now we're going back over to Uneed.
Love to see it. Becca coming back after a couple ace, getting the top 4. Dawnglade cursed. Crown was indeed cursed. Not able to get a top finish with it. Deja not powerful enough. They did hit the Yone 3 as well, but still. Uneed contesting Becca here. Does not have the Diana 3, but is also level 9 on a Pike 1, but more importantly has more HP to work with. Can still suffer a loss and not be eliminated. I mean, imagine if they go head to head, which, okay, they don't. Gonna run into Pot of Bull. So can the Swain be dealt with?
That is the question. I think we definitely need to think about getting through that front line really early on. The CC is going to make it even easier to get to that Swain. A lot of crit also in the back line. We're on the Swain, but has enough damage already been done for the Swain. Swain versus Diana. We have shielding here. Oh, no, but the crit at the end. It seems like we were able to get that damage going.
Diana.
Now it's going to be Diana versus Varus. And Becca, man, Becca's Ghost, or Becca's going to be fine, right? So Becca's going to with that Varus. We'll deal with it, no problem. Diana, though, for Uneed is going to be a little bit weaker. So the mirror matchup is going to be interesting here, too, for the Assassins, if we get there.
Especially, we will get there, actually. This round only can fight against Becca. So Diana 3 for Becca is the advantage there in that matchup, but the Pike 2 now for Uneed is going to be very, very strong, buffing up these units with a Chalice as well as the Locket. And backlining the tanks. Uneed positioning here is fantastic. Is it going to catch the Assassins off guard?
All right, so the Sejuani going to be taking to Diana's attention for now. Diana, though, getting surrounded by too many green health bars, in my opinion, but gets CC'd by the Ornn. The Ornn ult is going to win the mirror matchup there against Becca. So CC definitely an assassin's worst fear. And the Swain, once again, just Swain 2, is pretty much a Gatling gun in that back line. It is absolutely destroying, and once we do get that Rage Blade stacked up, it doesn't seem like anyone's going to outdamage the Swain, so we've got to CC it instead.
Have to CC it, take it out, and I mean, I want to say some burst, but yeah, you can't really burst 10,000 health. Maybe some Yasuo's in late game can, but no one's running that. We see Escha's board with the Astrals has, wow, 4 Nabi shop. Yeah, that's what happens every 5th shop when you reroll the Astrals is, yeah, you might get a lot of Astrals. Not wanting to see them, however. Best friends, if you stand next to just one unit, you get some attack speed and some armor. We finally got there to see what Escha has cooked up. This is the point where this composition does start to fall off, however. So will frontlining the Varus in the carries be enough? I think this is really smart positioning.
I do as well, and you're seeing the assassins get caught up on the tanks there. Good example is that Silas versus the Talon, and the Talon gonna be taking a little bit of an adventure right now. Varus actually very safe. The positioning doing good for the Varus, but the Pike just too much to deal with as Escha will fall. Great day for Escha so far, as first place going into this lobby, gets a top 4, will most definitely be in the top 8 after this lobby as well. So this is going to be Potty Bull, who might get a twofer, 2 lobby wins in a row now, gets the Hecarim 2 versus Unid and the Assassins.
That'd be very, very impressive. Unid's Pike, so strong. Scale Scorn, Edge of Night, and IE, kind of a get out of jail free card for the Pike. If he gets bursted, doesn't get a reset. Positioning difference, perhaps. Swapping the Pike to the middle. Oh, one Swain off from Potable.
Yeah, that Swain 3 is going to win the lobby. So are we going to... it doesn't matter. We're not going to get there at 14 and 10 HP at round 6-6. This is going to be it. It's going to be Swain versus Unid and those Assassins. You would think the Assassin should be able to get there, but once you get close enough to Swain, he starts focusing you down. And unfortunately, we don't even get any damage on the Swain this time. You don't even need the tier 3 Swain. Tier 2 is enough for the lobby win. 2 Assassin comps, though, getting top 4 as we're going to be moving from lobby A to lobby D now. As we finish out the top 3 here, it's going to be Soju in 3rd place, Balotelli and Ging right now in the top 3. Soju and Balotelli both in pretty good positions, and this is a great result for Ging in 28th place. So a lot of our bottom part of the leaderboard players finding success in this 3rd lobby.
Yeah, definitely Ging. Most importantly, level 9 only has a quirky 1 on the board, but 5 level 3 Cannoneer. Yes, this is the very, very strong late game board. I'm gonna clean that one up easy. It was only a ghost round. Well, let's see, Balotelli at 69 HP versus Soju's 8. Soju running a 6 Jade composition, 3 Swift Shot. Able to win the round, actually. Take a chunk out of Balotelli.
Best case scenario for Soju, actually, in that round. And look at this board. I mean, eventually you'll see a lot more of these kinds of boards where there's just like a lot of synergies. But this is an unfortunate situation because we have possibility in our packs, but we don't have the ability to put them in right now unless we do sell a couple units. We're going to go ahead and pick the Corki up and wait for the Yasuo, because the Yasuo's on the bench
Walk
anyway.
for it. Yeah, has the HP to be able to survive. It has a strong board as well, because it's something I missed on first glance. That's a Revel Anivia as well. Once again, finding its way onto the board. The damage, oh, look at it. It's just so... There's rockets flying everywhere, not just from the Corki and the Cannoneers. It's Anivia being the main proponent of that. It just wiped the board. Look, Anivia did like 7.5k damage in a matter of just a few seconds.
Okay, and so, yeah, these Revel boards are nuts. Soju, though, going down into 3rd place, 42-32. This feels familiar. I'm getting some deja vu here. Not the comp when it comes to these totals here at Shelly. Giant Slayer, pretty good item, especially at the end of the lobby, because there is some tankiness on Balotelli's board. It looks like a QSS for Balotelli on Shelly here. So pretty good items both ways.
Not bad. Quicksilver can go into the Nico, give her a bit of that dodge. Not able to be CC'd as she's going to be getting her CC off. It seems to me here like Ging has the advantage with especially that Revel and Nivea, I think, pushing this comp's power a bit over the edge as to normal Revel Cannoneer compositions. And not only that, but Ging getting the Yasuo 2 online. It's not going to be buffed with the Dragonmancer, but Yasuo 2 is still just a fantastic unit. It's going to be doing a lot of damage, gets some CC in there as well with its third slash, having that big knockup. Ging rolling down and finding more upgrades. Doesn't find the Ornn 2, unfortunately, but TG on the Yasuo, a Giant Slayer on the Jinx. Fantastic items.
Yeah, ZZ Rot, though, not your friend when it comes to Yasuo up until the
That's
first
fair.
ult. But that, you never know. ZZ Rot is one of those difference makers, potentially. Double party hats on the Soraka, so that's going to be helping units around her as well, and help us heal a little bit. But look at this, not even close. The Rebels. Elise, where are you going?
Up
Hop,
and
Hibby. It's a trampoline park on here. Is this going to work out?
back
How many
up.
units is the Elise going to be able to take down?
back
Oh,
down.
Nomsy, a little bit too much, but Crowan, that was thrilling.
I love Elise.
I
Elise
could
is
literally watch that every round.
overtime too. It has the Bloodthirster Omnivamp, so she's healing up whenever she gets that takedown, goes back up into the air, comes back down, gets another takedown. Oh, it's so much fun to watch.
Reminds me of, like, you know, in spy movies where they come down, like, on the thing, like, on the rope, and they get slowly
yeah.
down, and they have to, like, cut the glass, right? That's what she's doing to all of the museums right now. Elise, that was hilarious. But now it's going to be 42-14. Balotelli definitely falling behind.
Little bit. Yeah. Elise, I just want to watch what the Elise does. Maybe she gets taken down a little bit too early. Oh no, she does. And yeah, that fight wasn't even close. And it's gonna be Ging winning lobby D with 5 Revels, Revel and Nivea cleaning up the competition there, Boop.
All right, highlight, though. I gotta talk
Elise.
about it. Elise, yeah. Unfortunately, the Jinx put the traps down right when she fell down that one time, or we might have gotten a little bit more of some Elise shenaniganery. But other than that, what kind of popped out? I like asking that question at the end of every lobby, Crowan, because it's different for everybody.
Definitely. I believe it was Pot of Bowl taking back-to-back firsts, right? So that's something that is very, very exciting. I think there's actually, I want to see more Elise. I'm not convinced that Elise is a good unit to carry, but there might be something there with like a Jeweled Gauntlet IE combo. I've seen Soju experimenting with that kind of in the days leading up to this event. You know, maybe players don't want to do it because they don't want to interrupt their chance at some money or to move on to tomorrow and maybe get a chance for the title. But there are still a lot of units that have not been fully fleshed out in terms of what they can do. Elise might be one of those, right? We haven't seen much Whisper come through, right? Siphon is the dragon that we saw a little bit of in the last game, but I think there might be more to that as well. It's just about the possibilities, Boop. That's what I'm still having my eye on as we go into the latter half of today.
Yeah, Siphon kind of the only dragon that we haven't seen a good amount of. Even Deja showing up a lot on some of these boards. We've seen Itis. We've seen definitely a lot of Shio-Yu right now. Aoshin. Aurelion Sol is probably the other one that we haven't seen very much of, which makes sense. Aoshin's, I think, just better right now. But as we get the lobby winners ready to go, Crowan, the other thing I want to talk about is Revels. That is definitely something that is starting to pop up a lot more often, especially with the Anivia. We talked about how it was able to proc, but does Anivia really even need that much support in that particular comp, or is it just you ult and you're good?
Anivia needs 2 things. 1, a Revel emblem, and 2, 5 Revels. That is pretty much all she needs, and it's pretty easy to do that considering once you get a Revel emblem and find an Anivia, so you synergize as well with the Evoker of Sona, you get Cannoneers to provide extra damage if you didn't already have enough damage. I suppose there is a third thing that is pretty important to not overlook is Frontline. or just protection of the Anivia, because I think it was a previous lobby where that Anivia was around before it hit Anivia 3. It was taken out rather early and the round was a loss. But as soon as Anivia had that protection, wasn't threatened, she was just able to get 1 or 2 casts off and then just clean up the fight. We've seen it multiple times now, so yeah, very good. It's going to be one of the compositions that we see here as we take a look at the lobby winners.
What?
Pod Bull with 9 Dragonmaster Swain carry, but yeah, 6 Guardian Ezreal carry? Is that what you're winning at?
Yeah, that was something
Yeah,
that I did not expect. So there's
Me
definitely
neither.
That's awesome to see. 6 Guardian Ezreal. Guardians have won, but not with the Ezreal package. 6 Mirage Yone. That's the rest are a little bit more comprehensive to what we've been seeing. But we see another comp when once again it's going to be Dasik with the Ezreal carry this time around. So Dasik winning 2 lobbies, Pade Bull winning 2 lobbies. I think Ahau has at least gotten second in a previous one as well. So we're definitely going to be seeing some separation when it comes to these scores. This is how the rest of these lobbies did go. Lilu, the world champion, finishing in 8th in lobby C. Taking a look at some fan favorites, we have Spicy Appies, who did win a lobby with over 50 HP earlier today in a pretty rough lobby himself. 5 points going that way. Altenahue at 4. Balotelli, who's doing quite well at 7. And then looking at lobby C, I think a lot of people want to see how Ramblin and Goobums are doing as well. Goobums having a little bit of a hard time in lobby A, but Ramblin is starting to, this is Ramblin's way. Definitely a top 4 player, but is it going to be enough? And one last thing, my friends, Potty Bull has already won over $100 because of the lobby winning incentive. So Dasik and Potty Bull have both won $150 already.
Yeah, and one more point as well, actually, I'm noticing as we move into the overall standings is that out of that game, 3 EMEA players took first place. So EMEA is back with the vengeance. And yeah, Dasik coming for the title of the PBE Clash yet again, was able to surpass Esha in points, is now 1 above both Ahau and Esha. Pod Bull and Balotelli, also EMEA players, close behind. We do have some NA representation in the top 8. Liquid's Goose and C9's K3 Soju. Not too far behind. Goose a little bit closer than Soju, but still, that left-hand side is where you want to be, Boop. But after this third game, what do these players got to be looking forward to? Are they going to maybe try to force this Nivea Rebel thing, or just try to find what works for them? Or what do you got for these players?
So to be completely honest with you, I think the hardest, the group that is going to have the hardest time deciding how to approach the next game is actually going to be in the second column. If you see 9 players right now within a striking distance of the top 8, right? So they can all move forward. Honestly, technically everyone's still available to get that top 8, but everyone that's like 12 and above can really make it. So if you're in that like 9th to like 16th area, what are you going to do? Are you going to do what Ramblin's doing in top 4 and hope some of these, more polar players are going to 8th place and let you in a la 1st or 8th? Or are we going to continue going with these lobby leading type of situations like Potable and Dasik and just keep winning, right? There are definitely some comps that seem to be performing really, really well, particularly that Swain, and I'm definitely excited to see if anyone's going to be able to get rid of it. And this is halftime now too, Crowan, so there's going to be a little bit of time to kind of gauge exactly where everyone's going to potentially go as well.
Yeah, a little bit of adjustment, and I think that's a great point that you brought up as well. What do you do if, I think, it is going to be that 9 to 16 that is so crucial in terms of consistency might not be enough. So how are these players going to approach it? We'll find out after the break. We'll be back with more Teamfight Tactics Dragonlands PBE Clash in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. Boop here once again. This time, it's not Crow and it is Admirable. How you doing, my friend? I know you thoroughly enjoyed that Elise from earlier.
Oh my goodness. The bungee jumping aspect is just exactly where I want to see that unit go. Like, there is nothing more horrifying than seeing that Elise just start to pick apart your board, and you're like, this isn't happening, right? And then it just continue in another unit, and then another unit, and then another unit, and you're just hoping at any point, you're like, please just let it stop. And then it stops for a moment, and then of course she gets the mana back, so she keeps going. It's a terrifying experience, and honestly, I feel like that's, in terms of like a flavor-wise, that might be one of the most accurately designed champions I feel like I've seen.
Like, imagine like you laying in bed and just like one spider coming close, let alone Elise for the entire board. What a funny interaction. I like Bloodthirster on Elise, by the way. That's something I hope to see a little bit more often. But we are past the halfway point now, Admirable. Things are really close, especially in the top 8. I believe the top 17, 18 within 2 points right now of making it into the final 8. So if you were someone like Ramblin, right, who's sitting right in the middle, right, are you gonna kind of keep going? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Let's keep getting these thirds and fourths. Do you think that's gonna be enough for this particular event?
Well, the average pan out across the board is, you're going to need a lot of points per game. So a lot of this breaks down to just how well everyone else is doing, and the context matters a lot. Because it is so close, I feel like maybe you don't have a distinct factor yet, but I do feel like that, going for the first or second place style finishes is likely the way to make it to day number 2. Again, this is one of the harshest cutoffs we've had for a TFT tournament, and we're looking at 8 players out of 32 making it onto the day 2 aspect. So for me personally, I'm going first. I'll accept seconds in that spot. But if you're Rambling in that spot, he's going to use his context every single time. His judgment is far superior to mine when it comes to this strategy game. It's one of the reasons why he's in the tournament, and I'm sitting here talking about it.
I never really thought of this, but do you think Ramblin might have like a Charlotte like in his room that's telling him what to play through the web? Right? Do you think that's what's happening? Like, there's just something so magical about Ramblin, the way he thinks about just stuff. And I could say that a lot about a lot of TFT players. The way that TFT players think, in my opinion, is some of the most fascinating, beautiful types of processes in a type of game. Admirable, I know you talk about that a lot. But before we get into the lobby at large, have you changed any of your opinion? The first question I asked you was, what do you like to start Carousel with? Now that you've seen 3 lobbies go forward, has that changed? Is there anything you want to add to that?
I'm still aiming for Sword. Sword is a very flexible item right now. It can go both to the AP and the AD units. It can pretty much completely justify almost anything that you build. The Sword alongside pretty much everything feels like a justifiable effect in some regard. If I don't get the Sword, I'm typically going for a Belt because I think Warbogs or Sunfire is a great item. I think that Chains are a little bit difficult to use right now, so early Sunfire feels like it's pretty strong, hence the Belt. Early Warbog's going to feel strong as well, and if you get nothing but Swords and Belts, you have a lot of Zeeks that are built for those backline units, so still a lot of Revel damage that can end up coming through in an aspect like that. I'm still sticking to Sword or Belt, and I'm pretty much going to be, I think, pulling the straps on my suspenders and letting them snap for the rest of this particular patch. I'm sticking with Sword or Belt personally.
I needed a lot of belts after quarantine too. Don't you worry about it. As we're going over to Daysick now, who is in first place. 2 lobby wins coming through today. What did we get there? So we have 22 points. That is about 6 points ahead of, I believe, the bottom side of the leaderboard. So we're actually pretty safe. We could just go for something crazy here. If we get another first, it's almost locked in at that point in time. So Daysick has a couple choices on how we want to approach this game, as we do also get some scouting in to start, just to see what everyone started with item-wise.
I don't know if you saw the start of that carousel, but everyone was lined up on that bow. Everybody was lined up on that bow, and maybe that changes a bit of my perspective. I don't really know. I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm Sword or Belt. That's where I'm at right now. But Trainer going to be grabbed early here for Daysick, and this is such a powerful aspect. The earlier the Trainer, the better the Nomsy. And I feel like that is such a big guide into how you want you build out your team. The Trainer aspect for those Cannoneers in the back line has been so much. Just that extra health is a magnified effect of how powerful it can feel. And a lot of gold here for Daysick at the start of this one as well. Going to favor the units. Oh, nope, going to favor the gold.
We got to 10. It's so crazy how they can count to 10 so quickly, right? But the other thing that I wanted to mention here is that we had an opportunity to potentially go a little bit of a stronger early game. We had the Anivia, right, on the bench, and we just didn't want to commit fully to anything just yet. Namzi is just such a good unit to start with, especially in the early game. It's an extra unit, which some people don't have, so you might be able to stay at level 3 for a couple more rounds and win that round because of Namzi. So a couple opportunities now for Daysik, but a couple questions to answer for himself after this augment pops up. As we go over to Goose, don't need a name for that one. The Goose is loose. Also, congratulations. I believe he's going to be a dad here in about 9 months. So congratulations, Goose. Everyone gets better for some reason at TFT when they have a kid. So it's not even the final arc right now.
The dad buff.
Yeah, the dad buff. It's real.
Goose here, Snap takes the Sunfire with the early augment as well. You know, very much a player that has demonstrated that tempo is very much in their favor. I feel like Goose, every single time I've seen them play, is playing for tempo. But what's looking like a guild opener here, at least. We don't know if this is going to follow through. When you have a lot of gold early, you typically don't have a lot of items.
Exactly, and so we only have the one. So synergies are going to be the name of the game there, or economy. You have a little bit of extra gold to work with, so the goal is to maybe get a tier 2 unit or a better unit to compensate and compete against units with those itemizations. I saw, I think, 2 items on a Kiana there during that scouting. So the Goose trying to get loose here against Vicious. And we're going to go ahead and put the sword on the Rise just to get some more chip damage in. It's going to be moderately tanky frontline as well for Goose. But yeah, here's that Revel Kiana. Yeah, that is 2 completed items on that tier 1 Kiana right now. Revel, definitely the early game opportunity that people are looking for.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most powerful ones that's there right now. But this Rise picking off 2 units as well. If you're going to take losses, this is the primary way to do it. Pick off a couple units, start building that econ up, starting at the 10 gold aspect. You know, Goose unfortunately doesn't have a heavy tempo possibility really at the start of this game. And at the start of the game, this is really the one spot where I feel like leaning towards whatever the game presents you is typically going to be a powerful effect. So starting to favor the guild aspect very heavily here. You are getting a little bit of extra benefits for each guild member that you put in play. But I feel like you're going to often lean towards that loss streak aspect of it. If you can build that up by taking the smallest losses possible, that's one of the strongest openings you can have.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a straight-up reroll Assassin Twitch, like straight from last set. I think at second or win that lobby the last time we saw a guild comp. So you can go full guild. We had 5 guild at one point with that reroll Twitch. So even some of these earlier units for guild can do a lot of damage. Rise can be a pretty good mage. I like the Gunblade on him, but can take a little while to get to that ult without that blue buff. But these rounds in the early game are going to be slow. They usually are. And that's why these things usually benefit high HP targets like Namzi.
Yeah. I'm really I'm loving this opening here as well. There's so many different Rise aspects where he can be such a powerful unit, but the perfect loss here coming up for Goose, losing by 1 unit. And the Sunfire Cape really the part of this tempo aspect as well, where Goose is going to be able to get up to 20 gold here and potentially keep a loss streak going for this early stage. And frankly, very little damage being suffered as a result of this so far. 94 HP after 2 losses. I mean, that feels like just how I start the game almost every single time. Like I'm looking at my board, and I feel like the 2-1 aspect. It's always so difficult, and you have so much time in so many different directions. Like, do you favor the gold? Do you favor the units? Which one's going to be better? Goose able to be up to 20 here, and if he can suffer another small loss here, that's pretty perfect. And a very similar board that they're facing down on the other side.
Spider-Man meme coming through right now. I also like the QSS on a tank in the front line, so that's going to be very helpful when it comes to dodge, and might be the difference maker actually in this particular matchup. The Skarner tanking a lot of damage, and with the shield, you're just going to be giving a lot more opportunity, this is my favorite word this cast, to dodge right now. And this dodge mechanic doing such good work. I don't think the Rise is going to be able to get both of these units in time. It's going to be Rise versus Rise, and once again, Goose loses by 1 unit.
You love to see it. 92 HP on a 3-loss streak. That is pretty ideal.
Pretty ideal is an understatement for perfect. when it comes to when it comes to Goose, to be honest with you.
Sure.
As we're also going to get to pick second, so we have a pretty good direction already, and we're going to go ahead and pick second and get what we want there. Spicy Appy is now leading the charge. This lobby kind of stacked, my friends.
Yeah, this is a kind of where my head the ideal aspect actually is you don't get the carousel priority, but more HP is almost always what I'm going to favor, and punishing the other players. More damage. If you take your opponents down completely, that's the most damage you can deal, because then you've destroyed all of their units for the rest of the game. Yeah, you didn't think about that one, did you?
No, I did not. I'm actually currently doing the math in my head. But no, we're going to be at 11. No, I will stop. Spicy Appies now with that belt. Another person who seems to have gotten gold instead of items in the early game. And it seems like the gold is the way to go when it comes to preference in the early game. But this is going to be an Ezreal comp. We did see an Ezreal comp win the last lobby. And if there's any group of people who like to tactically borrow things, it's TFT players. So maybe Ezreal is going to be coming back as the particular carry, because Dasik did win the last lobby with Guardian Ezreal.
Yeah, Appies tends to not be much of a reroll style of player. It very much favors the endgame aspect of it, and will pretty much, very much like Goose, favor the tempo aspect. But I do think that Spicy Appies is a very flexible player in terms of their approach. Like, they're willing to take these big risks at the end of the game and transition aboard. They're willing to try to get to 9 if they feel like they can get that way in a safe spot, and then flesh out the board to an overwhelming position. Spicy Appies, I think, was just the primary player from set 6 really to highlight, as they just out of nowhere, Spicy Appies just suddenly was one of the strongest players that I had seen, and I think that here is going to demonstrate a bit of that. This early game very much in the favor of Spicy Appies. They've hit a lot of 2-star units here, and some pretty strong items to start with as well. But it's just, this is going to be a 5-win streak now that Spicy Appies is going to have heading into Krugs. And I'll tell you what, if there's one thing that I could pick to start with every single game, it would be the 5-win streak.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to this 5-game win streak, it is locked in and loaded. And I also want to talk about Appies in that playstyle in general. There are different kinds of playstyles in TFT. There's the one-comp forcers, right? Jirachi comes to mind, and their Talon. But there's also the flex players, Ramblin, Appies, and Newbowl is probably the best flex player in the world. So I think Appies and Newbowl played pretty similarly, and if Appies can be a little bit more, I think he's got the mindset to win, right? Now we just got to get the intangibles going when it comes to decision making, and once we're kind of able to do it as quickly as Newbowl, because Newbowl is one of the quickest players in TFT, then I think he's definitely going to solidify himself as a top 5 player in the world. And I truly believe that, especially since I think flexibility is going to be pretty rewarded here once this does go live.
Goodness, this is like the belt and tier lobby that's taking place. It's just like belts, tiers, and chains. What else could you want?
Oh
my
man.
Gosh. They're just getting some strong units here as well. Like, this is one of the things I feel like I've actually had the most trouble with, is when I'm just getting a bunch of strong 3-cost units. My economy gets hurt so badly because I just don't know what to do. And so here, Vicious having to make that call of, like, which way do you want to go? And I think the Revel emblem is really making a large part of that call right now, because this Tahm Kench is stacked in the front line. It's going to take a while to get this unit down.
And who likes that in the back line? The Swain. And we've seen tier 1 Swains do really well, but the item that seems to be enabling Swain the most in the early games is actually Rageblade, which DQA has on the opposite side. So it's going to be Swain versus Swain.
Wow.
I like the Rageblade, but we'll see if the Hexic Gunblade is going to be a little bit better for the team. But, too much health on the Tahm Kench. It's Swain versus Swain right now. Archangels. Gonna be a little bit of a difference maker there. Rageblade too, I mean, eventually you're just doing more damage than a Swain without it.
Yeah, and you also had the Jeweled Lotus as the opening aspect too, so a lot of free crit provided there.
It's
Prismatic Augment.
100% of the games today on stream have had a Prismatic Augment, so yeah, lots of things to think about here.
Thank you, Father Mortdog, for the Prismatics. Reroll.
Okay.
Ooh,
so we got some
Scale
crests
Scorn
here. Oh, okay. I love these new prismatic augments that are trait specific, because it gives you an item that works really well with the trait, and it gives you the emblem. So you're going to be able to do a lot with it. It's a pretty big tempo jump if you do grab it, but it does, you're trading flexibility off for a tempo increase, and a lot of the time it's worth it.
Yeah, and Honglan here, I think, has made a very strong decision to go with the scale scoring aspect here. You're pretty loaded on the idea of making a bunch of scale scoring warriors in your front line and then trying to press that advantage. And this is certainly a way to do it. Last Whisper Infinity Edge on the Olaf as well. This is no joke in the amount of damage that can be provided here. And 2 items that can contribute to a sustain mechanism as well. You have the Hand of Justice option. You have the Hextech Gunblade option. This Olaf is going to chew through units early on. This is so much damage that is going to be provided here.
Okay, so only 1 unit required more than 2 auto attacks to fall because of this Olaf. And that is not good news for the opposing team. Like, when you get that many crits on your side to do that much damage, you have the IE, you also have the Last Whisper, so the second one's always going to hit a lot harder because of the damage increase when it comes to that armor shred. As we do pick up more units, we're going to be doing a little bit of a smorgasbord right now. We have the Heimer in the back. We've got the mages as well with the Rise, and we've got a pretty good front line. Bloodthirster on the Skarner. Any type of vamp with shielding is just so good.
It does. It definitely feels that way. Like the fact that you're just getting, more shielding on this front line right now. That Skarner is going to get changed out at some point. The question is just when it gets changed out. Right now, it's the bruiser aspect it's providing, so just more health across your team. You're just trying to buy time for these mages to pick off units right now. For Conan, this is very much about figuring out how to build this economy back up, figuring out which of these directions you're supposed to be going. Is it supposed to be the mage? Is it supposed to be the scale scoring aspect? You just don't know yet. You need a little bit more to identify, I think, exactly which way you should be going. But the Cavaliers, that is going to be the major front line at this point, and you can tell by that little horse emblem that you're seeing on the augments there. That is very much a Cavalier aspect. You're trying to go that direction specifically, and then figure out what's going to enable the damage on the rest of this team.
And I actually think a Cavalier's best friend is a Zephyr, like Zephyring the unit in front of you, right? And then you get to charge a little bit closer to the backline. That might be a way to access that Swain, which, again, Tier 1 doing quite good work. True 2s, it looks like there, as well for Hong Lian. It says on here.
I'm just loving this aspect across the board.
No, that was a different one. It's going to be scale scored crown. I'm a teleprompter reader, unfortunately. So if you ever need to get a trick off of me, just like put something in my teleprompter, I will say it.
just hold up some cue cards.
Yep. Off to the side,
takes.
like SNL, right? Anything on that cue card is coming out of my mouth. That's happening.
DQA sitting with a pretty nice spot here, I would say. This is a 6 Dragonmancer on 6. You do have to sell a 2-star unit to really enable this, but frankly, I don't think I mind that much. I think that 6 Dragonmancer is very powerful. Oh, trying the shapeshifter though.
So the other really interesting thing about these augments is actually 6 of the 8 augments are unit related. So a lot of crowns here. 2 people picking Cavalier crown and Cavalier Unity for Conan. So we're definitely going to be seeing some horse riding here. Another Swain, though, in the back line with that Rage Blade. Archangels, I think, is a pretty cool item on him, especially since these rounds with Swain do tend to go a little bit longer, so you're going to be getting a lot more value out of something like the Archangels. But finally, the Swain does fall. The tank does get to the back line, and you saw it, right? You get access to the Swain falls, and that's the biggest difference maker until that Swain gets QSS.
You'll notice also, the Swain does have QSS in this instance. DQA pretty much has, pretty close to best in slot, but Rage Wing is a powerful modifier that's going to take place in this team. That's going to grant the attack speed. It's going to grant some Omnivamp as well. And so you'll notice that DQA is swapping this up. He says, let's give this Lee Sin 2 the buff in this spot. And I do not blame them whatsoever. Let's get the extra bruisers online. We can get to the 6 Dragonmancer a little bit later. Right now, it's very clear you need some frontline aspect to this. So let's load it up. Lee Sin is now the Blessing carry. And I think, frankly, that's enough to really swap this up. DQA, this is early on in the set here as well. So everything that you see, I think, has a justifiable mechanism to it.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, look at this Olaf with the QSS now as well. How do you stop this thing?
I feel like I could count the number of auto attacks Olaf used on one hand to get through that line. But again, this is one of those units that seems super broken in the mid game, right? Especially with good itemization. But once we start getting a little beef in that front line, once we do start itemizing some of our tanks, it can be a little bit harder. For example, a Bramble would be a huge difference maker with that Olaf specifically. There hasn't been a ton of IEs in general because I think our biggest auto attacking carry has actually been Swain so far. So we haven't gotten to see a lot of the IE Last Whisper units, but we get to see it on that board. And this time we also have Dragonmancer Swain in the back line again with that Archangels for DQA, who is also one of the fastest rollers, I think, in the game.
The fastest rollers in the West.
Thanks.
DQA about to look up to level 7 here, which will give 6 Dragonmancer and Ragewing. And that is a big buff to that board. Swain 2 is also going to be a big buff to that one. Jumping back over to Spicy Appies now, who is already moving through 7. Says, you know what? Forget this level. I don't care about this one at all. I have 5 Cavaliers. I have 3 guild members. And we have a static shiv. That sounds like enough to get up to level 8.
You should give the guild members horses once they, if you do get them all. That just feels right with the Cavalier bonus. But Ezreal going to be a little bit tankier, have a little bit better stats, and they always go max range, so you don't have to worry about Ezreal getting into melee range with a unit in the front line. Some really good stuff there. So you're going to get the bonuses without having to move with that Cav. And every time we ult with the Ezreal, we actually get more attack speed. So that Shiv is going to start doing a lot of work once we do get about 15 seconds into the round. And here's going to be where both teams start to ramp up. 2 people on the Swain already, but has enough damage not been done. Yes, barely chewing through that Swain, even with the help from the Shiv.
God, look at this late game 5 loss streak, though. Still at 63 health with this much gold. And able to fight the board, I think, as well as was done there is very strong justification for Spicy Happy's choice. This feels like a strong move. And now our third augment coming into play here. It is going to be a gold augment. Spicy Happy still has the reroll available, but would you take the portable forge?
Oh, definitely. Infinity Force Gold Collector, that's the fun one in Randuin's. Infinity Force is going to be really nice for someone who does a little bit of everything, right? A little bit of tanking, a little bit of damage, needs some mana, for example, and it's going to go on the Rise for now. Might stay on him. That's still actually going to be a good amount of damage for those auto attacks coming in from Rise, who seems to be accomplishing some chip damage. But like you said, this loss streak at this point in the game to still be in 4th is actually pretty amazing. We've got a couple Nomsies as well.
Emblem. Did you see that second Rebel emblem?
I did not.
Oh my gosh, that is a terrifying board on Vicious's side. Oh, I do not want to go against that board. Pretty much any board but that one. Oh, no.
You did it.
Oh, no.
I passed on the curse power to you. This is usually my fault. I'm sorry, everybody. But this is going to be Admirable's fault. This is the meanest thing he's ever done. But yeah, these Cavs getting into the back line. Maybe that's the way to get to that Swain, right? We actually haven't seen the dominance as before. Tankiness in the front line might not be enough. Ezreal, though, could do this. Oh, we just need one more proc of the ult there. Wow. It is. Barely does it. Tristana, not enough. Vicious going to have to take the L there. Spicy Appy switching that loss streak over.
I am pretty shocked by that win, honestly. Like, Spicy Appies has put very little gold into this level 7 and was able to defeat that board. So that just means that Vicious is going to need some 2 stars, I think, to cook that up. But I would guess that given their spot, they're trying to move to level 8 as well. To then, start fleshing out that board, because that's when you hit like that peak Revel aspect. You start to get to add the Sona into play. You get to find Corkies a bit faster. All of those aspects come into play, and that's such a huge difference. But a lot of times you want to 3-star some of those 2 costs you have instead. But Spicy Appy's here comfortably sitting at 63 health, looking at the 4-5 level 8 with a hefty amount of gold as well. When you pick up a win against Vicious there, you've got to be happy.
Yeah, heavy pockets here for Spicy Appies, and that's always really nice to have. You're going to hit level 8, right? You're going to have options, and some people don't have options. Let me remind you of a player that we had who needed to roll, 26 gold earlier today, right? We're going to have over 50, potentially over 60. We're going to be able to level up when we want right? We actually have some time. We have 50 HP as well, as Jupesun has actually left the lobby somehow, as it's going to be Conan taking up the bottom section at 7th place. Goose having a little bit of a harder time. Definitely more of a tempo player, like you said. Goose also really, really likes stats, so I never really count him out in any type of lobby. Really knows how to min-max certain aspects of TFT better than other people, particularly itemization, in my opinion. And then we've got the rest of the board, who's pretty close for the top 4.
Yeah, it kind of just it cascades its way down from the top to bottom. It just feels like a fairly consistent thing that we've been seeing as well as we move through this. And for Spicy Appies now, this is where the plan begins. Where are they resting with this, and how are they resting with this? This is, I think, the big question that I have. It feels like that Spicy Appies has been playing Xayah quite a bit, which I do like to see. I love Xayah as a unit, but I just have not been able to figure out ways to make this unit, I feel like, as strong as it can be. And so this Shyvana being picked up here, so heavily favoring the Ragewing aspect, needs a 6th Ragewing to capitalize on this, I think. Is not going to have it right now, but the actual items for this Xayah seem very powerful. Stacking out the Shyvana as the tank, and then just, a couple more little things needed, I think, to cap out this Xayah from this spot. But Spicy Appy's looking like they're in a pretty strong spot to unlock some hefty potential onto this Xayah damage.
Oh my goodness, look at this Cavalier Siphon. Oh no, that's Shyvana. So it's going to be Cavalier Shyvana that's going to be the most enabling tank on the board so far, as Goose is going to lose by 3 units there. I love the Infinity Force on the Xayah. One of the better units of using that particular item. It uses all of the stats quite well, and a little bit of tankiness is always nice for your carries in the back line. A lot kind of like a Titans on a Diana. And we do get the Xayah 2 as well. The question I have for you, Admirable, is this comp can put a Swain in. So why wouldn't you just go that direction? Say, like, in a vacuum items didn't exist, right? And it was just units. Why not go for the Swain instead of the Xayah?
Well, a lot of that could just be the Dragonmancer potential. That I think Dragonmancer is one of the reasons that Swain is so powerful, is that you have that aspect. With Xayah, you don't have that aspect, but what you are picking up here is some guild benefits. You have the Cavalier aspect with the Sejuani, providing extra health to the team, and then you get the attack speed benefit from Twitch sitting over there, and that's your swift shot benefit that you get under the Xayah point as well. It's just a much different form of damage where you're trying to burst your opponents down and then overwhelm them, versus the Swain here, which is trying to buy enough time to be able to get to an overwhelming position. It's very, very close, as you can see here. DQA is just a bit behind on this one, trying to get themselves to 8. This could be a difference of augments. This could be a slight itemization difference. It could be a slight position difference. It's really tough, I'd say, to call which one of those is going to be the favorable aspect early on. But from that fight alone, you saw the power that Xayah has there. It's able to eliminate a couple of those units early on and really take advantage of that Ragewing aspect. I feel like Shyvana is such a powerful unit, but it's hard to figure out exactly what you want to do with that unit. But I think that Spicy Appies is showing a very strong take from that spot.
Okay, so this is going to be a carry rise, one of the first ones that we've seen so far today. No blue buff, but we do have the Shojins here for us, and the Hodge, so that's going to help us get to that ultimate pretty quickly. We also have 2 belts left on the bench, and friends, everyone watching, don't worry, we've all panic leveled on this level, probably, not knowing that there's going to be another round that you're going to be able to be working with. It would have been nice to have, like, mercs on this particular kind of situation, right? So you have the time after you cash out. Ooh. But we are going to have a double Zephyr here for Goose, and this is what I meant by understanding the stats and the itemization. But Goose, I believe, does help run a website to work with a lot of the stats, for example. So if someone's going to know when Zephyr is going to be in the best place possible, when using 2 is going to be great, it's going to be Goose.
Yeah, and also just the late game aspect as well. Zephyr is at its most powerful when it's picking off units that are carrying the most stats. And kind of the more units you get in play, the stronger these Zephyrs seem to feel. And Goose going for the roll down here, and this has not been the most fortunate roll down. At the end, finally picking up some stuff that can be useful. Very little time to position, so going to do some generic strong stuff here, and then look for the Zephyrs.
All right, my APM only allows me to get 1 Zephyr on. but it's going to be 2 for this. We're going to get 1 unit in the corner and 1 frontline unit, but it was the Tristana who does have itemization on, so we do get a little bit of a head start with this Rise, who has started to ramp up. It is just Mage 3, and we ate the Dragon Claw, and that's going to be the biggest block for this Rise, and this Rise should be good to go now that we've got it into machine gun territory, and there it is. Rise is going to carry Goose because of these Zephyrs, and Cavalier and Zephyr, we said it literally at the beginning of the game, best friends for exactly the reason we just saw.
You saw a ton of damage there from that Yasuo as well. That was Yasuo 1 with a Cavalier Spatula, dealing 5,000 damage. And that was just Cavalier. That was the item.
That's all you need sometimes, is just a friendly horse. Some trivia about me, I actually am deathly afraid of horses.
I would not have guessed that.
I know, like super scared of horses. I usually am scared of any animal that like can take me. Right? Like it's
horses known for their hyper aggression at the
I rode a horse
local
and
rodeos.
It bit me. The first time I rode a horse, it bit me. So anyway,
well, I mean that's a good enough reason for me. Conan here, going into this fight, and a lot of backlines taking place here. 5 Cavaliers and Assassins. It just feels like this is the Cavalier lobby, if you were ever looking for one. And so far, this Ornn is really the only unit left alive, and that's just really not the one you're looking to have left. You know, that is the tank. It is meant to be the first one gone here. Just so much assassin damage being delivered there. Goose taking a big hit, down to 5 HP. I feel like so much of this lobby is unlike what we've seen for the rest of the day. Like, how many... I think there's more Cavaliers in play in this lobby than there has been just for the rest of this event combined so far.
Or just on ladder, really. Or in your games. I mean, 3 of these players are running Cavs, right? Conan picked 2 Cavalier Augments, and Goose and Appies both picked Cavalier Crown, and they're all still here. So Goose having a little bit of a harder time. He needs to be perfect from here on out in order to get that top 4. Dasek having a little bit of a tougher time in this lobby too. That is the lobby champion from the last round. Cavalier Kiana, definitely like that. That's going to be some really good CC. And it's going to be nice on Assassins because they're not going to have any issues getting to that next unit. You know, one of the biggest vulnerabilities for Assassins is when they walk, right? And that's just not happening on this board right now.
It's just very powerful, and the Pike delivering so much damage there as well. Kind of demonstrating the strength that Pike can have as well. Just being able to get those resets. It's like a bigger form of Elise in some regard. It has an infinity edge, I think, is going to be possibly coming into play on a Pike here as well, which is going to heavily magnify the damage potential.
Heavily, exactly. And so, just again, I'm going to do a quick little reminder. In every game, Volibear is banned with items, and the Dragon Soul Philosopher's Stone is also banned. So we're not going to be seeing any of those particular comps, so no volley carries going to be allowed. We do have a Zeke's here, and Zeke's, especially with this comp in particular, is like such an amazing aura item. The amount of damage you're actually getting out of it is pretty large because you're going to be helping units like the Corki.
Yes, and the Revel just, you know, every instance of damage is basically amplifying something from this aspect here. And so positioning here, very sensitive for Dasek at the moment. You have to protect this backline from Assassins, but at the same time, you want to keep your distance from stuff like this Olaf. So how heavy is this front line? Because this Olaf is chewing through this right now. And if this is not enough damage to take down this Olaf, I think this Olaf may be in position to be called the winner from here. Corki doing a lot of damage, but not able to do it enough. Look at that damage on that side. My gosh, that is powerful.
Yeah, and it's not even just the Olaf, the Yasuo doing some good work there. Swain, once again, that's an image that we see very often. At least you're usually only losing by a unit against Swain if there is an optimistic half-glass full approach to that as we get our Ornn 2.
Well, I mean, technically the glass is always full. It's just usually full of air.
Just like me. So, Hongliang and now is going to be who we're riding along with. We do have our 6th Dragonmancer. We have our Dragon. We also have a Rage Wings. It's the Kentucky Derby on a couple of other these boards right now. But I think our Cav comps should be good to go. We did lose one of them. Oh, we actually might lose 2 of them here in just a second as Conan and Appy's both picking some Cav units there.
Wow. You know, I haven't seen the Scale Scorn Yone yet, but that thing is scary. Like, that's a lot of magic damage you're picking up, and every other attack from that Yone is going to be a magic effect. It swaps back and forth between physical damage and AP damage as the bonus. And oh my gosh, this is just so much from this board. Hongleon here, I think, has put together a magnificent composition, given the assets they were provided. I am extremely impressed by this, and I cannot wait to roll down, find myself with 8 Yones, and wonder why my team is losing.
Appy's now at 3 HP, Dasik in 4th, Vicious DQA, and then Hongleon at the top. And again, Olaf, not the only carry on this board, right? Definitely the most obvious, but we have the Yasuo, we have the Yone as well, who are really pumping out that damage, and Yone does mixed damage. So some of these, armor-based items not going to be working well against the Yone. So if Olaf has a problem with someone, Yone won't. And that's going to be a nice kind of double or secondary carry for this comp. We also have a Reforger if we're ever stuck. But this is going to be it for Spicy Appies. That's a huge pickup. Hecarim 2 actually gets to ult. So we might be able to see, a round win here. But these horses have got to make sure they, hit something, because the Shyvana is the only true cav that's going to take the most damage away. It's really just Shyvana and Xayah here.
The next improvement we're going to see from Spicy Appy's board is going to require, I think, back-to-back wins here. So positioning here, again, very sensitive from Spicy Appy's side. I think the Edge of Night on Xayah is a major pickup that's going to pull the aggression away. Is this enough to fight the Cannoneers and the Revel here? Big drop from Shyvana knocking up that board. But there's a lot of damage coming in from these Revels right now. These Cavaliers are holding it together. This Xayah has picked up a nice little spot here as well. Takes a stun, but is this enough? This Sona is going to get another little spot here.
Oh my goodness. That was winnable. Good ult from the Sona, though. Good positioning from Appies, did the best that they could. However, 5th place is going to be where they land. Now, for DQA, who is in 22nd place, but I believe like 13th place is like 13 points at the moment. So a lot of people still in striking distance as we do get our Nico to go up. So something, this is our first Jade board that we're actually seeing of any kind right now, even though it is just the 3 and more of a Dragonmancer board, but, something that was super popular for the first 3 lobbies, now definitely falling to at the wayside towards these Warriors, for example. We have the Revel and Nivea in the backline, tier 2 Shyvana, that would have been nice for Appies. Let's see where this ult goes. Only in the front line. Actually, the Swain gonna be just fine. Ooh. That's a lot of damage coming from Swain.
Yeah.
Tier 2, look at the amount of HP. That's approximately the amount I gained during quarantine. Another one.
6 Dragonmancer, 6 Ragewing, and I'd say some pretty ideal items here. And notice that DQA is actually not chasing down a Swain 3 here. It's instead trying to improve the rest of this board. It's going to swap out. Look how quickly this happened, too. Swapping out that Karma for a smaller variant so that you could have that 2 extra gold and pick up the Shyvana 2. That is a major benefit that is taking place in this front line here. A lot of Shapeshifter here, so a lot of bonus HP that you're getting as well. This feels like a very difficult board to handle from other players' perspectives. We saw how decisive that win was in the previous round. If this continues, DQA is, I think, very much able to be crowned a winner here. Going up against Hongleon right now, for that top position. It just, my goodness, look at this Shyvana. That is one of the scariest things I have ever seen.
Oh, man, and the Swain only took 2 auto attacks before we shapeshifted. So it's always going to come down to these 2 units. It's going to be if these 2 units can make it happen. They should. Swain should be able to handle this no problem.
Wow.
3 units. Wow. QSS Rageblade, definitely the most important aspect of those 2. Seems like the 3rd item can be flexed to things like Bloodthirster, Hextech Gunblade, potentially Archangel seems to be moderately popular. And if anyone's wondering, Jupesun did take Cruel Crown, so that was just a fast 8th there for all of that double damage. As we pick up even more spatulas, is this a racetrack? Is this a kitchen? I don't know, because of all of these emblems.
I'm kind of curious what you end up swapping out here for the Dragonmancer in this spot.
Man, I don't know if anyone can actually really take this Swain. It's going to be, again, access, getting to the Swain, which can be hard. It's not going to be CC because it's the QSS right, for the first 15 seconds. Maybe a secondary ultimate could be good. I believe Shen does block some of the auto attacks if there is one on the other side. We have a Shroud as well. Some tier 3 units popping up again. Let's see if this Olaf is going to be able to do some good work. You got to move that Olaf, man. That Shen positioning is delaying that Olaf a lot.
And that Shyvana is also going to delay it a lot too, but look at the amount of damage that's coming in. Has this Swain hit the peak form? It targeted the Olaf first. And that is going to be close,
no.
but a big health pickup. What?
Oh, Yasuo!
It's the Yasuo. Because it's the final unit. It strikes until
that's it. That's the
it delivers the finishing blow.
That's the answer. Maybe just splash Yasuo and hope it lives. For the Swain. So we do get rid of the Swain, and we also saw if that wasn't Yasuo, that Swain regened the health, right? That was enough for that Swain. Man, that is absolutely ridiculous. Wow, this isn't even a Swain 3.
What do you change out here from DQA's spot?
Honestly,
drop the Shade
Shen,
for the Bard.
Yeah, I mean, he played that really well. Shen took Olaf for a second. Swain had a little bit of time. Shyvana had a pretty good ult. But maybe, you press play and this goes a little bit differently. Braum actually going to be delaying this Swain quite well. Again, the Swain is QSS, so there's going to be no CC on the Swain. This one goes a lot faster. But
oh, my goodness.
Don't kill the Yasuo first or before the end, it is going to be a little bit tougher. And it's going to be Olaf versus Swain, and again, Olaf should win that. Though it is impressive that Swain is able to survive this long. As Zephyr, though, for this squad is a potential playmaking difference here for DQA.
It seems like such a difficult spot because the Swain getting isolated into a corner and getting surrounded by units, at times it feels like it could be a beneficial effect where it's just able to ramp up the Archangel Staff plus the Rage Blade for quite some time. But the problem is that the Olaf is such a powerful unit at the end, and then again the Yasuo, if it's able to get those couple of procs at the end, it's going to deliver the final blow as long as Swain is the isolated unit. So for Hongleon here, that's really the two things to avoid is number one, getting your Yasuo picked, and then number two, just getting not a strong enough start that you're able to do something here. But for Hongleon, they're going up to 9 or going up to 10, excuse me. Because of the Tactician's Crown, and then being able to flesh out this board even more. A Pike 2 getting added to the board here. This is not looking good for DQA.
No, it is not, Admiral. Because the crazy thing about Hongleon's comp was that we weren't even capped out by any means. Now we are, but we still have the Yasuo now, completed items. We have the Assassins now to try to access that Swain. The Swain should be able to get rid of it pretty soon. Kiana got the hell out of dodge onto that ultimate, but it's Swain versus the world. We know that's how it's going to end up. Actually, the Swain doing a little bit better than in previous rounds. I wonder if that's going to end up mattering. Yone has already fallen. It's going to be Olaf who's waiting their turn.
That's not enough time.
It's going to be an execute there. 47 HP win from Hongleon, who had the strongest comp probably from beginning to end. Once we itemized that Olaf, i.e. Last Whisper, was the name of the game, and also one of the few, i.e. Last Whisper carries we've seen today.
And also just the scale scoring aspect, I feel like through the mid game, that Yone 3 was able to just deliver so much pressure to the opposing boards. That's what enables a spot like that, being able to get to 9 safely in a position like that and just very casually find a Pike 2 to add to your board. Like you're finding a 5-cost unit 2-starring it and just sticking it into play at the very end. Just and no pressure delivery whatsoever. That was just purely a let's get the most damage done right now so that DQA has no time to improve. Just a fantastic win there from Hongleon.
So if that lobby is anything to show for the other lobbies, that in terms of positioning, that should really rile up the scoreboard. A lot of people swapping their luck so far. But, we got to see a bungee jumping at least the last game. This one a little bit more traditional TFT, I would say, especially with the Olaf. A lot of people, when I think Olaf, I think of people like Gunmei, for example. But the Olaf really coming through, didn't need the attack speed even. It just seems like that raw damage from the IE Last Whisper was enough.
It feels like that's a warrior aspect to me, too, is just the raw damage. And I feel like that's one of the things that really stood out to me about that particular build was the scale scorn magnification onto a Yone. Yone just it very much feels like that unit wants a ton of attack speed. But when you can see that there's just, a passive magic damage amplification there as well on a 3-star unit, one that's so readily accessible, I'd say, in a lot of ways with that composition too, because you're going to be rolling on that 6 and that 7 aspect to try to complete those units. Give you that time to create that space. Just again, something that I think is a lot tougher to imagine from the get-go, but just very casually done there from Hong Leon and delivering that big win. Just it's such a beautiful thing. Scale Scorn, I think, is a lovely alternative to not being able to put a dragon into play because you're getting something from it. Units with more HP are dealing you less damage, and you're just getting a passive damage amplification on those units as well. It all fits together wonderfully in that aspect. And kind of still seeing how powerful the Swain was at the end, though. A Swain 2, mind you.
If it was
As
Swain 3, it could have been different. I don't know how much more damage that Swain needed to compete against Olaf, but it seemed like it was possible, right? Or maybe like an item that healed you instead of ramped damage could have been better with the Olaf, as well as that was a little bit death by 1,000 paper cuts when it came to the Olaf. The other thing we finally did see was Cruel Crown not work out for somebody, and that was Jupesun there, getting an 8th place before the second carousel, or before the third carousel, yeah. I believe. So Cruel Crown, not something that you want to take unless you know you're going to be able to use it, right? You don't want to dead augment because you're dead. But other than that, this one was a super interesting lobby in general. A lot of Cavalier emblems, a lot of spatulas just in general. And that's why the last, lobbies there were so intense, because there were just so many options for both of these players to use. And Hong Leon seemed to pick the best option every single time. And once we get those lobby scores, I'm sure we're going to throw them up here in just a second. We're past game 4. Right, we're game 5. This is where you really got to start thinking about how you get to that top 8. It's 1st or 8th pretty much for everyone here. And so now that we've gotten 4 lobbies, right, and we're going to see these lobby winners, what's kind of your favorite thing that's popped out that might be a little unexpected?
Well, I think that so far one of the big ones that stood out to me was when Dasik picked up the Ezreal carry win. But again, look across the board here, and it's just more variation as everything pops up. Aoshin. This is now popping up twice here. This one, a 3-mage Aoshin carry and an Aoshin legendary flex from Setsuko in that one. And of course, we saw the Hong Leon win with a 4 Scale Scorn, and Ramblin picking up a win here. 6 Ragewing Xayah 3 carry. That is not an easy unit to 3-star. It is a 4-cost unit, but I imagine when you get to that spot, the change in her ability from a 2-star to a 3-star is just one of the biggest ones in the game, I'm pretty sure.
It's a win condition. And getting a 3-star Xayah is a win condition, as we see here, as Ramblin did win. Also, China really showing up. We talk a lot about NA and EU when it comes to regions, but China is doing a lot of really good work on the PBE Clash right now. We got Chi2 running that Aoshin. Ramblin did get the lobby win as well. Ramblin's so good at understanding exactly where they are pace-wise to get into the top 8. We look at the rest of the lobbies here. The bottom side for some of these is a little surprising. Your man Goobums finishing in 8th place.
Look, I've said it before. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm never selling my Goobum stock. But also, this being a variable strategy game, it's very just bittersweet every single time you look at one of these lobby finishes. You're going to see players that you're happy to see win, but you're going to see players that you're sad to see take the hits in this one. There is variation that's available in every single one of these. You can be winning and you can be losing back to back, just constantly. It's all going to be on how you take advantage of the situations that you're given. And sometimes you're just not given those situations. Sometimes it just bees that way. But for the most part, the superior decisions are going to be the ones who walk away with this one. Ramblin coming out on top, Hong Leon, Setsuko, and Chi2 coming with some big wins. And for Ramblin, this was super important when I'm looking at what these scores were prior to this round.
Yeah, and something that we also have to think about are people like Esha, who went into the second lobby in 1st place, right? Again, because, only 8 of these players are going to be moving on to tomorrow. One bad result might be enough to take you down. As we do move into the total standings here, Ramblin has made it into the top 8, but there is a 4-way tie for 22 points.
2 more games to go, though, before this is fully fleshed out. And so if, let's say that you're sitting in Becca's spot, for instance, right now, you could get yourself to 29 points. You just need back-to-back wins in order for that to happen.
That's it.
It's pretty difficult to do that, but we've seen it happen. And we've seen it happen lots of times. Not only that, but the lobbies are getting shuffled as well. Every 2 games, these lobbies are getting shuffled across, and then we're going to see who can cook up the wins from that one. So we are getting a strong look at what this top 8 is going to be looking like, but with still 2 more games to go, anyone in that top 16, I think, has a very strong shot at making it to the top 8.
Well, and I think we're also seeing something interesting. Players who tend to start off really strong, starting to fall off a little. Balotelli's kind of coming to mind on that one, versus people like Ramblin who are starting to, pace up near the end of today. We still have 2 more lobbies. We're going to reseed everybody before we come back. Crowan will also be back, so please stick around, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the TFT Dragonlands PBE Clash. Crowan back here with Admiral to bring you into the latter stages of the day, game number 5 here soon. And Admirable, that was a fantastic last lobby, and I want to actually bring back a point and maybe expand upon it that you started. It's when you're not running dragons, right? What are you running? You mentioned scale scorings, but are there any other instances, or do you just always want dragons in play to cap out your board if you're not running those scale scorings?
We've been seeing Revel oftentimes not run a dragon. We've been seeing Dragon Mancers not run a dragon for a bit. You're kind of trying to emulate that effect. I think that there's all sorts of options available for this set, and frankly, I am loving what I'm seeing so far, and I've loved what I felt so far playing on the PBE as well. And I was kind of
Yeah.
curious exactly from your take on this as well, Crowan, is you're so strong at cooking up some of these early compositions, and I've seen some of the ways that you like to try to build through these and experiment with them. Oftentimes you go, okay, that one was pretty bad. But a lot of times I look up and I go, Crowan's still at 100 HP. What have been some of your biggest takes when you don't have a dragon in play? What's your favorite option so far?
Yeah, I do want to expand upon that. I think quickly we do have to show the scores because there was a small adjustment being made. You has 21 points instead of 20, so just making sure we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's, of course. Everything is squared away as we get into the final couple of games. But Admirable, direct the question back to me. That's very interesting. I think that there is a lot of opportunity, like you mentioned, running these cannoneers, these revels perhaps. But I'm even thinking like how many synergies that you can fit into certain compositions. We see kind of that being experimented with Dragonmancer running with like the 3 Jade and the 3 Ragewing, right, for a Swain carry. I think there's more instances of compositions like that, maybe with a Swift shot angle that isn't maybe a Xayah, or at least all Xayah focused. Like there might be some like Varus reroll that doesn't always go into Aurelion Soul, because for a dragon, Aurelion Soul has kind of been one of the least prioritized ones. So I think that's maybe an option if you're not going to go that route. In terms of 100 HP streaks, we see Appies do something very similar, right? Appies loves to 100 streak, kind of play these fast 9 styles. They do often, at least for Appies, end up with the Shyvana being the tank and then Xayah being the carry. I think those two pair well together. But the question is, if you're not running Xayah and you land on another unit, I think there's potential there that doesn't include dragons. It's still really, really early to say, but yeah, we'll see. But I don't know. What are you thinking though in terms of these players going this Dragonmancer style, in terms of, is it ever correct to like pivot all the way out of it? Can it be correct to go Dragonmancer for the early game, get your Swain items, and then pivot to something like a dragon in the later stages of the game, kind of going the opposite effect there?
It definitely feels like it could be that way. Like, let's say, for instance, you have like a Shojin on your Lee Sin, and you have the Archangel Staff and a Rage Blade on your Swain, but you just don't really have like the rest of the board or the rest of the items, or perhaps even the augments to really flesh that out. But you find yourself at a late stage, and suddenly an Aeotian shows up, and you have like a Champion Duplicator, and you have like a lot of tanky stuff that's kind of surrounds that stuff. You do need to get the damage from somewhere. And so Aeotian, to me, it feels like one of the units that can actually just absorb all of your damage items, as long as you have something to provide the mana, and just absolutely crank out some wins. Like, I can't tell you the number of times that my board has been 9v1'd by a Bloodthirster, Shojin, Archangels, Aeotian on the other side of the board. You get that Tempest stun that's in there. You get the attack speed from having a 4th Tempest in there, like just an Ornn sitting on your front line. I've even seen some Ornn attack damage builds end up taking place just because he has like a high natural attack damage. I've seen so much crazy stuff being taken place. But in terms of like pivoting out of Dragonmancers, this is something I feel like I've commonly done, is use Dragonmancers to kind of get to my mid-late stage. And then figure out how I use those items at the end, because I've been willing to pretty much just build anything that is not an Infinity Edge or a Deathblade onto my Lee Sins personally. And you've been seeing how many Lee Sins I don't even know how many show up across the way when I end up playing it. It just feels like I don't have a choice very often. It's like my shop is basically 5 Lee Sins. I'm like, yeah, all right, I guess I'll take Lee Sins, I guess. And jam that unit to play with a bunch of AB items. He's so strong, and he's so cool too. He's got such swift movement and just great animation to it. Just so much work has been put into this set so far, and I'm loving every single aspect of it. But Aeotian, I feel like, is probably one of the strongest pivot into dragons that can show up right now.
Definitely. Speaking of the Tempest units, right, being able to get that online early with the Lee Sin, as you usually do as the Lee Sin Whisperer yourself, and then later go into the Aeotian. And one of the reasons also why that he's able to 1v9 a lot of late game scenarios is because of that mana zap, right? If you're getting this cast off and you have some Omnivamp, you're healing up and not allowing anyone else to cast, so that's even less threat that you're under in situations like that. It's just, it's really crazy, honestly. But I think the itemization itemization of a lot of units is still being worked on. I don't think there's a lot of like ideal itemization. Maybe a lot of like the math hasn't been done. Need some real smart people to get in there and crunch the numbers, saying like, okay, Zaya really wants these specific 3 items to make sure she has enough output with like, you know, her feathers as they come out and come back, and you know, running other units like a Twitch maybe in place of your armor shreds. You don't need these items like Last Whisper. There's still a lot there, as you know, obviously this set is so fresh. We're on PBE having its kind of clash, which is, you know, kind of an exhibition tournament, a little bit of fun, a lot of bit of fun actually, with all the compositions that we've seen, and still more to come. And one pivot that has kind of happened in terms of compositions from the beginning of the day to now is less of a reliance on Jade. It was only, I believe Boop mentioned, it was only run like once that last lobby as like a 3 Jade, being a bit of a splash, but we'll see players fit back into it as we do get on into game number 5, Admirable.
Yeah, and again, the battle for the bow, it seems like to be the starting aspect of a lot of these opening carousels. Yep. So kind of highlighting the importance that that item can provide. You know, Rageblade, I think, is a very large enabler for a lot of these compositions. What are you favoring off the opening carousel right now?
Oh, I was on a bow kick for a while actually, but then I've just been going with sword. I think sword opens up a decent amount of options. IE is good, BT is good, Zeke's is good, even Deathblade if I get baited into wanting to make Varus reroll work, right? I love that. But it's still solid, right? Because you can also, if you have a strong early game opener, out of pretty much any of the first dragons that you hit, make a sword work, be it Bloodthirst or Omnivamp, or just like a raw damage item like for IE Siphon can get you through the mid game, or things like that. So definitely bow seems to be a lot of these players' priorities, and for good reason, right? Bow makes a lot of fantastic items. Rageblade is key on so many units. The Swain that we see so often, even Deja, Zaya, a lot of carries that end up in the late game compositions do feature a bow as one or more items of those units.
Did we get a glimpse at what this Mirage was on the opener?
I'm not sure. I did not catch it. I think we'll have that info for sure soon here.
Ramblin tends to look at these things all the time, but he does it so quickly that I don't get to process it. Ramblin is such an efficient player when it comes to like, deliberance. It's like every single motion that Ramblin takes has some sort of purpose, and whether or not we're able to understand that, you know, that's a whole other story.
Ooh.
But just everything that Ramblin does has so much deliberance to it, and I've seen him take advantage of some Mirage builds in some hefty manners. But right now, Piehat is the perspective we're going to be jumping over to, and guess what, Crowan? It's another prismatic lobby.
Yes, it is. And a Dragonmancer emblem, a Lee Sin, of course, drops with it as well. Piehat is on the outside looking in. Normally in tournaments like this, 15th place would be enough to move on. That's the halfway point. You're a little bit above halfway, but not for this one, right? You're gonna need the top 8. With an opener like this, I think Piehat is likely to have a good finish this game, especially being willing to have these item slams like a stone plate on this Lee Sin. A Hodge is fine. You get a bit of that healing, but extra damage as the Lee Sin is going to go on a tear here, as he so often does in the early to mid game.
Yeah, Piehat sitting in... I just saw this at 19 points right now in 15th place. To give you an idea, when you look at the 7th place, which is what Ramblin's at right now, it's at 22 points. So very close from the middle section of the scores right now to the top end even. And so for Piehat here, wins or just top 2 finishes in these last 2 lobbies are going to be pretty massive. And frankly, for anyone who's hunting in that top 8 spot, top 2 finishes are going to be super important because it's just such a heavy cutoff for this one.
Yeah.
So this opening here is going to determine so much for Piehat in terms of where they're going. And we saw a fist pump there from Piehat's perspective, clearly wanting the win streak option. And I think that when you open with Dragonmancer Lee Sin, that is definitely what I'm looking for as well, is the win streak option. And try to deliver as much pressure to other players as you can, get this gold rolling, and find yourself getting to level 8 very quickly and with very few rolls.
100%. That was actually really close to being a loss. The Lee Sin lived with just a sliver of HP, got that final kick off, healed up a little bit because of the Hodge, and dealt massive damage. If that kick didn't happen, Pi would have lost by like 2 or 3 units there. So definitely a bit of a reason for that fist bump and for some celebration a bit early. You don't see players celebrating on 2-1 that often, but hey, there's a time for
This
it.
is the PBE Dragonlands Clash we're talking about.
It is very much so.
I love to see that passion personally because I do the exact same thing.
It is nice. I mean, hey, you get those wins, they're going to keep stacking up because this round's going to be a win as well. It's looking like, can Lee get another kickoff? No, it doesn't. So actually, I might have spoken a bit too soon because Goose's Whisper Ezreal there is stacking up stats as the round goes on. Whisper Emblem is one of the most, dare I say, dangerous emblem combinations in this game, unless it is specifically Anivia Revel. Making a unit a Whisper can go to some crazy things if they're attacking very quickly. You know what comes to mind first? Maybe a unit like a Swift Shot, like a Xayah, keep these AD and AP stacks going on. You're gonna see units maybe in the later stages of the game with really long fights get to like 500 AD, right? It can get absolutely insane and out of control. So definitely want to keep our eyes on Goose for that a bit later on in the game.
Yeah, I feel like that Whisper Crown it's something that's very rare to, I'm sorry, the Whisper Emblem, it's something that's very rare to show up and honestly a bit difficult to take advantage of. And I feel like once that has been seen, like what the most dangerous thing for that is, it is going to be like this eye-opening stare that ends up taking place because Whisper is such a unique style of mechanic that once you're able to take advantage of it, it is such a big deal. For Piehead here, they're going to be suffering a pretty big loss here on 2-3 going into the carousel. But this is not an abnormal thing. You know, Dragonmancers are very powerful, but, you know, so are all prismatic augments pretty much.
Yeah.
And as you look across the board, there is a hefty difference in prismatic augments that are taking place here. And frankly, I am very excited to see where this goes because we're also seeing a built different 3 as you look at Nuko Maro's board. And this feels like an extremely difficult one to utilize on the PBE right now. Your intuition is just to build out synergies and traits, classes, all that stuff. What do you do when you can no longer do that? That takes now a negative effect on Nuko Maro's side of the board. So hefty recognition of how the units are interacting with each other. Very important with the stats that you're placing onto them as well.
I haven't even given much of a thought into what built different boards are going to be, but my initial impression goes into playing 2 separate dragons that cancel out the buff. There's something like that could maybe work out with a built different board. Maybe I'm a bit ahead of my time with that one, but
I honestly, I haven't really thought about it. I don't think I've seen a built different show up in any of the lobbies I've played.
Yeah, well, Nukamara gets to be our kind of our test dummy here and see if it works out. Will we see the 2 dragons? Am I prophesizing it? I hope so.
Limit test. Limit test.
Oh, man. See a Goose perspective on a 3-win streak, looking to make it 4, but going against Ramblin', who also leveled to 5 pre-carousel. Both these players confident about win streaking going forward into the Krugs, but a Cavalier Sunfire Leona with Guardian buff activated, that is so much tankiness to get through. Ezreal does get through the Leona, gets not through the new, just barely. There was still a Thresh in the back half of that fight. Goose not going to streak through to Krugs.
Now it's a 2-star Terran.
Yeah, I know. It always feels like it happens that way. Like you lose next round, oh, you get the upgrade. Well, that would have been the difference of winning the last round, but it's too late now.
Yeah, Dragonmates are not really looking like a superior option here for Goose, and I want to highlight this little strategy choice it looks like he's making here, where he has swapped out a 3-cost unit in effect for a 2-cost unit. If he's able to win this round, he has the option to go up to 20 gold by selling these 2 3-cost units on his bench. This is a very, very subtle difference that's taking place here, but if he's able to win this particular round, this could be the difference in like a top 2 and a bottom 4 finish.
Oh, definitely. Econ's so important in the early stages of the game, and sells the units anyway. Maybe confident he's going to win this round because the front line for Gluteus Maximus isn't that great, but it is going to be a Radiant.
QSS.
Yeah, Radiant QSS Tristana too, so that's probably just too strong no matter how you slice it.
Whoa!
Wait a minute, that got a little close.
Oh, and the look on Goose's face, I think, highlights exactly how that feels in that spot because, ooh, this is early Talon.
Whisper, not great for Talon, though, because Whisper, you do get benefit off how many attacks. Talon spending a lot of time jumping and just having one big auto attack.
Whispers
so maybe not.
They're not, like, horrible for Assassin, though.
Yeah, could put on another Assassin.
Oh my gosh.
Potentially. I mean, Pike is naturally a Whisper.
That side as well. That was
Oh.
a Swain with a Whisper.
That's going to be attacking very fast and getting
my.
those stats rolling.
Oh, this
That
lobby's
is
gonna
what
be
I'm
cooking.
talking about.
Woo! I can't wait
Man.
to see how this one's going to flesh out.
This is so interesting. Even I actually love the Shiv as well on the Swain. It's going to, with a little bit of attack speed, make Swain able to ramp up that Rage Blade a bit faster and just apply that magic resistance shred for himself, right? Not relying on any other units. And Swain is very often, if not always, the unit that survives until the end of the fight. So Swain, able to apply that buff consistently for himself, is going to just buff his damage up that much more.
Notice the Elise is in the play for the shapeshifter aspect, something I have often just completely forgot that Elise has as well.
That is true. She does shapeshift to a spider.
Oh, that
It
fits
goes up
really
and down.
naturally with that Swain Whisper as well.
Very true. Ooh,
Oh.
that's good thinking.
Your chest here got a lot of items to flesh out.
Yeah. Champion Duplicator as well. We have a lot of Champion Duplicators, it seems, this game. Ramblin, I believe, started off the game with one, had not that much gold opener, and we see a couple here. It's gonna be a crazy lobby. It's already prismatic, Champion Duplicators. Are we gonna be seeing some tier 3-5 costs? I hope we do at some point. Not a Soraka, because we'll be here for a while.
Oh no! The tier 3 Soraka versus tier 3 Soraka. Is that possible? There's got to be a way to make that happen somehow.
No?
There's got to be a way to get 6 champion duplicators on each side.
I hope not.
Gold augment now being offered here, and Becca gonna go with Portable Forge. Portable Forge feeling pretty powerful in this set, and Obsidian Cleaver is something I very much favor right now. We've seen effect of all of these, and frankly, I'm liking the Eternal as well here, because what's happening is that this particular item is providing you a lot of time when units focus on that main tank. It's going to freeze up those things and buy tons of time for this Swain in the back line. And that's like the entire aspect of this Swain is trying to build out is time.
I like this.
Finding ways to take advantage of that seems very difficult, but if you can, chef's kiss. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
Definitely. Siphon being more tank focused here, usually being played as damage dealing, but Becca is going to be playing a lot of very strong synergies right now. Becca, I think you mentioned a little bit earlier in the day, Admirable, needs a couple of first places to come through. Becca's not in the greatest of spot this game, but this is going to be an investment, right? The Swain, when she hits Swain 2, we've seen the staying power of Swain in so many of these compositions, and Becca has placed better and better in every lobby throughout the day. So is she going to keep up that trend? I think with these smart decisions, she very well can. Unfortunately, the Swain does get hooked by the Thresh in this fight. It's trying to stay alive for so long. It's actually healing up so much. Swain on a sliver of HP, but takes down a Ramblin's win streak and allows Becca to change things around and start going on her own win streak potentially here.
This is a big difference, and this is with 0 2-star units in play as well. Just shifting around the items and then having to rebuild this. So how do you build this out best? And Becca is we're getting into the zone now. This is heavy focus time.
Oh yeah.
How do you build this out from here? 4 Whispers, 3 Dragonmancer, 3 Rage Wing, and some Bruisers this early on. This feels like a really gold heavy composition right now, though.
Yeah. You're always going to want 3 Dragonmancer and 3 Rage Wing minimum, which means 6 Whisper would have to wait until level 8. Becca is in a decent spot for gold, however, so she can go next turn, fit in the Elise for, 5th Whisper, sure, but more importantly, the Shapeshifter, and then just allow her to put the Silas in at 8 for 6 Whisper. Swain's already doing a lot of work right now, as has been evidenced from these last 2 rounds. I think Becca actually, HP aside, as soon as she hits the Swain 2 especially, is going to be in a really good spot.
Great carousel positioning here as well. Able to take pretty much whatever you need.
There's a bow floating around. That's another bow. I'm trying to think. Mine instantly goes to Rapid Fire Cannon. Who's going to be a good user of that?
I'm looking at the augments on the side of the board as well. It took me a second to look at the Ramblin' one. That's a Best Friends augment, not a Double Trouble augment.
Oh. Yep. That is true.
Oh, is this a second Titans? Oh, no. It's okay, a bow was taken. This is an RFC.
Yeah. But for whom? We'll back a roll here as well. I think that's also an interesting decision to make because rolling and hitting that.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe you stop here actually. After that Elise hit, if you were on a pair of Swains, maybe.
Boy.
Okay, now certainly you stop, right?
I don't know.
Oh, she's going deeper. Okay. Rolling down this gold. Stops after just one more roll, though. I think. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Being able to sell back up to potentially 20 here is going to keep your econ from going too low.
Deathcap Diana delivers a strong hit, but it's not nearly enough
No.
to affect that back line. And this Swain, I think that hitting Swain 2 here is very important for Becca to maintain this win streak as long as possible. And I think the Whisper aspect here could be a bit of a bait in terms of holding on to some of this. But there's so many different directions that this team could go right now. It just feels so tough to make a decisive decision here and call it, the strongest one you could make. There's almost no way to know. It's virtually impossible to know what the strongest thing to do here is.
Definitely. I was going to say, you see Becca struggling with that decision making because everyone would struggle with that decision making, right? It is, like you mentioned, virtually impossible. What is going to be the right decision? Maybe there is no right decision.
What is this Gnar?
I
mean, this is built different. Reminder, it's built different on Nukumaro's side of the board, but I have not seen a Gnar with this many items equipped. Aside from all of the games that I lost in set 6.5.
Makes me think of Spicy Happy's Gnar, BT, blue buff. I mean, obviously a different Gnar, different set, different ability, but
I'm very interested to see how this fleshes out because this is just a lot of passive damage that's being applied here because of the built different.
Yeah.
And
where does
honestly,
it go?
It kind of makes sense to use Gnar because it pops up the units for a bit, jumps into the center, and just keeps rumbling.
Auto attacks do a fair bit of damage, getting stuck a little bit on the Eternal Winter from the Becca's Siphon, and yeah, that's gonna be the difference. Wow, Eternal Winter is such a good Ornn artifact. Wow, 361% AP. Thank you, Nukamaro, for hovering over that, because that shows you the power of the Whispers. Oh,
so
Becca
if you wanted to know whether or not Becca wanted to go 6 Whisper or not, that shows you why.
Yeah, she's playing it over 3 Rageblade, which maybe is more damage, actually. I don't know. Someone smarter than me needs to do the math on it.
I cannot wait to see how this ends up cooking up. Because that was a close win, but it's so much easier for Becca to make that board stronger by 2-starring units. And for Nukamaro here, it's just constantly going to be bombarded with options on how you want to build this board out.
It's such an interesting position for Nukamaro to be in. Ooh, Corki and Ornn? Usually Ornn's really good for his synergies, but also just having the CC is really nice as well. Hard to not run 2 Bruisers or 2 Tempest, however. Move over to Gluteus. Rockin' 4 Scale Scorn. Olaf now has that Radiant Quicksilver and the BT.
Radiant Quicksilver, a big item for this Olaf, I feel like.
Yeah. Guild and Assassin going in with the Talon. Rolling down pretty heavily here is Gluteus, wanting to find some more upgrades. Finds them, unfortunately, not amount of time to be able to pick them up and play them in this round.
And the difference that this Radiant QSS and the Bloodthirster can make here as well. I mean, it virtually immune to crowd control as this Olaf.
Yeah.
And just able to chew through that board. Pot of Bowl taking a big hit there. Peter Chess picks up a win from the bottom position here as well. Gluteus Maximus very heavily focused in on how to build this board out right now as well. I think there are some very strong decisions here that just make a ton of sense, but the board's starting to come together, I think, in a very obvious manner here for Gluteus Maximus. Then it's just a matter of how efficiently can you manage your gold. Another prismatic augment. I love it.
Celestial Blessing isn't required here because the Bloodthirster is already there for the healing, the Omnivamp. Satan United doesn't get the most value, but still gets a decent amount. It might be a reroll here, but what are you thinking?
I'm thinking a reroll. Like, you pretty much already have all of these things into place right now, and the first aid kit, I think while it can be helpful, you don't have a shield going on, so it's not really the biggest spot you can be in.
Yeah.
If you didn't already have the Bloodthirster built, I think this is a much easier choice.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
It's an Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
But from here, in Gluteus' spot, I personally am taking the reroll, but again, you can see a justification from any side of this, because the Celestial Blessing now is still providing something combat to your entire team at that point. You know, Diana does not have a sustain item, and that's one of the most important items I think that you can have for Diana. You're just for scale scoring in general. So now that's across the entire board.
I guess the worry is that if you reroll, are you gonna somehow get worse options, right? You never want to do that because that feels terrible. And okay, we'll see the power of the Celestial Blessing here. That Olaf has a lot more healing and actually gets to provide a little bit of a shield if he does a bit of overhealing. Same thing with all the units, right? It benefits the whole team, but Olaf's getting stuck on a Cavalier Titans Sunfire Leona gets taken out. The Diana 2 still does a lot of damage, right? This is a 4 scale scoring Diana, buff with the Assassin buff. Has to go through a Declaw, and that's going to be her main counter.
Yeah, Electric Overload is the Mirage aspect as well here too. So a lot of returned damage being delivered when they're getting attacked here. And Ramblin has a lot of Guardians in place here. What?
Wow.
It's actually
tied. What? You rarely ever see a tie happen at this stage of the game with those units. That's crazy.
Becca falling into last place currently. Peter Chess trying to pick this one up. So another Swain build in their corner. Is the augments supporting it? This is just crazy across. When you look at all the augments across the screen, just nothing here is sharing a similar aspect.
No, this is wild. So many Swain players as well. I would think Swain has the advantage, at least at this point in the game, versus the Olaf. I mean, there's going to be enough time bought by the Nico getting multiple casts off. Doesn't actually get multiple casts off there. Maybe speaking a bit too soon. This is only a 3 Dragon Mancer Swain, not a 6. And the 6 Jade is not nearly enough. I spoke well too soon there. The Olaf tore through that board. And yeah, mentioning the quickest silver there, the Radiant, that's going to be CC immunity for 30 seconds. Yeah, virtually CC immune is that Olaf, as he does a ton of damage.
Becca falling again, 21 HP for Becca. Peter Chess taking the hit down to 31. We're going to need to see some big impacts from these boards take place. Peter going for a belt onto a Lee Sin. I imagine this Lee Sin really wants to get into play. It's just how do you do it? I feel like the Jade right now is the stepping stone to the heavier Dragon Mancer side of things. But this is going to need to come into play very soon.
Maybe we'll see an egg hatch, finally.
Just once, please.
Yeah. Didn't get to see the one earlier. I think it was Goobums who ran it earlier, unfortunately. Got eliminated in like 7th, but I had in a much better spot. Oh, Yasuo.
Ooh.
That's exciting. There's a champion duplicator on the bench as well.
Oh, Peter, I feel like is getting a little bit dizzy here.
It's very slow, methodical, or dizzy. One or the other. Redemption? This Nico is nice. Shioyu.
I feel like the Jade aspect is probably the angle that you're being invited to most from this spot.
Over 9 Jade? Are we going back to what we saw at the beginning of the day?
Wow, this Swain. I can't believe this Swain is able to pick this up. That looked like it was going to be a disaster. But Pie Hat, with that golden egg and with this much gold, you're just going to be, I think, taking a bit of a rest here and hoping you can pick the rest of it up. Becca taking another big hit. Shyvana showing up.
Ooh.
That's a 4 shapeshifter aspect there from Peter Chess's side. Like that's now the enabler for 4 shapeshifter, 6 rage wing.
That's so interesting. There's a lot of options that could happen.
Oh, look at
Speaking
this
of options, a 6 Tempest 4 Whisper option is not
Whisper
what I would have.
Ocean?
Wait, that procs every instance of his ult cast? Is that gonna happen?
Oh
that way?
My goodness!
Does that work?
Oh my gosh! That did a lot less damage than I thought it would, but that was still a lot of damage.
It still wiped the board. I mean, blew up Giant Slayer, Whisper, Hao Shin. interesting items. But somehow Goose did hit the tier 2 Ao Shin. 61 HP on a bit of a streak. Now we get our Dragon treasure around.
I love this round. He's taking
Take
the
all.
opening.
Yeah, I feel like I see players just like take what they're initially given a lot more than I would expect. Oh man, I guess the item remover is gonna be pretty solid here. Put the whisper back on. Maybe Hand of Justice, some healing for Ao Shin. Yeah, I feel like that's always gonna be priority, whether it be Gunblade, DT, Hodge. Needs some kind of healing.
Who's your extra damage here?
Reforger, I suppose.
Reforge.
Yeah. Thinking if he wants to reforge a full item or just a component. It's gonna be the component. Morello's.
Oh,
Not the worst, honestly. Morello Orn can apply very quickly, even if he doesn't get the second reactivation of the cast off to get the CC. Just that first initial where the Orn Horn comes in will still apply Morello's, so not bad.
this is looking pretty well cooked up here from Goose's side. I'm just curious how strong this is going to be. I have not seen
no idea.
anything like this so far, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm just hoping that it continues to pan out. Like Aoshin 2, I feel like should be super strong from that aspect. We're going to have to wait and see.
That's the
Nukamaro
excitement.
side.
Yeah.
Built Different is getting slightly ignored. But for the most part, it is being fully embraced here. This looks like a very strong Xayah in the back line.
This is like, these are things that happened in set 6 where you would ignore Built Different on a couple units, maybe like socialites to buff up your true carry, but it's gonna be things like the Bard that are just gonna be farming dudes and, you know, buying time for your Xayah to be the real carry here. And as soon as these feathers return,
Oh my gosh.
Olaf lives. Wait a minute. Okay. Olaf had to walk a few steps. Good auto attack.
Return damage on those feathers was insane.
Yeah. Xayah, good unit.
So Evoker's Mystic, one guild aspect, which of course is the Bard. And that's your support that's being not embraced by the Built Different aspect. Everything else is being amplified. Very interesting board perspective from Nukamaro.
Very.
And for Ramblin' here, oh, what gets changed out here? Because you have so many different options at this point. Just there's only a couple units and you're being provided so many different choices.
Gremlin's setting up as well to go level 9 very, very soon. Has a champion duplicator. Doesn't need Leona to be a best friend to anybody, unfortunately. She's kind of all alone there, but she's just the tank.
She's the
Everybody
Cavalier.
else can be benefit. Yeah, Cavalier, the tank. Ao Shin benefits a lot from it, though.
Blue buff on Lulu as well, too. A lot of attack damage and a lot of CC potential as this Aoshin just cranks damage into the board.
Oh, one more cast. Not able to get it fully off in time. Gremlin takes a hit, but that's okay. I think Gremlin expected to, as you're sitting on, 50 plus gold. You spent some going to level 9 already. Duplicator still on the bench.
Oh,
Becca
the
did
egg.
go with, and the egg, we see it. Oh, a bunch of gold, and wait a minute.
Wow.
Radiant Banshee's Claw?
Wow. This is insane. The Radiant Banshees provides that buff to your entire team, so it meets the necessity for positioning there. And so the Chalice and the Zeke's being provided here at this point, this is so much extra presence that Pi Hat got. I think that this is potential for like
so cool.
a first place aspect suddenly.
Yeah, the Banshee's silence. And also gives a little bit of extra HP for the whole team as well, if blocking one spell for everybody wasn't enough. As well as the 2 aura items, making your units that much more powerful. Wow, this is insane. The golden egg, everyone wants to see it hatch for a reason, right? And it's gonna be this reason right here. Mayat's in such a good spot. 47 HP, almost first place in the lobby. Goose just 3 HP ahead. Pi Hat as well, going to be in a position to go level 9. Roll to find these unit upgrades.
Ramblin' just instantly runs for the Mystic emblem here as well.
Yeah, there's so many these 5-cost dragons coming through, like other Ao Shins. There's other AP in the lobby, I believe, as well. Mystic's not bad. Yeah, I mean, this is Anivia. Ashe dealing AP damage as well. Lee Sin. Ooh, Lee Sin 3 option.
Lee 3. I'm in.
I like it.
Oh, I'll take Yasuo too as well.
Also like that.
There's a 7th Lee Sin being offered here, and so from Piehat's side, it's do you value the Evoker or do you value the Bard more? Because it's really tough to change out any of the rest of these units.
Looks like the Lulu goes in over the Bard. At least in shop. I mean, I'm sure he'll pick it up.
It's the Evoker aspect. I think that's really one of the big deals here. For Piehat, I feel like you're looking at possibly a final board style of composition here. I think this can get changed out from the Jade aspect, but this is going to require a lot of units for that to get done.
Oh, man.
It's not enough for Ramblin's side yet.
No.
Still trying to flesh that out.
Oh, another Yasuo too.
Another Yasuo
Ramblin gets
too.
one. That's huge as well, because if now Ramblin finds another Ao Shin, we'll be able to use the Champion Duplicator. The problem is, doesn't have a lot of gold left, so can't do it easily. Blue buff Yasuo, we've seen prioritized earlier today. It's very good. Oh, that's the wrong dragon, unfortunately, in that shop. Ornn. This front line.
Let's go.
The front line is a little bit lacking for Ramblin. Features Nunu one and a Hecarim one.
It still feels pretty strong though. It takes a long time for this Ocean to get online, and this Diana does not really offer that much time. When you're looking at a Diana 3 with the scale score and buff here, Gluteus Maximus able to get something going here. The Yasuo gets taken down, so Ramblin's going to be. It looked like it's suffering another loss here. Okay, I was getting a little bit concerned for the Lee Sin kicks on Gluteus Maximus' side. But now we're moving into stage 6. Bramble being offered. You just mentioned the front line could have been lacking here a bit. But this, wow, this is a heavy change that's taking place.
Okay, this is so risky, but I like it a lot. If Ramblin is able to hit these frontline upgrades, right, that is the big thing. That's what I was just criticizing about Ramblin's position, but also this is going to allow Ramblin to put these solid items onto the Yasuo. Cavalier emblem on Yasuo, Titans as well. Love to see it. It's going to allow him to be that much stronger.
Second champion duplicator.
Wait a minute. That's so good. Oh, 2 Hecarims? What? Okay. Another Bard? Another Ao Shin?
He's lacking in gold.
Is he going to be running 7 out of 9 units here? Yes.
No way.
Ramblin.
What?
I mean, as weird as it looks, 7 out of 9, I think it is the correct
he didn't
decision.
get the best friends off with the Yasuo.
That's not good. Oh.
Gives the thumbs up, though. I think if Ramblin can stay alive, we're seeing potential for a first place here.
That's the problem, though, staying
Oh,
alive.
look at that big Bard hit. In the back, the Aoshin gets the cast off. It's so much damage from Aoshin, too. More CC takes place, and this Yasuo looked untouched from the perspective that we're in. This second Aoshin cast is not survivable. 12,000 damage from that Aoshin.
Ocean 1 to 2 is a massive difference, and we are seeing it right in front of our eyes. The gold is still not here, however, running a Varus 1 and a secondary Ornn 1. There's still a lot of work that Ramblin has to do to this board, but the most important units have been found. We saw the power of both the Yasuo and the Ao Shin in that last round, and if this round is any indicator, I think we'll be seeing much of the same.
Well, it's a very similar looking aspect from the opposite side of the board over on Goose's side. So a lot of the CC being achieved here from Ramblin's side. Oh my gosh, this damage is insane!
Disgusting damage. Oh.
The best friends feels like it's so powerful.
I know.
For Aoshin here, you're getting the attack speed buff from best friends. You're getting a little bit of extra tankiness, plus the 4 Tempest that's in play, plus the cybernetic uplink, which is giving you the additional mana for having items equipped. Ramblin, I feel like, has pieced together an extremely powerful board. We're now sitting in our top 4, Crowan.
Top 4 in such an insanely strong lobby. Nukumar was not able to pilot the build different into a top 4, unfortunately. just outside of it. Pot of Bull went out in 6th as well. Top 4 features such strong boards. The Diana 3 is here for Gluteus. Is still 2 Olafs away. Needs to win this round to keep the Olaf 3 dreams alive. And it has a rating item, so you really want it to be tier 3'd. Can he make it there, though?
Oh boy. This was the one I was afraid of. You saw that Ramblin has cornered a lot of these units. The first CC cast gets off, but also Gluteus returns that. The second Ornn gets into place, though. And this Aoshin has just done too much damage, and just this Yasuo continues to live. What a tank that unit has been so far. Ramblin wiping out Gluteus Maximus there. 4th place finish, though. Not the worst.
Definitely not the worst. Hi-Hat, still 35 HP. Most healthy player in the lobby. 6 Dragonmancer, 6 Jade.
Oh my.
Another
Ramblin
Cav?
Ramblin has picked up healing for the Aoshin now as well.
That's so important. Ooh.
Hi-Hat's looking like a great setup here, though. Very healthy amount of gold.
Hard 2? Still needs to hit this Lee Sin 3. That's going to be a big, big upgrade.
And you're seeing like how hefty it is to make a transition that Hi-Hat is even considering right now. It's just so much 2-star needed to entertain the idea of the additional Dragonmancers here, and considering the Bard heavily, but chooses not to go that direction at the end.
I have to drop the Lulu, I guess.
That Aoshin is terrifying.
It most definitely is.
How do you handle this from Hi-Hat's perspective? The first CC happens, second one takes place, and then this Aoshin launches damage and crushes the board.
Lee Sin's still alive. And get some chain kicks off.
Oh!
There's one. Uh-oh.
Can the Lee Sin do it?
Probably needs 2 more kicks, unless overtime hits the exactly the right time. No, it doesn't.
Whoa! 3 casts it took to wipe that board out, though.
Imagine if it was Lee Sin 3. It would have gone the Lee Sin's way.
Or if Hi-Hat perhaps had another Mystic in play.
Also true.
With that Bard, too. There's just so many options available. As we're now in the heads up. Goose getting knocked out in 3rd place. Hi-Hat at 23 HP. Ramblin at 17. We're potentially looking at a stage 7 finish here.
Could happen. Oh.
Oh boy.
Ooh. The Shroud hits the Aoshin for Ramblin'.
It's a very big deal. Aoshin takes a lot of mana to launch that first one. But here it comes. And it is relatively unchecked right now as well. The Yasuo is going head to head, but the Aoshin, the amount of momentum swing that first cast provides, I think is highlighted here, and how powerful this unit can be. A big, big hit that Hi-Hat is taking. But Crowan, we are seeing a stage 7.
2 fantastic competitors, top players in their respective regions. Both players right on the outside looking in terms of the points for today. Oh, Ramblin actually is already in the top 8 though, but looking to keep it there. But Lee Sin 3 for Hi-Hat.
It's a big deal. Ramblin, though, finding, I think, a pretty key item with the Banshees on their side. From this stage 6 creeps, we move into stage 7 now, but this is the final fight.
Yeah. Shiv for Hi-Hat's also good. The last rolls of the game coming through.
Swapping the
Ooh.
Jade.
This is a big pivot.
Ooh.
Not gonna find the
That was
tier
one
2.
more roll to find that.
The Shroud, is it gonna hit? Not hitting the Aoshin.
Not anticipated the change, I believe.
Yeah.
Banshee's being put onto the front line there for Ramblin as well, saying, you know what, I want this Ornn to cast. I don't want it to get knocked back from that Lee Sin right away, and it did not. Aoshin getting the first cast off very safely, and I think that's going to wrap it up, Crowan.
It indeed is going to wrap it up. Ramblin does it in dominant fashion. Payat not able to make it work. A nice try for the pivot at the end.
Whoa! Is that a Dragonmancer Alshin?
This, if it wasn't already a massive 2-unit slot taking dragon, it's even bigger now being the Dragonmancer.
Oh my gosh, each one of those ticks was critting between 1,000 and 1,600.
This is insanity, Admirable. There's still 3 players alive in this lobby. Goobums, Balotelli, and Vicious. And maybe not selling your Goobum stock is going to work out for you, Admirable, because Goobums is in such a dominant position to win this lobby, it's looking like, from just this initial glimpse.
My gosh. Has the guild buff onto the Yasuo as well? That's the that's going to be the sustain item there. Is getting another Zephyr into play to buy time for this Aoshin. Like... I do not want to face this board.
Taking a step back and looking like at the augments and stuff, this is an Ancient Archives into an Ancient Archives 2, so that's 3 tomes right there. Another emblem along the way to make the 3rd Dragonmancer emblem, and there's a guild emblem on the Yasuo in 4 guild being run. 6 Dragonmancer, 4 guild. I don't think I've ever seen those combinations of traits together before.
I didn't even realize this was possible, honestly, until seeing this. Goobum's going to be favoring the attack speed.
It's just at Swain 3.
That's a big deal. Does Swain 3 needs to chew through this front line, though? I think that's my major concern right now, is because if you don't get to this Aoshin and knock it out, it's going to be delivering way too much damage, I think.
Ooh.
Oh,
nice
look at that. That Olaf just taking a swift ride. This Aoshin gets stopped in time. There's the big cast. Oh my god. That damage is absurd.
Wait, Yasuo. Can you get the cast off in time? No.
Balotelli down to 1 HP. Vicious knocked out.
Swain 3 wasn't enough. Yasuo potentially can be, however. But triple Zephyr?
Such a big deal. I think that part of the role here for Goobums was to actually find another Twitch to be able to utilize that Zephyr in the maximum way possible, because right now you do not have the Zephyr exploit that he was able to deliver in the previous round.
Oh, wasn't able to get the swap that he wanted.
Is this enough? Suo taking the trip this time. Aoshin is being completely unchecked right now. Does not get hit by the Ornn as well. Oh my gosh, it's just so much damage. But again, the Yasuo is here, but the Aoshin's not the final unit!
There we have it. Goobums win in Game 5 Lobby C. Admirable, never sell your Goobum stock. That is the lesson that I am taking. 6 Dragonmancer, 4 Guild Aoshin with the Dragonmancer buff. I don't even see how much HP that thing had, let alone AP, let alone how much damage it was doing. That thing was insane.
6 Dragonmancer is, I want to say it's 100% AP.
It is.
And then it's 2,000 HP.
Yep.
So it's a hefty unit at that. The thing that I'm most flabbergasted by is that Boop and I were just talking about how Aoshin is a big pivot, and then I talked to you about how Aoshin's a big pivot, and now we're just seeing Aoshin close out lobbies. Like we haven't been seeing this all day. It feels like every single lobby has just been drastically different.
Ask and you shall receive. Aoshin coming out in force. We've seen Shioyu come out and be like, oh, that's pretty cool. We've seen Shyvana tanks, but no. Now we see the Giga Chat Aoshin just delete whole entire boards. It is so insane there. What a treat of a lobby. It's nice that we get to see a little bit of perspective of 2 lobbies, right? Get like the finishing touches of one. I thought maybe seeing, we didn't get to see the perspective of Lobby C for the entirety of it. But Swain 3 being hit, I'm like, oh, surely Swain 3 is going to put up a fight. But no, it died in the other fight before even getting to the final boss that was the Aoshin. Dragonmancers everywhere, though. That's, to be sure, a very, very strong synergy.
We also saw 2 completely different takes on Aoshin there as well, where Ramblin is going best friends in mana generation, and Goobums is just going, like, pure damage. There was no mana benefit to that Aoshin whatsoever.
Yeah, it's wow. What great boards to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the lobby winning compositions, because we know Aoshin was a couple of them, yeah, from Ramblin' and Goobums, but for Honglian, it was a 6 assassin Diana 3 carry, a very strong assassin composition, and for Setsuko in lobby D, the 6 scale scorn Olaf 3 carry. Not often we get to see 6 scale scorn come through Admirable.
That's 2 scale scorn emblems or that are needed in a spot like that. There's only 4 scale scorns in the game. Wow, that's a very rare one to see.
Yeah, Setsuko making it work out. Hey, and be able to roll for the Olaf 3 as well.
Look at the end of the day here too. It feels like NA has woken up.
Oh, definitely.
Into game 6, 3 NA region wins that come out here in Hongleon with a big win there as well. And so taking a look at these numbers across the board here, my eyes keep darting back and forth between the standings and what the scores are here, where I'm trying to like figure everything out in my head, and I'm like, we have a standing sheet coming up. I don't need to be doing this math right away.
We got people in the back half doing the math for us, fortunately, because yeah, caster math, I've been told to avoid it, so I have taken that advice. But either way, NA coming out strong in that lobby. Dasik still number 1, followed by Ahau in number 2, but Ramblin is climbed up to 3rd. Soju and Goose talking about NA as well coming into this top 8. Lilu, literal previous world champion, trying to defend that title here. Alatelli, Audible from EMEA. Running Dasik in the top 8, but still we got to be thinking about what these players need to do to move in there, who are right outside. Players maybe down to Michael and Setsuko with 23 points. If Setsuko gets a first, maybe can think about getting in there, but there's still a lot of placements that need to happen. There's a lot of craziness, Admiral, for this final game.
There really is, and honestly, I'm looking at like the 26 point threshold of where I have my eyes right now. A strong finish from them is going to be a massive highlight into moving into the state 2. Again, this is a very harsh cutoff where it's top 8, so 75% of the field is getting cut through on this one. Dasik, current PBE champion, sitting in first place. Lulu, current world champion, sitting in 7th place right now. It's just every single time you end up slicing this up and you talk about the RNG factors at TFT, what's the one thing you always see winning more than everything else? It's just the consistency. It continues to happen over and over again, and just frankly, bravo.
Yeah.
What shots we've been seeing today, what comps have we been seeing today. I can't wait to see this game number 6. My heart is going out to all these teams right now. I just want to see every single composition get built and watch them all win, but someone inevitably has to get 8th place.
Can we have all of the compositions be run? That is Admiral's final ask, as you will be leaving us after this game, unfortunately, but going to be Boop joining me for the next game. So we're going to leave you, Admiral, with some closing remarks. What has been your journey like today watching all these matches?
It's just been fantastic. A big thank you to all the players, to all the viewers, and to the production team for making sure that we have all the information necessary in order to deliver the presence I think that this game deserves right now. Set 7 is feeling absolutely fantastic. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, and we're only going to see improvements as well. I cannot wait to see game number 6, and Crowan and Boop, who is standing by right now. Just please cast or curse something and make something ridiculous happen, because it just feels like it's inevitable at this point.
It really is. It feels like we're going to pass the curse along, but thank you, Admirable, for your final thoughts and for passing on the caster curse. Maybe we'll see it here in Game 6. Stay tuned to find out, as we'll be right back for more TFT Dragonlands PBE Clash. Back everyone to the TFT Dragonlands PBE Clash. Crone here with Booposaurus to bring you the final game of day number 1. Boop, it's been quite the exciting journey to get to here, but this is gonna be the final game today. What do you want to see that we haven't seen quite yet? Is there a composition that you're like, I just want to see someone full lean into this tree, this unit, this something? What do you got for us?
Oh, man, if we already saw it, but coming into today, it was Elise. I wanted to see if Elise was going to be able to, be, at least silly in the mid-game or something. I was talking about, I've been practicing with some, Bloodthirster Elise. Soju's been playing some Elise as well. So that's definitely something I think can make some moves. But Swain is too good right now, right? So if you're going any type of shapeshifter, Swain is definitely going to be the way to go. But the other thing is maybe going, a full shapeshifter comp. I know you can get to 6, right? So we haven't seen any Gnar, for example, and you know everyone loves a good mage shapeshifter as well. So maybe a little bit more of that kind of intersection or interaction of abilities and stuff. What about you, Kron?
Yeah, that's interesting because the Gnar that we did see from Nukamar was a built different boards that wasn't leaning into the shapeshifter kind of tree, and the Elise we saw wasn't a full reroll Elise either. It wasn't tier 3. It didn't have, arguable what the best in slot Elise items maybe are. I don't know if this IE Jewel Gauntlet thing that there's been rumblings of and Soju has played a little bit of. Don't know if that's actually the best quite yet, but certainly exciting to watch as the Elise goes up and down and up and down and up and down. For me though, I really enjoy seeing creativity when it comes to where players are going to be putting these emblems. What comes to mind is Whisper emblems and Dragonmancer emblems, like that Dragonmancer Ao Shin. Absolutely beautiful finish there in that game from Goobums, but also what creativity can we see with the Whisper emblem on other units? I think that's going to be my big one. If we happen to see some crazy games where there is Whisper emblems actually coming through.
Yeah, we actually got to see one with Becca not too long ago, and that almost worked out. But getting that 6th Whisper in seems to be pretty complicated.
It is.
So it's not the easiest comp to run, but like you said, those emblems, those spats are going to be a lot easier to make that happen with. So that's the other thing when it comes to the peak power of these comps. I still don't think we're reaching a lot of them. I mean, we saw Swain 3 for the first time, right? We haven't even gotten to see the in Swain comp at that point, right? And then we have Ouch My Shins doing some good stuff as well. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of that, but like you said, are we going to see anything that's going to get in the middle, break through, right, and actually come out on top against what is becoming a developing meta here with things like Anivia, things like Swain, for example?
At some point we'll see it, but it's just a matter of time as we get into the final game of day number 1. Boop, everyone's scrambling for the bows and getting the scraps if they don't get the bow, unfortunately, but Dasik is lucky winner of the bow. Carousel mechanics coming through, and maybe part of the reason why Basic is sitting in first place overall on the day, 33 points. Innovator Supreme, maybe soon to be Chief Dragonmancer as well. Basic is a player that gets the grasp of things very quickly, right? That is very apparent, being the best at the beginning of set 6 and now potentially the best in the beginning of set 7 as well.
Yep, Goose going to be a parent as well. I'm sorry. Dasik now in 8th place.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
On the PvE rounds. And so we're just kind of getting context, right? That's kind of opportunity and context. TFT is definitely the game that opportunity meets preparation really stands for, right? We've seen people pick augments for units they don't even have yet. It's all about getting that forethought. There are definitely some different kinds of players. I think there are some tempo players like Goose. DQA I would put up there as well. A little bit better in the early game. And hopefully, Jupeson actually makes it to the late game this time. Cruel Crown a couple lobbies ago did not do very well. So this is going to be where we're going to get the most context here in the early game once we do get this augment going. Are we already going to slam an item? We know we're not going to get any more. So you can actually put items on right now just to, assert some dominance over these creep.
You know what, Boop? I've actually thought of another answer to your question of what I want to see. It's going to be either Cruel Pact Prismatic Augment or Think Fast Prismatic Augment. Those are two that change the game in such fun ways. And we're not going to see Prismatics, at least to start this game. Pandora's Bench, however, is super interesting. I actually would love to see a player pilot that one, because it makes re-rolling for certain units a lot better, because you just have 3 re-rolls for that, you know, unit cost every single turn if you do hold the units. But Soju re-rolls all of them and lands on Press the Attack, Tier 2s, or Thrill the Hunt.
All right, so we get a nice general one with Thrill the Hunt, but it's going to be the Swift Shot. And we have the Ezreal 2 already, so we're feeling all right. And remember, Soju is an up-and-coming streamer, right? We've never even really heard about this guy before. We don't know how he plays. I hear maybe an 8/8 something or other seems to be a part of the legend.
7 maybe after that.
Yeah, but now as Soju kind of climbs the ranks of streaming in TFT, hopefully he'll get something for his walls.
Yeah, if anyone knows the 4th digit of that sequence, I'd love to know. It's, you know, up-and-coming streamer and all, you know, hard to remember, but no. Soju gonna be playing with this Press the Attack switch shots. Press the Attack was nerfed, I believe it was nerfed from like 7% to 5% in terms of the damage that that's gonna be doing on the attacks there, and it's not strong enough right now because Honglian does have Shojin on a Senna, which I do believe does work, even though that is Rage and not Mana, and a Randuin's to buff up the resistances of everything around it.
Still feeling the change from Portable Forge being prismatic to gold in this set as well. Almost everyone picking up that augment when it's offered at this point in time. So a lot of Ornn items. Ornn, like I said, might be suffering from some supply chain issues later on, but we're good to go right now as we still have Swift Shot. So we're pretty much locked in here. We have the Twitch in the Ezreal, and now we're going to get some Guardians in the front line. This is shaping up to be a little bit like a lobby-winning comp. I believe it was Dasik who won with the Ezreal 2 lobbies ago, or 3 lobbies ago.
Yeah, that Ezreal 3, I mean, I wish I could have seen that game in real time. I have to go back, you know, later after today and watch the VOD, because Ezreal 3 is like thinking, you know, he seems like a really good early game unit, but how far exactly can Ezreal go? Apparently to a first place finish. I wouldn't have thought it myself, but hey, the more you know. That's what we're here to discover, right? What actually can work out.
DQA has one of the better early game comps. The comp that we're seeing right now, these Swift Shots, they need items, they need tier 2, right, to really push some damage. Attack speed definitely favorable. We might get to see an IE Last Whisper situation, maybe on a secondary carry, or this Ezreal. We don't have a lot of items right now, so this next carousel and this next PvE round are going to give us a lot more direction, but we know the Guardian Ezreal package works, and that's definitely the direction we're currently going, and because we have Press the Attack, we're going to keep this Ezreal around for a little bit longer.
I believe when Soju hovered the Mirage, it was the Electric Overload. I will get some confirmation on that here soon, however, but from Soju's spot, he's going to be comfortable with going on a loss streak. He got an Econ opener, only 2 components, is making 20 gold even after pushing to level 4. So it's in a fine spot, right? Not going to be winning rounds, but it's going to be taking out a unit or 2, hoping to go on a 5 loss streak before Krugs, but have these next few losses not be by that many units. Up against Jupison, who, yeah, hopefully doesn't have a Cursed Crown bottoming out game once again.
Yeah, that was almost, it probably took him out of the running to an extent in terms of being able to play casually throughout 6 games. And like, because the idea is that you want to play your game, right? Anytime you're playing someone else's game, you're behind, right? So when you're able to casually play like Ramblin' and play games like you normally play on ladder, that's familiar to you, and you're going to be able to do really well. Unfortunately, I don't think Jupesun was able to do that a couple lobbies ago, but we're in this lobby right now, game 6, the last lobby, and for the last time today, remember, volley carry is banned. You also cannot put the Dragonmancer buff on him, and Philosopher's Stone also banned. That's why you're not seeing any of those. But yeah, we're on our next carousel now. And the other thing that I want to mention here is that we have a lot of people in the top 8 in terms of, we have 2 of the top 8 in this lobby. Something else I also want to mention is Thray. He can be a little silly in this position. In terms of blocking units, he's probably the most famous situation of that happening.
Yeah,
a
definitely.
couple sets ago. So I've always said it's a legitimate strategy. Other people might think it's griefing, but Threy is here, and Threy can always throw a wrench into a lobby.
Very, very true. There's definitely a time and a place where it is like correct and yeah, the best decision that you can make to get more placements as a player or to advance into a next day of competition. Definitely, at least personally, think some validity there, a lot of validity there. Looking at who's going to be able to carry their streaks forward into the Krugs is Honglian, DQA, and Michael going to be 100 HP. Honglian has it for just a game longer. And I do also want to point out that even though there's going to be players in this lobby who don't have, a chance to make it into tomorrow, which is unfortunate, they still do have a chance to get first place in this lobby and win some money, right? So everyone's still playing for something. You're going to maybe see some players go kind of first to 8th play styles trying to get that first place, but still very, very competitive games nonetheless for every single player here.
A couple of our players already making over $100
Yeah.
already. I think Dasik might be in 225 now,
Ooh.
just for winning the lobbies. So, and if you play a lot of TFT tournaments, that's good. That's a good amount. So, and that's just for winning the lobby. So
Yeah.
we're feeling really good if you're Dasik. But the other thing about this lobby that's really interesting is that there's a lot of people who are inconsistent, but can knock off the best when they're playing well, right? I'm going to go back to Threy on that one. DQA kind of, when he's falling behind, can be a little bit of a spoiler, but we've seen Ging, for example, get second in a lobby not too long ago. So even though, there might not be as many people eligible, there is a lot of potential affect towards people like Soju, for example, who's on the bottom side of the top 8 right now. Remember, it's only 1 or 2 points separating a lot of people from getting knocked out. So if you want to control your own destiny, you're currently in the top 8, you get that first or second, you're good.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what Soju really wants to do right now.
Yeah, even from in first place, Dasik, down to 16th place with You Need is only a 9-point gap. So yeah, that's pretty much just like, a first place or an 8th place bit of a gap. So a lot of players can control their own destinies right now when it comes to getting into that top 8. In DQA right now, who is running Better Together. This is an interesting augment because it gives you a free locket and improves the effectiveness of aura items by 33%. Making it a lot more appealing to, run more aura augments, like with that cloak, maybe a chalice, that belt, maybe a Zeke's, but how far do you lean into it, however? Especially when you might be sticking with a carry like this Swain with the Rage Blade.
Yeah, I think Zeke's is kind of the way to go at this point, especially since you have the belt. But also the Bloodthirster can go on someone like Swain as well. We haven't seen that version just yet, but it is Omnivamp. So if you do have, you don't have best in slot, but you do want to start building some damage, you want to stop your lose streak, for example, building that Bloodthirster on Swain might be the tempo increase that you need. Nomsy is going to survive somehow with basically no HP, and we don't get that last ult off, but we definitely take up a lot of damage. Nomsy, definitely an MVP of the set. Love the design. I hope Nomsy and Chonk develop a relationship of some sort in the lore, as we go over to Ging now for the second augment.
Yeah, second augment, Tiny Titan's Preparation, Luden's Echo. Preparation is a very, very interesting augment. Definitely benefits most obviously to a reroll style where you're going to have copies of the unit you're already playing on the bench, so you get that stats when they reach tier 3. Luden's Echo, not bad. Tiny Titan's always good when you want a few extra placements, but Ging sitting in 26th place, yeah, probably gonna be one of those players who are playing for just a first place finish, wanting to get a bit of money before they go. So it takes the Ludens, just some board power. One of the other players who, once again, is playing that Better Together augment and getting that locket.
And just again as a reminder, Volibear can be used as a unit specifically for the synergies. It cannot be built as a carry. But yes, the other thing about this Ludens too is that these are really good Ludens units. The Kiana actually pretty good, Karma very good. Even the Twitch and Ezreal are going to be pushing some Ludens damage there when it comes to that ultimate. So we're going to get a good amount of value. Let's see if it's going to be enough to beat this Jade comp. These Jade comps can be pretty tough to break through in the early game, especially since we have two Ezreal 2s on the board right now. One with an IE, the other is going to be going the Hextech Gunblade version. I wonder if it's going to stay there. Those are good items for someone else.
Wait.
But maybe it's enough for Ezreal? Hextech Gunblade Ezreal? That's the thing?
Gunblade Hodge was the pretty much exact amount of healing that Ezreal needed to do a little 1v3 there at the end. Fantastic. Allows Gangs to go on at least a 2-win streak, hopefully more here as Gang rolled a lot of gold at level 6, probably the most that I've seen a player roll on 3-2 in this tournament. So you really don't want to lose after that happens, right? You want to carry that forward into a win streak to be able to have some payoff for that gold spent. Shen upgrade, as well as the set. Not the best upgrades in the world, but seemingly barely enough.
All right, still recovering from the fact that Hodge Hextech Gunblade seems to be a very good opening item for Ezreal. You know, we have a lot of ults, right? So you're actually getting a good amount of healing each time.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna, that's an item that you like to put on someone who's not necessarily your carry, and this might be a good way to get that itemization and that support in, as Karma also being pretty strong. But look at that damage from the Ezreal too, top fragging as well as supporting.
Definitely. And you know what? That sustain on the Ezreal also leads to more cast, which leads to more Luden's Echo value for the augment. So well, I'm starting to see it here. I'm starting to see why this is working out and why Ging is on a few win streak at this point.
You're picking up what he's putting down.
I am. I'm picking it up a little bit. You know, better together. You know, maybe only getting the locket value right now. It's still good in terms of, once again, the durability of the backline, given that the locket is placing the karma in the backline. Ezreal is getting basically the world right now. It's just throw the world to Ezreal's hands and hope he can carry it.
All right, nice Thray. Good amount of cash. We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a pivot, or at least just free up some items. We level up to 7 at 3-5, traditional.
Oh, another Shioyu. Game really wants Thray to run Shioyu, but Ray says no.
Yeah. Nami, actually a unit I'm a little surprised I'm not seeing a little bit more of. Nami, very good in the early game.
Yeah.
Not a lot of Astrals just in general today.
No.
It doesn't seem like the early game reroll is giving enough of a lead right now to warrant running it, because they all seem to be coming back too.
Yeah, I believe Esha played it earlier. Had a Varus 3. I think it got top 4, but not too much more. Definitely falls off once you reach the end game, so might be why these players wanting to maybe play for the first place a bit more often to get their little bonus $75. So Astro comps don't seem to be winning lobbies very often.
Is this going to happen again? Is this deja vu?
No, there's no way. There's no
Once
way.
again, Olivia Rodrigo, are you here? No, you are not, as we do finally get the Ezreal out of the way. If that Ryze didn't have a Hextech of their own, could have been different.
Could have been. Curious to see what the spatula could be as well for Thray. Kind of just floating on the Sejuani for now. Could go mage a bit later, because there's already this kind of mage direction from Thray itemizing the Rise with, I'm going to go ahead and say probably 2 out of 3 best in slot items for Rise. Get a bit of healing. Shojin's obviously very good, needs that consistent mana generation. What's going to be the third item, though? Probably just a bit of AP.
You don't necessarily need to pour AP onto a unit like Rise based on the way that the mage works, because we're getting multiple casts. So things like the Rage Blade are going to be just okay. And because we have, 3 ults going potentially on these casts, you don't necessarily need a ton of AP, but some AP is definitely worthwhile. And right now it seems like we might be getting enough from this Gunblade to at least just lose by 1 or 2 units. or potentially steal this. We do.
Wow.
We steal it. Not enough damage on that Ashe, throwing a feather instead of an arrow at the Rise.
Yeah, Ashe is not so much a carry, it seems like, this set, as opposed to just a utility unit. Her ability, you know, slows the attack speed, does a minimal amount of magic damage, but yeah, the utility's still fine. Not able to take out Thray, though, and now Ray hits a Rise 2. Gonna be a lot stronger moving forward into stage 4. 3 guild, 3 cav, 3 mage, and running the what's that one called? Gear upgrades. So a guild member that is running a component is going to get, I believe, 200% benefit and have a bit of armor on top of it as well.
One of our very first lobbies actually was won, I think, by a 6 guild comp with reroll Twitch. So we know there's still possibilities, and the Twitch is the only carry that I think we've seen in that guild comp actually show up, right? Rise would probably be the other one that we think of. So really excited for that. And look who we have here
It's
in
time.
the middle. We got it. We got the Elise, and it's going to be Rage Wing this time. Going to be attacking fast, but maybe not doing a lot of bungee jumping.
Yeah, hopefully though, because that'd be very entertaining. But 6 Rage Wing Heart and Rage Wing Crest coming through. Elise unfortunately kind of falls over. Gang pulled out the shoe,
really
stomped on the spider. Unlucky.
Yeah. Best friends with the Orchid Man being taken out. The spider, but not a ton of power coming in, especially I think it was tier 1. Elise is weird to not be a tier 1 one cost unit. I feel like that might be the first time that's happened.
Yep.
But we're going over to DQA. Recombobulator is always fun.
Yeah,
but we're not going to
can't
do it. We only have the Swain. Our carry's already done. That's just one of those things where I see Recombobulator and I wish for a second I could take it, and then you just have to like disappoint yourself as you look at your board and be smart about it rather than be, potentially risk taking and fun.
Being smart about it. Sounds boring. This is PBE Clash, about experimenting. It's about, we're moved on from set 6 with being the innovator.
Sometimes innovating isn't about coming up with something new. It's about adjusting something that already exists.
That's so
and
true.
So that's what I think, TFT is all about, right? Is auto-attacking good? Well, let's innovate by putting it on Swain, right? We know that's an auto-attack based unit. One of the first, I believe, AP-based auto-attack units as well. So just in terms of an archetype, super different. 7 Dragon Mancer, 3 Rage Ring, not even shape-shifted right now, and already so much HP on that Swain. Oh, and it's the Bloodthirster. We get to see it.
Yeah, we do. You know what that reminds me of as well? I think there was a PBE patch in one of the first couple days that came through that nerfed Swain's height, and the reasoning was to kind of visualize more that Swain is a backline carry as opposed to like a frontline unit. I'm pretty sure that actually did happen there. So yeah, Swain is going to be a backline carry, has a lot of auto attacks and deals a lot of AP damage, has a lot of sustain with the BT, but it's not enough. I was feeling it there. I was getting ahead of myself, but no, Zaya 2, a bit too strong.
Yeah, thank goodness, right? If the Swain was able to take down the Zaya,
Swain 1 versus Zaya
there's
2.
some programming probably happening between today and tomorrow at that point in time. But that is what's supposed to happen, right? I actually think the goal is to actually sell Swain and then put those items on Zaya maybe a little bit later on. But we're going to go ahead and keep it. Swain's definitely been the most consistent mid, even to late game carry at this point. And it doesn't even matter what tier it is. Tier 2 would be nice, right? But this tier 1 Swain doing okay. I mean, getting rid of those 3 units for DQA is super valuable.
Definitely. Saw a peek at Thray's board, and we're seeing it again, and that last item on the Rise is going to be an Archangels, so more AP as the round goes on. Every few seconds, it's going to be buffed up. Both carries have sustain and are going to be pumping out a lot of damage. Swain 1, however, versus the Rise 2. You would think Rise should have the advantage here. Now gets to target the Swain. Multiple casts, but yeah, you would think a Rise 2 would be better, but turns out no.
And it wasn't even close, right? The Swain had utility to go with it. Yasuo with a bow, though, on the carousel right now. Yasuo probably one of the more popular carries so far. We have been seeing a lot of the warrior comp just in general. We do get to steal the bow from Ging. I like Jupesun, what he does, because that's what I do. You go in front of the item that you know you want, right? You wait until someone thinks you're not getting it, and then you get it.
Yep, and then it messes up their pick as well, because they're trying to get that item.
Yeah.
And, so,
and then they're delayed, and then eventually, like, it actually might force someone to pick up a bad item, as this is now another Cav game.
Ooh.
We have a Bloodthirster already on this Yasuo, and Cavalier Yasuo is amazing. Double Zeke's Swain. DQ is probably kind of upset at Soju right now, because he would love those Swains. Because this Swain is not a carry, this Swain is helping the carries.
Yeah. Helper Swain here, which is still going to be doing not terrible damage. The Zeke's, of course, buffing himself up, even though the Yasuo has the Dragonmancer buff. 5 Cav, though, is very interesting because it does come through with a Cav heart, meaning there's no emblem for this Yasuo to function with. He's just going to be kind of left alone, not having those resistances. Hopefully the Cavs can be a bit of, some strong enough front line. As maybe we'll see the Elise pop off a bit here in this fight. Ragewing Elise at that. No. No, never mind.
All right, man. Swain definitely the most contested carry this lobby. I think we've seen at least 3. And again, that Swain takes down an extra unit. Rageblade is almost required on it. Soju looking pretty good. A top 3 finish here should be fine in terms of finishing in the top 8.
Yep.
Because we don't have extra points for 4th place and 8th place, you have a lot less room for error. But when you are ahead and you stay ahead, it's a little bit easier to stay ahead at that point in time. So we're on fire, so we're feeling pretty good about it. And we should be feeling good because we have a Yasuo with Bloodthirsters and double Zeeks enforcing it as well. So
Definitely.
we should be all right. Yasuo 1 can take down entire team comps if you're not careful.
Definitely. Let's see if he's able to do similar stuff this time. Ging 1 away from Kiana 3, actually. Yasuo is going to find its way into the backline with a couple of dashes. The Tempest stuns come through as well. Everything is stunned there for a second. Swain not putting a lot of damage. And Ezreal carry from Ging, yeah, it's probably going to become time where that is not going to be good enough. Yasuo Swain tearing through the lobby, putting Soju on a 7-win streak. And you were saying it, Boop, a solid finish here from Soju is probably going to lock in that advance into day number 2. And you can't be memeing Tournament Soju, especially on day 1 events. The past couple of sets, actually, Soju has had a very good, I guess, final day rate of tournaments. So Soju's kind of in his element right now.
Soju also probably had the most thrilling lobby I've ever experienced back in... Whew, man, I was with Casa and Jirachi back in the last set, and I remember it was like a 1 HP differential that got Soju into the next round for Worlds. So,
Yeah.
Soju's final day rate pretty good, but in terms of performance, it's usually a little closer to 8875 as Dasik has the triple item remover. Remember, he's just an up-and-coming streamer, so he has time.
Oh, I'm proud that you remembered the numbers, actually. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Up-and-coming streamer.
I like taking note of, it's like scouting of, people who might be good TFT streamers, and I think he's got a shot. I think in terms of potential audience, I think it might be a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're good at scouting talent. Cloud9 is apparently as well, picking him up as, becoming streamer, TFT player, so... Wow, good pickup on their part.
I love this bit we're doing with Soju. Anyway, Dasik now has Itis in the front line. It's actually been a little bit since we've seen Itis, but... we're going to have a Shimmer Scale. That's the gold one, right? For... What is that Shimmer Scale item there on Itis?
That is... I actually don't remember the name, but it's like if you live 15 seconds into combat for however many units you have alive, for every 2 you get a gold. Needlessly Big Gem, that's the one. And your units deal 1% more damage per how many gold you have, I believe, as well, which... yeah, Dasik has 3 gold, so that's not very much, but hopefully we'll still get the gold from when the 15 seconds does happen. 2, 1, boom, gold pops out, a couple gold right there. Not bad.
Not bad at all, this talent overachieving a little bit there in the back line.
Might
Lots
win.
of damage. Yeah, I think it's definitely some potential. Shen's ult is going to go off. That's like the most dangerous thing against this Talon right now. No danger is too scary for this Talon, even with the Frozen Heart, as Ging going to fall. And that's unfortunate because you also see no money there. And when you have no money versus no money, you want to win that round.
Very, very true. Also, that fight going so long allowed Bard to cast multiple ultimates, allowing him to collect more dutes. I hate that they're called dutes, by the way, but it is what it is. It's just, I'm gonna have to say it. Our dutes.
Doot. And again, like I said before, every time I get to say it, it's a little bit of my music degree getting happy.
There you go.
Yep, playing the tuba, that really got me places. 49 HP, second place right now, 10 ahead of Daysik. But Anglian is really rushing this lobby right now. Because the first place player with Honglian is doing so well, that's why the HP totals for the rest of the lobby are pretty low. And I may have spoken a little too soon, as Droopson might not make it to this carousel before stage 6. So a lot of games ending around stage 5-5, around stage 6-1. We've only had a couple go to stage 7, which is definitely more average when it comes to PBE. The longer comps are usually harder to play, and the early game seems to be pretty set right now when it comes to these Dragon Wings. But we do have a Yasuo 2.
Yeah, that's huge. Gonna be selling some units on the board, actually. The Nico goes out, Yasuo goes in, maybe wanting to play a unit like Shyvana, potentially? Not at the moment, though. A lot of good synergies, but remember, Soju's first augment is not being utilized right now because there's no Swift shots in. Very interesting. He allowed it to get to this point, but then absolutely just pivoted all the way out.
Yasuo getting Zephyr'd. I have actually seen Zephyr'd Yasuos get saved because of the Zephyr, because no one's actually taking note of where the Yasuo is. No damage so far on the Yasuo. Ooh, gets enabled there as well. Lots of damage from the Yasuo, though. Should be able to clean this up, no problem.
Yeah, Yasuo is an absolute beast of a unit. One of the best legendaries, especially when you're able to get that, Dragonmancer buff on him, which is the case here. 2 Mirage, 2 Warrior as well. Tempest, just to be providing a bit of CC for him. Actually, almost every synergy that Soju has is buffing the Yasuo in some way, shape, or form. There's only 2 that aren't, which is like the Cav and the Rage Wing, I suppose, but everything else is. So we had a chance to see this stage 5 carousel. More Mirage, more Rage Wing. Give me Mirage. Maybe Soju can fit 4 Mirage in here some way, somehow.
And that's actually, I think, the beauty of Mirage is how hard it can be to lock in that 2 and 4 spot. So we're going to get the Chalice on the Twitch. Threy was hemorrhaging HP at the beginning of the game, but now has the Ouch My Shins in the back line, and that's some good itemization on it as well. In terms of where everyone else is landing, Soju in a very good position, but not as good as Hong Lian, who has almost a 40 HP lead across the rest of the lobby. Already has a Namzi 3, it seems like. So Namzi gonna be taking a good amount of noms, putting some things on the bench. Quick switch there. Is it gonna be worthwhile? We have another Ao Shin there for Anglian. That one's probably been there for a while, which probably explains the 73 HP.
Oh, that's a Pike too as well for Hong Lian. Talk about the Ao Shin being a carry potential. This Pike is going to be executing units. Oh, it actually missed the executes there. That might make the difference of this fight. Dies in midair there. Allows the Rays Ao Shin to cast. Oh no. That Pike was absolutely... That was sad to watch.
It's like how I play Pike on the Rift. Not well. So we're going to go ahead and start rolling a little bit more. We still only have the Swain 2, but look how beefy it is. DQA now at 11 HP. This is exactly where the Swains do seem to have to hit like rubber to the pavement, I think is what dads say. Right? It's like, hey, if you don't have the Swain 3 here, you can win against some people. You're going to lose against some people depending on the tempo of this lobby. With this build, I don't know if it's ever going to be as strong as a Swain with QSS.
6 Rage Wing, 6 Dragonmancer. Can't run Jade, however, and the Swain gets Zephyred. Great scouting by Dasik. Wanting to secure that first place going into tomorrow, as we, unfortunately, since we have to pull streams, get a bit of an error there, but we'll hopefully get back into someone's perspective here soon. And yes, we do, for the same fight, in fact, to watch the Swain take over the rest of the fight and keep DQA in it. Almost 10k damage. Dasik takes the loss. Almost top 4.
Yep, and that's Swain for you, right? That's not going to happen every single time, depending on which units that we're going to be going up against. This Swain going to be particularly vulnerable against CC. However, we have aura item upgrades, I believe, on this board, and we have 5 aura items on the board right now, all helping the Yasuo and the Swain as well.
Oh, that's true. This is 5 aura items.
Oh, not Yasuo. That's Lee Sin. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, this is 5 aura items buffing the Swain with the Better Together. So 33% buff to all of those. I'm not going to do the math, but that's a lot of stats and a lot of power extra for the Swain, let alone the 6 Dragonmancer and 6 Ragewing.
That's it, just the 6 Dragonmancer. A baker's dozen of synergies here. Oh, no, that's actually here with the Cavalier board. This is how topped out a lot of these late game boards can be. If you're not really hitting these late game power spikes by stage 6, it's over. Right, you're probably already gone anyway. Tier 2 Swain is one of those power spikes, because if I think visually, if you looked at this board, you're like, where's the power spike? Well, it's Shyvana, and it's the Swain. And again, we're in Swain in the Membrane right now for Soju. We're pretty much locked in, 6th place. We're going to get top 4 most likely. So a top 2 would feel a lot better in terms of just bragging rights. A lobby win would get us $75 extra. You know, up-and-coming streamers need that money. And let's see if this Yasuo going to help them get there.
Let's see. Not if it gets Zephyred. That's definitely not going to help, as there's Talons jumping into the backline, but it is just a Talon 1. Yasuo should be able to recover from that nap in the air and still carry the rest of the fight. Same with the Swain, still doing a lot of damage. There is 4 Cav. So many synergies. 3 Dagamance, 3 Ragewing, Bruiser, 2 Guild now as well, which of course buffs the whole team. Yasuo benefiting from that a lot. Itis is surely going to fall at some point. We just need to get to that. Just need to get to that point. There we go.
Yeah, overtime's going to help us out as well. As Soju on fire, 4 rounds in a row. No gold though, and a Shyvana 2 on tap. Where is this going to go though? We like it with the Swain. We're going to take the Lilia and Shyvana out, and look, we have a completed board here. Look at those synergies.
So many good. They fill up the
Feels
whole
so
left
good, doesn't
side
it? There's
now.
something
I know.
about it.
It's
It's like
so
a back
satisfying.
crack or something, you know? Okay.
It really does.
Thanks, Groen. 14 HP now for Thray. And Thray's been pretty much in last place for the majority of this game, but has slowly but surely, again, been going upwards. We're trading rounds, which should stem a lot of this HP differential. However, we're in an Ao-Shin matchup right now, and it's all about who ults first, and one of us got shrouded. So it's going to be Thray's Ao-Shin, and there's a lot of CC going that way, and it seems like we're going to have some heavy showers right now is what the weather calls for. And Ao-Shin not going to be able to ult again.
Yeah, bring your umbrellas. This is gonna be just rain everywhere. Ao-Shin's left and right. Gonna be DQA falling in 4th. Dasik did get 5th in this lobby. Soju still on a win streak though. $75 up for grabs for the winner of this lobby.
Okay.
Ao-Shin 2 needs to be found for Thray. And for Honglian, to be honest, as well.
Yep. Honglian, thank goodness we had that HP differential. I mean, that's what that 40 HP difference is going to get you, a top 4. Also been playing very well throughout the rest of today. However, Thray in 19th place, trying their best to not only win the $75 for this lobby, but make the standings a little bit more chaotic. The Silas Cavalier is a nice little tech there that should keep this Ao-Shin very well protected. However, the Yasuo is getting closer and closer. Everyone clap your hands. There it is. And Ao-Shin now making it rain. Not enough on the first cast, but a second cast should be enough.
Bard though.
Oh, huge Bard ult. And Yasuo is going to make it
the
to
cast?
the dragon. And that's going to be it for Thray. No $75. However, 38-48 It looks like Anglian has like a 1-round advantage. Not this late in the game, though. Everyone at around 3 lives.
Yeah.
Lots of spats on this board. I mean, it seems like the last 2 lobbies in particular have had a lot of spatulas.
Yeah, Soju could have made Rage Wing with taking a spat, because there's a floating bow, but not really useful. All of the units are right now, especially the Rage Wings, are giving some sort of buff. Soju is very, very smartly denying Aoshins away from Honglian, taking a page out of Thray's book, who just got eliminated, but no, this is like what you should do in this situation for sure.
People were so mad at Thray. I'll never forget that. Anyway, yeah, Anglian now with the swap. I do like having the Aoshins on the bench, especially since we do not have a tier 2 Aoshin yet for Anglian, and that is the win condition for that comp. Namzi at tier 4, not going to be enough for this Yasuo to block as well. Last unit is going to be on the board, and that's going to be a Yasuo loss, as Making It Rain is going to take Soju down.
Wow.
And that's the thing about Aoshin, right? You know, you get close, you're like, my shins feel great, right? I'm going to get ya. And then all of a sudden, Aoshin gets you instead.
Imagine this board from Soju lost when Honglian's Aoshin was only tier 1. Imagine what happens when it gets tier 2. If it does, right? Because Soju is 920 gold worth of dragons. Still the pair for Honglian.
We're gonna make stage 7. No one is gonna get eliminated here. Soju with a win here would make it even going into stage 7. That's gonna be whoever wins twice after stage 7 should be the victor if Soju wins. If Soju loses here, Anglian should only need 1 more potentially. Yasuo gonna be safe in the corner. Should be taken down this Aoshin last. And the Bloodthirster should help us survive this ult. We do get the shield going. We get to the Aoshin in the back line, but this ult is what got us last time.
Oh,
and it's going to get us
thing.
again.
It's so close.
Soju's face. Deja vu. That's what it feels like.
I mean, you gotta deny this, right?
Yeah. At least lock it until next round or something.
Shouldn't need to, because the Rift Herald will give some gold.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And that's actually going to be a moderately nice item, Ionic. Going to at least, you know, loosen some people up for some magic damage, right?
Yeah.
And the Yasuo is going to be a way to potentially proc the advantage for that.
Definitely. Swain as well. I mean, he's doing a little bit of damage. Shyvana. Yep. Soju does find the Aoshin, take at least an upgrade. Needs the Ornn and the Shen upgrade. Shen not the biggest deal, Ornn a little bit more to make sure to get those ults off and that CC off a bit more consistently. Taking a look at Honglian's roll down. Where is the Aoshin for Honglian? Just not finding it, finding Aurelion Souls, but that's the wrong 10 cost dragon. I've made that mistake once. Soju has too. He knows.
I'd be so mad at Soju, but this is the way you play it, right? When you get to the late game, you're not going to be adding to the board. You're going to be taking away potentially from your opposite opponent there. So no Aoshin 2. Because there is an Aoshin 2, but it's on the bench for Soju right now.
Could be the final round.
It could be the final round, like you said. A loss here for Soju is going to be it. I think Anglian would love to beat Soju, especially since we're stealing their units right now. Namzi, I think, is a little bit of an underrated MVP here, but it's been the second ult from this Aoshin, and we do get the Bloodthirster proc, but no, it's going to go the other way, positioning diff there for Soju.
All right, I mean, Honglian does get another chance to find the Aoshin 2. 10 total in the pool, finds an Ornn upgrade. Still denying Soju the Ornns makes a bit of a difference. There is a spare bow on the bench for Soju as well, and it's like, why not just put that on something like a bard, right? It's still going to be a bit of stats.
Oh, you're speaking my language, Crow, and you know that's one of my pet peeves. Just missed stats, right? You're not going to get another item, right? Why not? I mean, a bow's going to maybe get you an ult 1 auto attack faster, but how many times have we seen 1 auto attack be the difference just in this round? Soju confused about something going into the board right now. We're going to keep the bow on the bench. Those are just stats that aren't going to be here. Lots of CC. Aoshin is ulting once again. Actually, targets the Yasuo last. Yasuo should be able to take this, actually. No more ults for the Ao Shin, though. That would be unfortunate. There it is. Is Yasuo going to be able to take it? No, during the cast.
Yeah.
Actually is able to take it down just then. It's going to be a rubber match for this round. Round 7-3 will be how we end today as Ornn 2 appears on the board.
Yep, definitely. Oh, actually, I shouldn't put the bow onto the Bard because Makeshift is actually not my choice here, but still can put in the Lee Sin because Lee Sin's already carrying components, so that wouldn't be anything, any negatives there. It would just be positives for the Lee Sin. But this is going to be the final round, Boop. It was 2 rounds in a row Honglian won, now 2 rounds in a row that Soju won. Can Soju close it out, or is Honglian going to get his revenge, especially for denying the Ao Shins?
Is revenge on the menu right now? It's Ao Shin versus the Shyvana. We get the CC going into a great group of people. Lots of trampoline action going on to the Convergence right now. But the Bard is going to be delayed a little while and doesn't hit the Ao Shin for Honglian. So Ao Shin going to get a free cast potentially, but it's going to be Yasuo versus the world now. He is the last unit, and I don't see how the Yasuo survives, but it's going to be the 1v1, and that is going to be it for Soju. A couple more auto attacks, maybe. Some attack speed on Lee Sin could have been the difference maker there as Soju finishes in second. But if you're a Soju fan, rest assured he'll most definitely be back till tomorrow.
Yeah, minus $75 for Soju, plus 75 for Honglian, you know, but still going to be seeing Soju tomorrow. And for Honglian was... how many points did they have? They actually were on the bubble, right? I believe in 10th place. So they probably moved forward into the top 8 with that finish, which is very, very important as well. So some fantastic TFT that we've seen over the course of today. Not really what, you know, we wanted to see in terms of the spice coming into that final game with things like, you know, Whisper emblems or like Elise being built, right? But still just some good quality TFT and some nice, you know, micro decision play as well. It comes down to these final 1v1s at the end, these small things like Honglian moving the Ao Shin over to the other side, you know, dodging Bard ults, because you can kind of control where the enemy Bard is going to ult, because Bard ults at the most concentrated clump of units, so you can put your carry away from that, make sure it doesn't get dashed on by Yasuo, make sure that Bard isn't ulting it. Those are these small micro decisions that I think led Honglian to that victory there, actually. So impressive stuff. Well done to Honglian.
All right, we are using our abacuses in the back right now to make sure that all the points are going to be straight away, because there are going to be potentially more than one person missing out by 1 point, because, again, there are no bonus points in this first round. All the scores are from 1st to 8. And just to kind of revamp everything that we talked about at the beginning, now that we're here at the end, there's going to be a prize pool that we're going to be giving out, like you said, $75 to each lobby winner throughout the entire day. So even if you weren't able to qualify, you still might be able to leave with a good amount of money. The lobby winners are here, so let's see who was able to take these lobbies, then we'll get to the meat and potatoes of it and see what the final standings are. Rise made it for Goose.
Wow.
How having a really good day, and I think that might be 3 lobbies in a row for Setsuko.
Wait.
Bard 3?
Yeah, that my eyes just went to, okay, you know, that's cool. 6 yield rise carry, that's pretty poggers, right? But no, Bard 3 for Setsuko. What? Legendary Flex, what was that game to have just Legendary Flex Bard 3 board? I believe it stuns for like 15 seconds and hits the whole entire board. That is crazy. Amplifies the damage by some insane number as well. Setsuko is certainly deserving of that win. Yeah, make sure to go check out Setsuko's VOD for that one.
I think that's 3
Good
different
job.
comps for the 3 lobby wins as well, because Setsuko did not start well today. I think we actually started with a 7th and 8th for Setsuko, because Setsuko known as like a ladder monster, but once we do get to these tournaments, it can be a little bit more complicated for Setsuko. But I think we have done enough 3 lobby wins. Also, a lot of people coming in here talking about NA versus EU, but let's be real, China today had arguably the best day. I think Honglian and Ahao both winning a couple lobbies throughout the day today too. As we look through the rest of these points, Esha at 3. I know Esha was in like 6th or 5th place. Lilu getting the 6th. Chi 2, another Chinese player, getting 2nd place. Yeah, China, I think everyone finishing in the top 2 from China in this last lobby.
Yeah, I know at least in the top 16 there was 4 Chinese players, 2 in the top 8 and the other 2 in the 9 through 16 range coming into this final game. China doing very, very well in that final one. Actually, yeah, top 2 pretty much across the board. But now the overall scores are ready, Boop. We get to see who makes it forward to day 2 of the PBE Clash. Ramblin'. Not like this.
No, not again. G2, not again.
No.
Oh no. Okay, so Ramblin has missed out on a tiebreaker by 1 point a couple times now. But let's go ahead and talk about the top 8. Ahao, Dasik, Padebol, Goose, Soju, Anglian, Lilu, and Chi2. I believe, that is 3
4
out of 4.
Chinese players?
Yeah, it is. And so Dasik Padebol from EU, NA has got Goose in Soju. And yeah, I think that is about it there. China crushing it so far today. But we have to say goodbye to some very, very popular and very awesome people. Ramblin', definitely the one. Setsuko with 3 lobby wins, not enough. In the old format, it probably would be. Spicy Appy is going to be tying Setsuko with that one. Esha falling out of the top 8. Goobumstock crashing. Threy not be able to make it. And all the way down to Jupe's son, who had a little bit of a rough day. But overall, today was a great day of TFT. I actually did not expect as much diversity coming into today with these comps. I mean, a Bard 3, Bill Gates the comp pretty much, and so we know who the top 8 is. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to the rest of these players. And Ramblin once again with the tiebreak loss. But we are going to get an interview as well here from somebody, hopefully, after the break. Before we go to break, Crowan, any thoughts before we kind of close it out?
Yeah, definitely. It's so harsh having to cut the competition from 32 to just 8 players. If it was a, normal TFT tournament, we have 3 days, we get to go from 32 to 16 to 8. Ramblin' make it forward, but I feel like Ramblin's like the unluckiest tournament player. Like, again and again, it is the 3rd time now losing out on tiebreakers. Granted, okay, this isn't like qualifying for Worlds or something, right? This is a PBE Clash, right? It's okay. I'm gonna try not to be too sad for Ramblin', but still, shoutouts to everyone who made it into the top 8 today. China as a region absolutely dominating Dasik and Potable as well, repping EMEA, especially after what happened at Worlds this time around. We also have NA representation with Goose and Soju coming out strong at day number 1. We're going to go to break and hopefully have an interview when we come back, but don't go anywhere because we'll return with more to close out this day 1 of the PBE Clash.